Well, welcome back to the Gratu Orloff Show, episode number 428. It's 8:52 in the morning, July 19th, 2021. We're broadcasting here from Gratuville, West Virginia. We're up on floor 7 of the Gratu Orloff International Building of Trade, room 2, the theater room. We're about to have an amazing guest, Tom Smith. We're going to be talking about obscure humor magazines of the 1970s and 80s. And also just oddball magazines that came out, like one-shot magazines, weird stuff from the collection of Tom Smith up in Canada. So let's get Tom Smith in. He needs the link. So let's get that going. All right. He says it's going to be a great show. Oh, I haven't put the link in yet. There it is. All right. So, at any moment, Tom Smith will be dropping in by satellite from Gratuville, Canada. It's a sister city. All right.
Yeah, I was waiting to get in here. I wanted to get in so badly. Okay. So this is going to be a great show. But before I start, now, I know you're subscribed to almost every channel on YouTube, right?
Well, some, yes.
Are you subscribed to my friend? My ASMR friend?
Probably, because whenever anyone shows me a channel, I subscribe to it.
I'm just going to say, if you aren't, I'd be a little sad since you're subscribed to every other channel.
Oh, yeah. I'm almost positive I am.
Okay. Well, we can topple that more another time. I mean, to see if you are, just to double check, you know.
Yeah. No, yeah. I'm pretty sure, probably.
I can remind you what her name is, you know, in case you don't.
No, I'm pretty sure. So what's up? We just ended another stream, and we got one viewer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do something incredible today. We are going to look at obscure humor magazines of the 70s. Gratu did introduce this already, but I am so excited because these are some really fun magazines. These are some of my favorites because they're so odd and they're fun to read. So we're going to start with last time we did one of these videos, we left off in 1968. I don't have any from 69 or 1970, any obscure ones. But it's worth noting, though, that in 1970, the National Lampoon published its first issue, dated April 1970. And shortly, you know, after it came out, maybe a year after, they revolutionized the humor magazine industry. And they brought in a more adult humor. You know, before that, it was more like Mad and Cracked and kind of stuff like that. But they were targeting an older audience, college students. And it was a more sophisticated humor. It was a more ballsy humor. It was a more politically incorrect humor. And it was it really epitomized the zeitgeist of the 1970s. You know, it encapsulated the era's spirit. And it was a very popular magazine in the 70s. So you're going to see the influence of the Lampoon on some of these obscure magazines that I'm going to show. You remember in the 50s, if you've seen our earlier episodes, and in the 60s, the magazines were trying to be more like a Mad type of magazine because that was, you know, that was the new type of humor magazine at the time. But you're going to see some changes now. Okay, so the first one, though, is a cover dated January 1971. And it's the first issue of Something Else.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in person, but I've seen that magazine.
This is a Bob Taylor cover. You remember he worked for Sick magazine, and he would work for the Lampoon in a few years, and Bananas magazine. This magazine was started by Jim Simon, the son of Joe Simon of Sick Magazine fame and Captain America fame. So with this magazine, they were trying to target a newer, hipper audience. So, you know, you get the idea when you read this that they're going after the hippies kind of at the time. And they did sort of a good job of making you think that the writers were hippies themselves and they're young and with it. But as the magazine kind of goes on, you start realizing it's really a lot of probably the same older people write some of these articles, just trying to sound like they're young, you know, that would write for Sick or Cracked or something. But I'll show you what I mean. So here we have like Nothing Else, Something Else. And it's got all these catchphrases on the cover. Sue me, satire, soul humor, rap time. Where's the bull? That was a catchphrase the magazine liked to use. Stop, look, and listen. Poetic, revolutionary. You know, they're giving you this kind of hippie vibe with it.
Those stickers were really popular in the early 70s. Those kind of stickers that you could put on your binder or locker.
And this magazine, speaking of binders, is also different because they hole punched the magazine. They pre-hole punched it. This is the way the magazine came, so that you can put it in your loose leaf binders and carry it around with you at school, in high school or college.
Right.
So now this is supposed to be, and maybe it really is, probably is, the staff. So, okay, so I guess now I was saying they're probably a lot of older people, but we can see there's younger people here. There's a few older, like that guy with the glasses there, looks a little older. But this is the staff of the magazine. I think that some of these people are probably Jim Simon's family, or Joe Simon's, I mean.
Yeah.
Like it might be his daughter. He's got 2 daughters, I'm sure. And I know at least one of them worked for this magazine. One of these people is probably Jim Simon, but I don't know which one. And yeah, so they have a mission statement right here. And I'll read it to you. It says, "This is a magazine. How's that for a start? It was created, folded, spindled, and mutilated by young people." Okay, so they say that they're a young staff. Okay, they look young. Most of them look pretty young, right? "We think we speak your language. We also think it's ridiculous for a magazine aimed at young people to be edited by persons over 40. Above is a picture of our staff. They don't look too intelligent, but we guarantee they won't bore you. You might laugh at some of the things we do. You might get mad. You may be shocked, but we hope that you will not be indifferent. This is not just a humor magazine. It is something else. We will print whatever we think will interest you. We will try to be different. The holes are a first in magazines." Talking about the hole punches. Yeah. "We expect a lot of publishers to copy the idea." I don't think anybody did.
No.
But you remember that something else did it first. Peace, the staff. I just love this. I love how you're really trying to hook onto the underground movement of the time.
Yeah.
It's really fun magazine. Okay, so first article is a guide to every rock festival. And the art is by Franco, who did a lot of art for humor magazines of the time. He did, he worked for a lot of the humor magazines. I think that's what
the people being naked in the crowd.
Yeah, there's a few people like skinny dipping there.
Because I think Mad Magazine did something similar, and I remember the nudity.
The format of this is interesting. Like, here's the back cover, with all these catchphrases. And they liked using the word bull. I guess they thought saying that was really hip.
Yeah, they're also trying to catch on with the laughing crowd with all the catchphrases. Yeah.
They have these weird kind of things like, "Isn't it a shame? I shot an arrow into the air and it stuck." So, taking on air pollution there. The first section, and these sections recur in the various issues, is called the plain brown wrapper. And this is supposed to be like a black section of the magazine.
Mm-hmm.
So black is beautiful. Afro, the ball is over. Black beauty rides again. So they're targeting Black Power readers, I guess, with this part. I don't know how you say it, but now here we have the Angel and the Window Washer, and they got this guy. I guess this guy is a real person, but I don't know who he. Do you know who he is?
No, that's something lost to time, I guess.
He's probably supposed to be a racist guy. I'm thinking, like, I don't know if he's a politician or. Wait, Lester Maddox.
Is it Lester Maddox?
You think he might be him?
I don't know. I don't know what he looks like.
Well, this guy is clearly supposed to be Jimi Hendrix, right?
Okay.
Purple haze all in my eyes.
Okay. Right.
He's a window washer, and the thing is that he's window washing. He falls off of his perch, and he's asking the guy for help, and he doesn't want to help him because he's a bigot, you know.
Okay.
So he lets him fall down and splat. And I guess that's it. They're just trying to make a point here. But the weird thing about it is Jimi Hendrix was still alive at the time.
Okay, yeah.
But he died soon after this occurred, that this article was printed. And they have these little, like, the poem kind of things, like, come together about Kent State and stuff. So you can see they're definitely going for the underground crowd here.
Right.
The next part is called Sue Me Satire. And what this is a take on advertising, but they're trying to do it in a hipper way than Mad Magazine would, because Mad Magazine is always doing advertising parodies. So they do like Showdown in Ulster Gulch and Eastern Western. And it's like a big poem about making fun of advertisers, basically. It goes on for quite a while, like 7 pages. And then we go back to the black themed humor. So a bro is a pair of black hands under a KKK sheet. You see, this kind of thing. A Montgomery drugstore clerk who serves you a black and white soda. So they're saying, you know, these are things that a black person would be, hey, man, you're a bro because, you know, you're with us, kind of. You're not against us. And it's like the Charles Schultz kind of
happiness is.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. So they do that, and then they have another one, Like We Like It. So there's a lot of this kind of thing in here where they're turning the tables. So black people are doing things that white people would do.
How many issues did this get to?
Well, I'll get to it. I'll show you all the issues. I've got all of them. I just don't want to, like, you know, spoil it yet.
Okay.
But there's a lot. You see, there's a lot of that here, as you can see. And then they have Comics for Now, baby.
Okay.
Right. So it's very hip magazine, as you can see. But the funny thing is, a lot of the artists anyway are people that work for Sick Magazine. So it's like they came right from Sick Magazine at the time over to this magazine. Okay, so now we have the Invasion of the Bugs, which is like Invasion of Volkswagens and things. And this is a long article where they have Ralph Nader as the hero.
Okay.
So they're definitely not making fun of Ralph Nader, really. They're siding with him because he was, at the time, he's considered a real hip young guy with the young crowd, right?
Yeah.
Because he was recalling things and saying things were dangerous, and young people are like, yeah, man, the establishment's, a dangerous thing. We got to recall everything,
Yeah, well, he brought in the seatbelt, and
which is good. Seatbelts are great.
I think safety glass on windshields.
And he's like Paul Revere, basically, as you can in this article.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so then they have like a poem about mothers here, and it says, well, when I am off on my vacation, please keep my garden moist and cool, then dry the leaves out in the sun. It's a science project for my school. So again, the hippie crowd, because that's supposed to be marijuana, obviously.
Mm.
Then we have another black themed one. Well, this is interesting, actually. You see, this little child here is saying black is beautiful. He's doing this with chalk on this chalkboard, and another child comes along and he starts wiping it away. So they start fighting, and they put chalk on each other's faces, and they end up white. So that's interesting, you know.
Okay.
Interesting joke. And they're trying to make a point with all of this. They're trying to say, hey, young people, we're with you. You know,
Yeah.
black revolutionaries, young hippies, establishment people, not non-establishment, I mean. There's this weird thing, like it's an alien thing. Like there's just like something about aliens and stuff. And this is really nice, actually, because it's a Bob Taylor one.
Yeah. Oh, that's definitely this artist definitely did bubblegum cards when I was in elementary school.
It's Bob Taylor. He did a lot of those types of things. He did those bubblegum cards and all sorts of
things. For like football and baseball cards with monsters like that playing.
And you see they had like alternative artwork here. Here's something called Kelsey.
Yeah.
People itching their heads, and then see what it is this guy here. Well, nobody's itching their head, but this one guy, he's itching his head. He's got dandruff or lice, I don't know. And then it makes the other people think, hey, maybe I need to itch my head because, you know, this happens, right? And then everybody's itching their head, and then the other guy isn't. He's happy. See?
Yeah.
Now, this is weird. This is probably the strangest aspect of the magazine. In each issue, they feature a long section devoted to an alternative topic, let's say. In this first issue, the topic is the end of the world. Now, it's supposedly written by a doctor, Dr. Warren Savin, this article. And it's a long text article, literally about the end of the world and what they think might cause the end of the world. And it's not humorous at all. There's nothing funny about it. It just keeps going on and on about theories about the end of the world. It's fascinating that this long text piece is in the middle of a humor magazine, you know?
Yeah.
And I like that because it's different. I think it's fascinating. And then the last section, well, that's okay, Movie World. There'll be more people. And we're glad you're here, Movie World. Flush Underground Magazine. The last part of it, they went all out trying to look like an underground comic. So they have all these things, subterranean homesick news. So they have this weird, like these weird news stories.
Yeah.
Pot busts, pot helps your teeth. This is really strange stuff. And I don't know if it's supposed to be serious. Like, when I read this magazine, I get the feeling they're trying so hard to act like they're one of them, like one of the hippies. But I get the feeling they're not. You know what I mean? They're just trying really hard to fit into that group, to sell to them.
So this is being done by Jim Simon. His father is Joe Simon, who's the co-creator of Captain America. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. Hold on, let me do some.
And this looks like an underground comic, Groovin', you see?
Hey Siri, when was Joe Simon born?
Joe Simon was born October 11th, 1913.
Okay, so he was already almost about 30 when he created Captain America. So 1913, so, you know, he's pushing 60 at this point. He's got a son that created this magazine.
Yeah.
So
And
let's just say that he had this son. What did you say? Jim Simon is the editor of this.
right, that's his son. Yes.
So he could have been born about 1933. Let's say he's born about in the mid 30s. So he's probably about 35, trying to be hip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? This is the idea I've got. I don't know any of this because I've never seen any background on this magazine. It's so obscure. You can't find any articles about it or interviews or anything, right?
Yeah.
But what I get the feeling is this. Joe Simon left the editorship of Sick magazine in 1970. In the second half of 1970, he left Sick. And something else started publishing a few months after, just a couple of months after Joe Simon left.
So he's probably
Sick
got a
magazine.
hand in this, then you're thinking.
So I'm thinking that he thought that Sick had run its course maybe after 10 years and he was banging his head against the wall. So maybe he thought, I'm going to reinvent this with my son. I have a feeling. And they said, well, we're going to go for a younger, hipper crowd. And this was their idea of making, I think this is what Sick magazine might have become if Joe had stayed on as the editor in the early 70s. I get that feeling. You know,
but the word sick doesn't appeal to hippies as much as something else, I guess, is in their mind.
So this is a fascinating read because it's just so bizarre. Like I like to read some of this to you. It says, liberate Estonia. Support the fierce revolutionary freedom fighters in Estonia. Send contributions to the Estonian Liberated Storefront, care of Che Negrowski. Will receive free bumper sticker in mail. Estonia, love it or forget it. So it's obvious this is humor, but it's a weird humor, you know?
Yeah.
Really weird. Intersensual, in-depth personal relationships. Unleash the hidden energy and awareness that lies buried beneath your workaday mind. Call Fred anytime. It's weird jokes, right?
Yeah.
Groovy chick wanted to share swinging pad with Great Dane. I am housebroken. Are you? We'll exchange old newspapers for yours.
Okay.
I just love this because it's so weird. I just wonder if hippies would have been fooled by this, you know?
I don't know. That seemed to be comparing hippie women to dogs.
I don't know if I go that far. This says Artie Goldberg. Remember, the next time you're zonked, the kitchen is the second door to the right, not the first. You walked out the front door to get a glass of milk, and we haven't seen you since. We haven't seen the kitchen since either.
Well,
it's just so great. I love this magazine. It's one of my favorite ones because it's so weird, you know? So that's the first issue.
okay.
The second issue is this, and this one's highly collectible by Beatles fans.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen that.
In this issue, you see they got Lennon on the cover, and it's a very creepy cover.
Yeah.
And that's because there's a focus in this on the occult and things of that nature. There's the editor. Here's a picture right here. Oh, this is...
So that dark occult stuff started to become cool with hippies, along with, then also Christianity. There were some hippies that were into Christianity and some that got into this occult stuff. So
there,
and of course, John Lennon put Aleister Crowley on the cover of Sgt. Pepper.
Occult stuff was big in the 70s. It was all over.
Yeah, there was a magazine called Man, Myth, and Magic at every bookstore.
Right, I remember that. And Crazy Magazine did a great parody of it.
Yeah.
It was hilarious. There's Jim Simon. You see him on the left there?
Okay. So, yeah, he looks like he's mid-30s probably.
The art director is Jerry Grandinetti, who also worked for Sick Magazine as well.
I think he worked for DC. I could be wrong.
Yeah, he's definitely not a younger guy, right? I mean,
No.
you can see that. The photo editor is Missy Simon, who is Joe Simon's daughter, one of his daughters.
Okay, yeah, he's definitely behind this magazine then, Joe Simon.
And then we have them there. Okay. So, but he didn't put his name on it, probably because he didn't want to make it overt, the connection. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you get in this? Well, you get these weird things like psychedelic things. Are you ready to participate in a weird psychedelic experiment? What it's just actually an optical illusion that you'd see in magazines probably back to the early 1900s, where you see, what do you see in this picture? Do you see an old man in a fez, or do you see a bunch of, young ladies playing a sitar and whatnot?
I see the ladies first, but now I see the guy.
Right. So you see, it's an optical illusion, but they're making it like, oh, this is a psychedelic experiment, man.
Yeah.
I love this magazine. It's great. This is one of the first articles I've ever seen by Steve Skeets in a humor magazine. I Am the Generation Gap. Now, Steve Skeets, if you don't know who he is, he's quite a prolific writer. And he did a lot of articles for Crazy Magazine. A lot of their really funny bonuses in their 80s magazines when Larry Hama was the editor were written by Steve Skeets, almost every one of them. And he's a very funny writer. And this is just when he was starting out. What's that?
DC Comics, he wrote a story called something like Glop is Coming, and it was illustrated by Sergio Aragones in one of those House of Mystery, House of Secrets. And so that story was the inspiration for Plop magazine.
That's right.
And he wrote a lot of Plop. It wasn't a magazine, it was a comic book. But Plop was a dark humor magazine put out by DC in the early to mid 70s. And it had a wonderful feel like nothing that had ever been published. So from the most of its run, it was a really great comic book, Plop. And Steve Skeets, that's who I first think of Plop when I think of Steve Skeets. I'm sure he did a lot of this stuff.
Now, this is where it starts feeling more like Sick magazine. Like the hippie glitz starts wearing off of the magazine already by the second issue. Because we have an article here. It says, movies ain't what they used to be, thank goodness. And this is just like something you see in Sick magazine. And it's great. So it used to be in 1938, Andy Hardy goes to high school. And he's like, gee whiz, Dad, can I take the car out for a ride? And that kind of thing. But today, in 1971, it would be Andy Hardy gets high at school. You see, he's with the hippie girls. Yeah. And this is Jack Sparling artwork. So he worked for Sick magazine as well.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was originally commissioned for Sick.
Blondie buys a dress. And now today, Blondie burns her bra instead. So it's fun kind of stuff. This goes on for quite a while. Tarzan and the White Gorilla is now Tarzan, the Ecological Predators. Our Gang are now Militant. Our Gang and Orgy at Spanky's Place.
Oh, no.
It's good. It's really good. Pigskin Parade. Football Parade is now Power to the Pupils, Burn Baby Burn, protesting. Dr. Kildare's Endless Ordeal. Dr. Kildare makes no house calls. And this still goes on. Gold Diggers becomes the Soul Diggers. Hello there, Chuck White. I don't know Chuck White. Is he new?
He's been around.
The Dead Kids. It's really neat. So they take these serials from the 30s and 40s and they turn them into modern things. There's a Charlie Chan one. It's funny, the articles in this magazine, like they advertise on the cover how there's more pages, 16 extra pages. But these articles go on, they stretch them out longer than they would in Cracked or Sick magazine. Like that article I just showed you is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pages long. And they do the same article in a much smaller space. Like they'd make smaller panels in Mad or Sick or something like that. Then they have some cartoons from Russia, from behind their Iron Curtain. And they did the same thing in Sick Magazine in the early 60s. So they're really starting to use Sick Magazine ideas now. So it's turning into a typical humor magazine at this point, as you can see.
Yeah.
Although they still have some, other things like Richard Nixon, of course, satire, Shifty Dicky super used cars. He does? I didn't know that. Or maybe, no, I don't think I did know that.
Well, I know that, I don't know if it's Jim Simon's son, but I know that Joe Simon's grandson, but it could be the son of one of the daughters, has a comic channel, I think called Simon Comics.
Oh yeah, the grandson. Yeah,
he collects the comics and magazines of his grandfather, but I don't know from which of Joe Simon's children he's the descendant of.
He's a good guy. This is it right here. So they have a big center section. Remember, I said they have like a serious article in the middle,
right?
So, yeah, it's all about the occult. It's all about cults and scary things that were going on in the 70s.
This is after the Manson killings.
Yeah, and this is scary. This article is kind of scary. If you read this in the, at midnight or something, you might get scared because.
Well, yeah, all that Manson stuff pretty much killed off all this hippie stuff.
Yeah, this is frightening stuff. So it's weird that they put this in a humor magazine, though. All this, this scary stuff, about the occult and everything. See?
Yeah, move it because he meant Simon Comics.
Right. That's good. I'm glad.
Because Jim Simon would, let's see, 1970 was how many years ago? 40.
This is a nice article. The contents of a girl's purse as she ages. It shows like what she'd carry in her purse, and she's a little girl to when she becomes a grandmother. It's kind of a poignant article, actually.
Jim Simon would have to be in his 80s, and Joe Simon, if he was alive, would he'd be over 100 years old.
Yeah, he lived to be about 98 or so, I think.
Yeah, because see, Joe Simon and Jack Kirby were older than Stan Lee. He started as a teenager working at Timely Comics, and they were the older guys. And so, Stan Lee passed away in his mid-90s a few years ago. Epic of Man. Okay.
So comparing caveman and modern man, you see that a lot.
I saw Barack Obama there.
Oh, was there?
It couldn't be because, he would have been 7 years old.
You mean near the bottom?
Well, no, right above the bottom. Okay, right at the bottom of the screen. No, move it up. Okay, so there's a guy at the bottom, looks like he's from the Bible. Then right behind him looks like Barack Obama with the ears, because he has those big ears.
Well, that's supposed to be a hippie guy at the bottom there.
Oh, okay. I thought he was like a guy from the Bible or something.
No, it's supposed to be modern. That's modern man.
Oh, okay.
Then they have a page. What does a moron do to pass the time? Turn to page 48.
And it tells you to go to another page, right?
What's that?
Then when you go to 48, it tells you to go to page 22.
No, it just says turn to page 47. It just says the same thing.
Oh, okay.
That border, I'm sure that was used in a Sick magazine about a couple of years earlier. And then there's another black section, but this one is not. This is not humorous either. It's like if you're a black person, here's how you can decorate your pad with soul.
It's nice of them to tell people how to decorate.
Well, they're doing it they're doing it sincerely, though. I mean, they're trying to be groovy, It's supposed to be serious. It's like how you can make your room look real cool. Who drew it? Oh, man. That's a fantastic question. The artwork is familiar to me. I'm sure I've seen it in Sick magazine.
Seems like they would credit their artist as much as...
They credit the writers, but not the artists in this magazine.
That's weird, because you would have thought Joe Simon, would they make a point to do that? He really is the force behind this.
In Sick, yeah, they were pretty good with that. I think the artist might be. Oh, I know the guy's name because I've seen him in Sick magazine, but I can't think of it. Is it Bear? Something Bear? Bare? That's what I'm getting. In my mind, but I can't. I'm not sure. I can't remember right now. I have to get out a Sick magazine to find his name, and then the occult article keeps going. They have a continuation of it, and there's a whole bunch more pages with scary stuff, and about John Lennon. It's all about John Lennon scared because he thinks, he's going to die or something like that, Can you believe? Isn't that frightening?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if they were making all that up. I don't know if John Lennon was actually scared or not, but
I kind of doubt he was. The editors called up John Lennon and talked with him.
See, there he is. See, it says, "Tell us, John Lennon, if the stories are true. If you really are afraid, what are you afraid of?" And it's got this whole thing about it. It's really scary, And then at the back, they have the whole hippie part again, with all these weird like hippie notices and things, but they're funny though.
Yeah. So we're at the beginning of 1971 right now.
Yeah, it says you can buy a nude catalog, and it says the catalog is absolutely no clothes on.
Okay.
Now, here's something you might find interesting, too. An interview with Nancy from Fancy and Pluggo.
Oh, no.
So this is Nancy and Sluggo as if they've become hippies now.
Oh, boy.
And they talk about living in their pad and smoking reefer and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then some more scary stuff. And then that's the end of that. And then at the back it says this.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Now, you asked me how many issues there were. That was the second issue. This is the last issue. So there are 3 issues altogether.
Oh. MyComicShop.com thinks there's only 2.
Well, I'm showing you the 3rd issue right here.
Yeah, well, they think there's only 2. Wow.
And this one has a theme of reincarnation. I like this. It says, see page 33, formerly page 96. That's a funny joke. I like that. And there's a few letters in this issue. So I'm going to read some of those because they're really interesting. Like actual letters that they got. Right?
Yeah.
But first, they tried to introduce this superhero in the last issue called Super Bull. Fighting, Bull wherever he finds it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, here's the letters page. I'm not going to read all of them. He gets a whole, letters page here. And it's worth noting, though, that the font and the format here is almost exactly the same as in Sick magazine in 1970. Okay. The first letter says, just finished your first effort. Maybe you should get into something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There's some good ones here. But this one says, you can't pull the bull over my eyes. Well, this guy says, hey, man, or girl, Sharon McNay from Ontario, Canada. That's where I live. Said, hey, man, you're really laying the heavies on in this wrapper. It's really something else, to coin a cliche. I dig it. My associates hang in there with me. Next issue, do a thing on my hero, Mickey Mouse, please.
Wow.
Isn't that great? And
yeah.
This guy's applauding them for all they're doing for civil rights with their black sections.
Okay.
This guy wants to know if Steve Skeets is a real guy, and about the article "The End of the World." Oh yeah, the first one was more funny. That was written by Steve Skeets, but then it was all serious. Those middle sections. I think. This one says that it's 50 cents is outrageous to pay for a magazine.
Yeah.
This is a 50-cent magazine.
Well, that actually was pretty expensive. I think in 71, it would be more likely. Well, I think there were more than 35. It would probably be more like 40 cents. It seems like wasn't mad about 40 cents.
I think so.
Yeah.
Now this letter says from Andy. It says, "Hey, dig it. I was walking down the street when suddenly, wham, man, this thing came flying at me. Hey, man, it was your magazine, man. I mean, can you dig it? I mean, what do you put in it, man? A stoned mag? Far out. Keep it up. You're something else."
Oh, that's depressing.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
This is great.
Magazine partly on slick paper.
What's that? This magazine?
Yeah, what kind of paper is it printed?
No, it's just like Sick magazine paper.
Okay.
That was Les Dramatics, that guy that I was talking about before.
I don't know a lot about him. I know George Wallace was always famous for that, but I don't know. I've heard of Les Dramatics, but I don't know.
I like this. Listen to this. Tony Steele says, "My girlfriend is a majorette. Every day when I walk her to the bus, she gives me a kiss. Wow, it sends thrills up and down my back. Do your thing. It's really way out." I feel like he just wanted to say that in a magazine, you know?
Yeah.
This one seems interesting. This is from a White Soul Sister. This is what it's signed. It's signed a White Soul Sister from Toronto, Canada. And it says, "I think that your mag is really out of sight. It's really hip to what's happening. But man, don't you think you overdid that black thing in your January issue? I mean, me living in Canada and all, I just never made that racial prejudice scene. But from rapping with my draft dodger friends, I've learned what a bad scene it is. Man, I love people, no matter what, their color or what their names. Your articles on the blacks weren't funny. Man, they were sad. Why the hell do you Americans laugh at your own people when they are being trampled on? Why don't you come together, baby? Give them a hand and help them get straight. Hey, baby, like Canada isn't no honeypot. We have some of the biggest bigots in the world. But man, you're the leader. Show the rest of the world how to help their soul brothers instead of how to laugh at them while you spit on them." A White Soul Sister from Toronto, Canada.
How do they reply?
"Peace and a whole lot of love. P.S. You sell a magazine with holes, so I sent you a letter with holes. I love you, baby. And if it didn't mean a bust, I'd send you a couple of tabs, man, and it'd be cool."
Oh boy.
They didn't reply.
Okay. I don't know that these are real letters. If they are, it's really horrifying.
Now, saving artwork. Let's look at the last issue here. We got like superstars. So, using woodcuts is a good way to save, on artwork. We've seen that in other humor magazines.
All right.
And that goes on for about 7 pages.
Oh, wow.
Then we have some groovy art here, as you can see. Here's Nixon.
Yeah.
Nixon's a common thing. Obviously, he was the president at the time in these magazines. A bunch of slogans. These slogans look like they were written to me by Paul Lycan. They're the same corny slogans he'd do in every humor magazine. And then we have now we're actually just getting a TV satire, so it's turning more and more into Sick, you see. The Baiting Game.
Yeah.
So a satire of the dating game with Jack Sparling art. And that's not a bad thing. I mean, it's basically just Sick magazine, so. And that looks like Cher DeFleur. which he would draw later on.
And at this point, Sick magazine was in decline after Joe Simon left.
Yeah. So then we have a huge article, long article about born again in other bodies. So all about reincarnation. And it's really funny because they have all these anecdotes about people that said they were like different people, like George Washington. There's one guy that said he's George Washington, and it's just hilarious. This, but it's supposed to be serious. I don't know. Reincarnation, who knows, right? I don't know. You believe in reincarnation, Gratu?
I don't know.
I mean, I was told, have I told you this before? I was told by a friend, okay, an ASMR friend, not that one, not that ASMR, a different ASMR person that I used to know, that I have lost touch with, but I used to be friends with her years ago. She told me that she was riding on the subway, and she's British. So she was riding on like a subway in Britain, and she said it came to her, while she's on the subway, that I was Al Jolson in a previous life. And she was convinced that she was Mark Bolan.
I know who Mark Bolan is. Yeah, well, that's interesting.
T-Rex. She was completely convinced she was her.
Wow.
Yeah. And so, sometimes I think maybe I was Al Jolson, because there are similarities between the two of us, but that's for another stream. And I dream, I gotta say, I do have to say this though. I dream that I'm Al Jolson like regularly. It's a recurring dream I have. I have it like almost like every other week at least. I have a dream that I'm Al Jolson. So
before this girl told you that?
What's that?
Was that before the girl told you that?
I think it was after, but
oh, okay.
but maybe I did before too. Maybe I just don't remember. I don't know. But sometimes I feel like, I remember things that I did as him, in these dreams and stuff. And I don't know. Like with Ruby Keeler. Remember he was married to Ruby Keeler? I remember like being with her and stuff. And I don't know. Anyway. And I'm always singing in my dreams. I'm always singing his songs on stage, in front of an audience. And I sound like him. And I get into it so much in my dreams that often when I finish a song, I wake up because I put so much effort into it. The effort wakes me up, but I don't wake up until I'm finished the song. It's weird, I kind of like those dreams though. They're fun. Okay. Then we have like a mag. Oh, by the way, see, Movie World liked those letters. That's why I wanted to read them. I thought they were really funny, those letters,
Yeah.
This is Depression, the Down and Out magazine. Again, this is the type of thing that Paul Lycan would write for a humor magazine. So I have a feeling he was writing for them by this time.
Yeah.
And he's definitely not a hippie. I can tell you that. Here's some nice artwork in this. So yeah, they've kind of dropped a lot of the hippie thing by this time, and they're just a humor magazine now.
What is the premise of that article?
Oh, my most embarrassing moments.
Okay.
You want me to read some to you?
Well, I don't know. It's okay.
Okay. Well, I won't. Okay. Sometimes I like to read to you guys,
Well, yeah, if there's one that's particularly funny, yeah, go ahead.
How to Spot a Tripper. This is a hippie one. It's a Steve Skeets, is it? Yeah, Steve Skeets wrote this. And that's pretty underground,
Yeah.
So this is pretty neat. It's a fun magazine. If you can find the issues and they're not too much money, I'd say, go ahead and get them, if you can find them. Probably, I don't think they're easy to find. What's that? Sorry?
I'm going to look it up on the other screen and see what they run.
Here's it's only a teenager. Let's read this one, viewers. At the barber. Okay, so this hippie guy's coming and is saying, the barbers are all excited because they say they're going to cut his hair, but they say, it's only a teenager, because they figure, well, they're not going to get to cut his hair because he's, they grow their hair long. But they're like, he's coming in. I can't believe it. Oh boy. I want a haircut, man, says the hippie. And they're excited. So they give him a haircut. But he's like, hey, what are you trying to do, man? Flip me out? I said a haircut, not all of them. He just wanted one haircut.
Oh, okay. That's an old joke.
Yeah, so yeah, they're old jokes, you know. It's a typical humor magazine at this point. This is pretty neat. The Day the Comics did a bummer. So in this one they had to put Snoopy away. They had to call the pound, and they got him. Nancy got pregnant by Sluggo here. Doggone you, Pluggo.
Jeez.
Beetle Belly. Peace, says the officer. So Dick Crazy, wanted dead or alive for impersonating an officer. Blondie wants a divorce to marry Mr. Dithers. Man Cake turned Luther into a frog, and no, they're both frogs. And see, yeah, Joe Palooka. That's pretty neat.
What did I like that handy cap? What is he saying?
You want to see that one? Okay.
Yeah.
He's joining Alcoholics Anonymous.
Oh, okay.
Can anyone join? So it's like the last. It's like what you see in other humor magazine. They call it like the last strip of this cartoon or whatever. Henry, he's going to Woodstock. He says, like, I'm spacing out, man. I'm joining a colony. So that's pretty neat. I saw these one-pagers in Sick magazine exactly like this. So again, I think this is what Sick would have become if Joe Simon had stayed on as editor, which would have been more interesting to me than what it did become in the early 70s. Although I like the later 70s, as I've mentioned. Then we have a whole bunch of pages of puzzles and things like that. So let's do a few puzzles, viewers. How'd you like to do that with me? Okay. Name a cheese that is spelled, no, name a cheese that is made backwards. Can you do it? The answer is Edam cheese is made backwards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And it shows you how to tell the time of the day by looking at a cat's eyes. There's noon, 6 p.m., midnight. That's interesting. A cat makes 5 trips to move 4 kittens from one place to another. Why? Well, the answer is since the cat is not able to count, she always goes back for one more. See, so you get these puzzles and things. You get a whole bunch of these kind of things here. And then they have the black section. Nursery rhymes with rhythm. So it's like nursery rhymes for African Americans. You want me to read any of them or not?
That's all right. What
Okay.
up?
And then here we have any 7 tapes or records for only $3.98.
Well, that's a real ad?
That's a real ad, yeah. Columbia.
Oh, okay.
You remember these ads?
Yeah, I've seen a parody in a humor magazine of those ads. Like,
Yeah.
it seems like it had Will Elder art. I don't know what magazine that was.
I don't know how that would be because they didn't do those ads in the 50s.
No, well, it was a record ad, and it was the early 60s, probably, some magazine.
Weird. I've seen it in Bananas. I've seen them do that in Bananas.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they did it in Cracked as well. They probably did it in Mad. So, yeah. Now, you notice here they're selling, this is a real ad. They're selling like Bobby Sherman photo albums
Oh, boy.
and Partridge Family.
Yeah.
Daring Danny Bonaducci, The Partridge Hero's Life Story.
Oh, brother.
Boys, Beauty, and Popularity Tips by Susan Day. Susan Day's Private Journal, Secret of David Cassidy Life Story. So I'm getting the feeling now, this wasn't for the hippie audiences anymore.
Well, it's a teenage audience.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, that's your look through Something Else magazine. I showed you like a lot of that, almost everything in that magazine, because I thought it was really interesting. So what did you think of that one? How'd you like it? Oh, I'm so glad that you liked it so much, Gratu. And chat, what did you think? I'm going to read your comments, so write them right now, chat. Then we're going to go on to the next magazine. But write your comments right now. Okay, let's see what we have. Vance Capley. It's nice to meet you, by the way. So far, my favorite thing is, the letter sex, right? Zombo says ads couldn't save Something Else, I guess. No, see, they didn't have advertisements in the first 2 issues. So I guess that was a last-ditch attempt to get some, money into the magazine.
What was?
Printing ads in the last issue.
Oh,
maybe. Yeah. Well, we got 5 people.
One of them, I went downstairs and put the TV on so that's a phantom viewer. It's my wife's account.
So we've got like 3 or 4 people then, I guess, right?
And I gave it a like. I don't think everyone that's watching is giving this show a like.
Well,
you got 4 likes. That's probably accurate.
But some people will watch this later, though, right?
Yeah, no, we've got 6 likes and we've got 6 viewers, so everyone's liked it.
So should we continue?
Including myself. Have you liked it, Tom?
No, I never like videos on YouTube.
What?
Because I have this weird thing about them showing in a list, like because they show up in a likes list. I don't know. It bugs me for some reason. I don't know.
The government will know what you like.
No, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I don't like having them in a list, So I never liked videos, I'm so sorry.
I looked them up, and Movie World, they're $20 to $30, sometimes a little cheaper.
Beautiful.
The linen one is usually a little more pricey, but I didn't see anything over $35. Like buy it now.
Yeah, I love that. I love it when my magazines are worth money.
Well, that's not a lot of money.
Hey, it's money. It's money. That's a lot of money to me. I would never pay that much for a magazine.
I would. That's awesome. I don't pay. Oh, shoot. What did I just do?
Good morning, Vinny, was it? What was his name? Vinny?
Hold on. Well, Vance is watching.
Vance.
Cool Mags. Movie World.
I'm so glad you're still here, Movie World. You should stay here for the whole stream. Okay. Because I like your comments. I like everybody's comments, but I love it when people are interested. So you ready for the next magazine?
Yeah.
This is another great magazine. This one's even better, though. This was actually really funny. It's called Blast.
Blast. What month and year are we in now?
So this is February 1971. It's the same time as Something Else.
Is that printed on there, the fake yellow sticker?
Yeah.
So they're trying to make you think that it was $2 and it's on sale for 40 cents.
Yeah. Muggles Mohaski is like their mascot.
Okay.
So why is he popping his cork?
I've never heard of this magazine.
This is really good. Wait till you show. I'm going to show you most of this one too because it's really good. The editor is Al Foreman, who I know nothing about at all. Al Foreman. The publisher is Howard Reed. The artists in the first issue are Jim Mooney, Bob Jenny, Bill Everett. You know Bill Everett.
Oh yeah, Bill Everett's the creator of the Human Torch.
And he worked for Cracked and other magazines in the 50s. It's funny, he went back to humor magazines in the early 70s. Stan Goldberg.
He also went back to Marvel and drew the Submariner, which was another character he created in the early 70s. And then he passed away about 1973. So he was an elderly guy at this point.
So this must have been some of his last work then.
Yes.
Bill Everett. Okay. You know Stan Goldberg?
Yeah.
He's the Archie guy, right?
Yeah.
Didn't he do all of Archie's comics basically?
I don't know about all, but I don't get me lying. On mycomicshop.com, it says short-lived humor magazine inspired by the early National Lampoon. Is that accurate?
It is more like Lampoon than something like Cracked, yes. In that, but it's also not like Lampoon in other ways, though. It definitely pushes the envelope.
Well, it looks like we're going to have some cool stuff coming up. I'm seeing some of the articles listed on mycomicshop.com, and it's cool.
Yeah, it's really good. This is a great mag. This is one of the best, actually, of the 70s humor magazines.
Okay.
So
I was mistaken about Human Torch. Yeah, that's right, Carl Burgos. But
so the artists, I'll read them again because I didn't finish them. The artists are Jim Mooney, Bob Jenny, Bill Everett, Stan Goldberg, Mike Kaluta, Bernie Wrightson, Kenji Morita, and Al Weiss. Okay, so Bernie Wrightson, we all know who that is.
And Mike Kaluta, yeah.
And Mike Kaluta, I've definitely heard of, but I'm not that familiar with him.
He's a comics guy.
The writers are Marv Wolfman.
Okay, that's an important guy.
Right. And he's also was the first editor of Crazy Magazine for the first, 11 issues or so.
Mm-hmm.
Marv Wolfman, Stu Schwartzberg, who's another prolific writer.
Yeah.
For comics and magazines. Chuck McNaughton, Bob Smolin, and Nicola Cutty or Cutty.
Yeah, these are all. There's a lot of comic book people that you're listing.
Okay, so here's what the contents page looks like.
Okay.
And Marv Wolfman wrote the introduction. There's this really long introduction here, which is quite funny to the magazine. But there's one thing, there's some swear words in it, which is kind of jarring to see in a magazine like this. And I read or heard somewhere that Marv Wolfman did not want the swear words in the article, but the publisher thought it was important because it would make the magazine seem hipper.
Okay.
Although it's the only place in the magazine that swear words show up is in this introduction.
Okay.
So it's pretty weird. So he introduces all of the artists and writers and he talks about them, but it's funny though. He makes these funny biographies of them. So the first article we have is called Ethics, and you can see it's drawn by Stan Goldberg.
Mm-hmm.
So we can read this. Bob. The son's talking to his father. Says, "Dad, what does ethics mean?" Says, "Well, it's a question of doing the right thing. For example, you know that your Uncle Bernie and I are equal partners in the store. Now, the woman who just bought that pair of open toes for $17.95, she gave me a $20 bill, and I gave her change. As she's walking out the door, I noticed that a second $20 bill is stuck to the first one. That's where the question of ethics comes up. Should I tell Uncle Bernie about the extra 20, or should I keep it myself?" So there's a funny zinger. So now we have Beneath the Dignity of the Apes.
Yeah, I want to see close-ups of this. Who is the artist here?
Well, Bernie Wrightson.
Okay. Yeah,
And
cool.
Marv Wolfman is the writer.
Yeah.
So it's a really funny parody.
And what year are we in now? 71?
Yeah, 1971.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah. Yes, I do. This is yeah. It's cool to see this because this may have been the first time a parody of Planet of the Apes was done. I don't know when Crack did their parody where they showed other different versions like Planet of the Dogs and things, but
It's not often that you see Bernie Wrightson doing humor work either.
yeah, this is really cool.
And it's really funny. Like, obviously I'm not going to read. There's a lot of text, but it's worth reading. All of this is worth reading. This magazine is very funny. It's very well written.
And who wrote this particular article?
Marv Wolfman.
Yeah. Well, at this time he was doing Tomb of Dracula, so he basically is the creator of the character Blade, and he created the new Teen Titans for DC. So he's created a lot of important. He started, I think, at Marvel in the late '60s, along with Roy Thomas. He's an important guy.
There's a political article, Diplomacy in Africa.
Right. So the cursing is probably what.
It's only in the introduction.
Well, yeah, but that's probably why mycomicshop.com thinks this is inspired by National Lampoon.
Well, the humor is, it's more adult humor, but it's not like over the top like Lampoon is. It straddles the line between Lampoon and Mad and Cracked, I would say.
What are the curse words used? What, if you don't want to say them, what letters?
I think it's like, let me check. There might only be one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd never heard of this magazine.
The F word is here.
Really?
Yeah, and the F word for gay people is there too.
Oh, wow. That's something.
What
is the publisher of this magazine?
The publisher was Howard Reed, who I don't know who that is. I don't know who the editor is either. Oh, I said Marv Wolfman's the editor. He's not the editor. Sorry, I got that wrong. That introduction was not written by Marv Wolfman. It's written by Al Foreman, I guess. Actually, I don't know who the hell it's written
That
by.
sounds like a fake name to me.
Yeah, maybe Marv Wolfman is the editor. I don't know.
I don't know.
Al Foreman. Yeah, I don't know who that is. And Howard Reed. So I don't know. I thought I read that Marv Wolfman wrote that, though, and he objected to putting a swear word in it, but he said the publisher wanted. I don't know where I would have heard that.
Then it's probably a pseudonym.
This is great. I love this artwork. It's so weird. And the text is, there's so many things going on here. There's like a lot of funny jokes in the background, like a Will Elder type, but it's not like his artwork, but it's got the chicken fat kind of thing going on. And it's just fun to read. It's a fun read. This is where I got the acronym for ACLU. For, in this magazine, they said ACLU stands for All Criminals Love Us.
Oh.
Which I thought was pretty good. Then another Stan Goldberg article. We have some news photos with funny captions. Oh, this looks like, okay, this is by Stu Schwartzberg. I swear this art, though, looks like Lee Mars artwork. But she wasn't listed on the contents page, but I think this is her artwork. And it doesn't say who did the artwork, strangely enough. So maybe she didn't want her name on the magazine for some reason.
Yeah, well, who knows?
Mathematical Encounter. This is a great center spread. Like, it's like Cracked used to do these in almost every issue in the 70s. But this is sort of a more underground looking one. This is probably Bernie Wrightson art. Is it? I don't know.
If you gave me a little bit of a close up, I could maybe tell you.
It might say somewhere. There's so many words here that I don't know where the credits are. Oh no, this is Mike Kaluta.
Okay. Yeah, it didn't really look like Bernie Wrightson.
You're right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, cool.
Then they have a how to insult people, White House party. So you get, some political humor, but you can see it's not really like the Lampoon though.
No.
It's like a more adult Mad magazine. It's better than Mad in my opinion. It's funnier. ROTC Notebook. Then Mad was in the 70s. I should put a disclaimer on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty neat. It's like about the modern army and everything, drawn by, I assume, Stan Goldberg, as it looks like his art, right?
Well, hold on. Zoom in on that panel with the girl. That looks very Archie-like.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. This is yeah. He was one of the Archie guys.
Yeah, it's by Cootie and Goldberg, it says.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, some people aren't credited because this is Rodriguez art. It's clearly Charles Rodriguez, and he wasn't credited either.
Well, they list him on mycomicshop.com.
His artwork, you can't mistake it at all, Oh, this is neat stuff.
They've got a lot of copies of this at mycomicshop.com, and they range from $19 to $11.
Really? They didn't usually have that many copies of it. They must have just found a stock of it.
Seven copies.
That's a new fashion show. See, this is our new mini dress. This is our new maxi dress, and this is the new dress.
That's pushing it farther than Mad would have for sure. The next issue, they have one copy and it's on consignment, and the guy wants $47.35.
Here it is, the second issue.
Yeah.
This one might be even better than the first one. The first one was really good, but this one is even funnier, I think.
Well, looks like there's some good stuff in this one from what I'm reading.
Mm-hmm. Well, this article here is really, really a savage satire of feminists. It's called FemLib, and it's hilarious. It is really funny. The art is by Kaluta. It's written by Bob Smolin. And yeah. So the feminist movement was really taking hold at the time, and this is their parody of it. It's you have to read it obviously, but it's I think it's funny. I think it's really funny. Of course, all the feminists are like all these really, unattractive women, because that's the way they always used to draw them back then. But it makes a lot of political points and funny. Okay, so then they have a preview of the new TV shows, which I like this kind of thing because it's a time capsule. Because these are actual TV shows they're making fun of. The Young Lawyers or whatever it was called. Make Room for Granddaddy. That was the Danny Thomas show that didn't go anywhere. The Partridge Family. The Most Deadly Game. That was a Yvette Mimieux TV show that lasted for about a year. The Immortal. That was another show that didn't last very long. About a guy that, I guess he was immortal. He was just going to live or something. I saw that. The Interns. A lot of these shows didn't last very long. Do you remember these shows when you were a kid? Gratu?
Which one?
All these shows I'm talking about.
What did you say? The Young Lawyers?
Yeah. Did you hear me or are you not listening?
Yeah, I'm listening, but I don't remember the titles you just said.
Well, I could say them again. The Young Lawyers, Make Room for Granddaddy.
Well, Make Room for Daddy is a show from the 50s. I think these are older shows. These weren't
No, you weren't listening. Okay, so these are all shows that were on at this time.
Okay.
And they're doing parodies of them, right?
Okay.
But a lot of them didn't last very long. Make Room for Granddaddy, I know, was a new show that Danny Thomas had. It was they were hoping it was going to repeat the success.
Okay.
Yeah, of Make Room for Daddy, but it didn't.
Yeah,
It lasted like a year or so. Partridge Family.
Partridge Family, yeah, but see, I was living in Germany at the time, and
Oh, that's
we
right.
just had one American channel, and they didn't show all the American shows.
Did you hear about this show, The Most Deadly Game, with Yvette Mimieux?
No, I didn't know they made it into a TV show.
That Yvette Mimieux is the actress from The Time Machine.
Sure, yeah.
Brothers Grimm. That's how you say her name, by the way. Did you know that?
I just always say Mimeo.
I used to say Mimieux. I always say Mimieux.
Honestly, I don't say it very often. I just read it, but I don't often like.
But I used to be a huge fan of hers. Yeah, okay, so I used to be a huge fan of hers.
Right.
Yeah, you watch those words you put up there, because there could be like young people watching this, right? So, yeah. Anyway, I read an article there. Her name is pronounced Mimio. Okay, there is a show called The Interns.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Don Knotts Show. That was another show. Like most of these shows didn't last very long. Of course, Night Gallery. I'm sure you know that.
Yeah, I remember Night Gallery. Yeah.
And McCloud or whatever.
McCloud. Yeah.
Yeah, McCloud. This part's fun. School Days with C- Seymour. It's kind of some fun comic strips. I like those a lot. Those are good. Oh, this is great. So the artwork here. What are you doing? Why do you keep doing that? That's that guy that looks like you. That Spanish guy that looks like you. Mooney. Yeah, Jim Mooney's the artwork here. The artist here, I think. Campbell is the writer, I guess. Mel Campbell. Okay, so this is Booberella. It's got great artwork. It's a parody, obviously, of Barbarella, right?
Right.
But can you see this?
Yeah, it's a few years after the movie came out.
Yeah.
It came out in 1968.
So this is really cool.
Yeah.
She doesn't look anything like Raquel. Who was that? Oh, Jane Fonda.
No, but that's fine.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. She looks more like Pussycat.
Well, it's also originally it was a French comic strip, and she may actually look more like the original drawings in the comic strip than Jane Fonda did. But I want to know who the artist is on that story.
It's funny. You asked me these questions right after I just told you. It's so
who was
funny.
it again?
What's that?
I'm sorry. Who was it again?
That's what I mean when you put those pictures up. I think you're not paying attention.
Oh, okay.
But, so that's why that. Okay. Anyway,
who was the artist?
I think this article is by.
Oops.
Mooney.
I hit the wrong button. I was trying to share the screen. I kicked you. It was by who?
Mel Campbell and Jim Mooney. The article.
Okay, so Jim Mooney's the artist.
I assume so. I don't know who he is, but
let me look him up. It sounds real familiar.
The artwork's beautiful, though.
Yeah, it's definitely more adult.
Yeah.
signature artist of Supergirl. Okay, that's where I recognize him from. Yeah, he was mainly known for Supergirl.
And I want the audience to know that just because Gratu puts up those bad words sometimes over my face doesn't mean I don't condone those words.
And then also he worked on Spider-Man and Man-Thing.
Because I'm a little uncomfortable with you putting the F word over my face like that.
Oh, no, sorry. That was just
You've
fun.
done that numerous times now. So I just thought I'd say that, but maybe I shouldn't be. I don't know. Analyzing your personality. So why was he popping his cork? That's what they asked on the first issue, the cover of the first issue. So you're supposed to send in your answers. And depending on your answer, they're going to analyze your personality. So they had like multiple choice. Like the one was he's watching Sophia Loren on a trampoline. He can't find the dime he needs desperately for the pay toilet. And they have these funny like analysis. And it goes on. What was that one? I didn't see that. Okay. It's okay. All right. Swinging counter group. Yeah, it's definitely more adult in the second issue. The Mike Kaluta art. Pretty nice art. Oh, and I love this. Absolutely love this. This is a satire of underground comics called Mod Comics. So, and they make fun of how bad most underground comics are. People think they're so cool, but they're all like, bad artwork and bad, writing. And so Little Opium Heady. So if you like underground comics, you won't think this is funny. But I think it's hilarious.
Well, I mean, how are they making fun of
Well, they're making fun of underground comics, like the way that they are. I'd have to read this to you, but it's pretty long though. Like
I think of underground comics as having pretty good artwork, but I guess it depends on which comic you're talking about.
Well, I'll read the introduction. It says, "Gosh, Rudy gang, you've seen those Wonderground comic books that are hip, controversial, and allegedly drawn. Well, these are not them. No, these are blasting versions of how ordinary comic strips would look like if they too would cash in on the trend and be hip, controversial, and illegible." So this is like syndicated comics as underground comics.
Yeah.
Now I'm sure there are good underground comics. I mean, I like the newer ones. I don't know about the earlier ones. I'm not a big fan of them myself. I know a lot of people are, so I don't want to offend everybody. But that's what this is a parody of. I mean, it's a lot of drug humor, and stuff like that, and they're making fun of that in this.
Yeah.
Al Abner.
Oh, okay.
So if Lil Abner was an underground comic, it's really funny.
Yeah.
It's really good, Blondie, Naturally by Hung Chick.
Wow.
I don't want to offend people. I haven't read a whole lot of them. That's the impression I've gotten from what I've seen of the older underground comics, but I like the newer ones. Anyway, Mushrooms. So this is Peanuts as underground comic. This is just great. This article is really good. I didn't see like any other humor magazine do something like this. And then Archie. You got to have Archie. And it's drawn by Stan Goldberg too.
Yeah.
Which is really neat. But it's as if it was an underground comic, so I don't know, maybe we should read that one.
Sure.
What do you think? Yeah, let's read that. It's one page. Let's read the Archie one. So it says, "Thank God we finally gone to college, eh, pothead?" And pothead is Jughead, obviously. He says, "Yeah, the draft board was getting suspicious." And he's making out with Betty there, you see. "How's this for page 1 of the Sludge, Marchie?" So SDS Sludge, bomb scares a right-wing hoax. pigs attempt frame of SDS with bombings. Live and let live, we say. So they're printing fake news, you know, just this is a lot like what happened maybe at the White House earlier this year, right? Anyway, groovy, heavy thinking, man, says Archie. Now let's you, Booty, and me find Bubonica and Retchie and head for the typically teenage hash house to smoke some typically teenage hash. Right on. Boom. Retchie, Bubonica, what happened? Well, oops, like the explosives we were working on, well, they went boom. Did Che and Mad goof like this? And Mayo, sorry, did Che and Mayo goof like this? And Dean Weatherman's office just next door was destroyed. And I noticed that Veronica's not wearing a bra there, of course. How's this for an alternative headline, Marshy? Revolution on campus. Tyrant Dean gets his. You don't need a weatherman to tell which way the wind blows or much of anything else. See, so it's like a underground comic, you see. So what did you think about that?
Yeah, it's cool. I like the art.
Yeah, Night Gallery was a reputable show. I mean, like Twilight Zone.
Oh, good as Twilight Zone, but it was good usually.
Silver Age. I'm glad that there's at least one person who, because I was afraid I'd lose the whole audience by saying that. Remember, it's just my opinion. I know a lot of people like underground comics. I'm just not a big fan of the Freak Brothers and the Robert Crumb stuff and all that. It doesn't appeal to me, that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But to each his own. Moonchild, this is really neat. I don't know if this was intended for Blast or something else because it's not a satire. It's an actual character created by Nicola Kuti. And I think it appeared in other magazines as well. Did it, Gratu?
I don't know.
This character, Moonchild?
I'll look. I'll do some research while you show it.
And this is groovy art. I mean, this is really like rad, you know. Again, it's not satire; it's an actual strip starring this this girl called Moonchild.
Yeah, they mention it pretty high up in his biography. He's creator of E-Man with artist Joe Staten and Moonchild, Captain Cosmos, and Starflake, the Cosmic Sprite.
Do you see it?
I'm just reading. Moonchild, starting in 1968, he self-published 3 underground comics featuring his first original character, Moonchild, the big-eyed, buxom, innocent waif who had the ability to live in outer space without any life support systems.
Did you see the art, or were you not too busy?
I'm seeing the art. Yeah,
I can show you again.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Yeah, it looks.
It's really cool. See, look at this.
Yeah, but see, that's part of the underground comics.
Yeah, see, this is the kind of underground comics I like, though. See, I guess I like some of them, right?
Well, see, to me, that's what I mostly remember from underground comics, the stuff that looks like that.
You see? Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Well, if that's what underground comics are like, then I like them.
What I liked from underground comics looked like old comics. Here.
Yeah, there's a lot of neat stuff in here, and like artwork and also like this cool stuff.
Well, that looks like underground comics, though.
Yeah. So I guess I do like it now. I don't know.
Well, I'll show you some real quick here. Yeah, keep showing.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me take a break here. So one that I liked was I don't remember who did Nard and Pat, but this comic was about this guy and his cat, and
that looks pretty good.
Yeah, this was
I didn't know about this one.
Yeah, it's great, and it's done in an old style. The art is.
I like the style.
Yeah.
Is that Jay Lynch? Yeah, Jay Lynch. Jay Lynch is good. I like Jay Lynch's artwork.
Well, see, this is kind of what I think of. And then there was, it's A lot of these artists draw in, let's see, Nard and Pat, and then
See, I'm used to just seeing all this hippie stuff, like Robert Crumb or the Freak Brothers and the Natural guys. What are those Natural guys called or something? Joe Natural or something?
Mr. Natural, yeah.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. That's what I always think of. And it doesn't.
Right. I like this character, Trash Man.
That looks cool.
Done by Spain Rodriguez.
Oh yeah, that looks cool.
This kind of thing, and
yeah, I can dig it. I could dig that.
Then there was
that's groovy, man.
And
I'm really getting into these 70s magazines right now, so I'm starting to turn into a.
Well, this was 60s stuff. Yeah, I'm trying to think of some. Oh, I liked Snappy Sammy Smoot. This was fun stuff. So, but
So you having a good time in the show today, Gratu?
Me, yeah, sure.
Good. I'm glad. I hope I didn't bother you by anything I said.
What did you say?
Well, because I complained about the F word thing over my face there.
Oh no, that's okay.
Okay. I was just a little uncomfortable with it, but I don't want to complain. I don't want you to kick me off your show or anything, because I like being on your show a lot, and I like you a lot. So you know that you're a good friend of mine. So I don't need to worry, right, Gratu?
No.
Okay. So now you notice, by the way, I didn't mention this earlier, but Blast only lasted for 2 issues.
Okay.
Right? There's only 2 issues.
Well, I don't know where they could really sell it.
In the second issue, they have an ad. So again, trying to save the magazine with ad, I guess.
Hold on. Oops, I think I must have muted you. Sorry. Well, I'm trying to give you the full screen and I hit mute.
Oh, I thought you were punishing me.
It's right next to solo layout is the word mute.
Okay.
I hit the wrong one.
Take a look at this Fetish magazine. The magazine for the sophisticated pervert. And look at that price. $1.111111.
Yeah.
I guess that's if you have a fetish for the number 1. This is written by Marv Wolfman.
Right.
And it's pretty funny. Again, you wouldn't see this in Mad or Cracked. And it's a parody, like a fetish magazine, but it's actually funny. A lot of these magazine parodies in Sick and Cracked this time are not that funny because they're all written by Poe Lycan, and they get old after a time because he starts redoing the same premises, the same jokes. But when you have a fresh writer like this, Marv Wolfman, doing it, then it's funny,
Yeah.
So let's I mean, I could read it to you, but just take my word for it being funny. And then they have like the Sado Olympics and the Fetish Pervert of the Month, Expo P. McQueer.
Oh boy.
And the back cover, the Sentry.
Yeah, that looks like a Mad back cover.
Yeah. I don't know if they'd have that. Did you get the joke? Did you see that there?
I'm looking at a tiny screen.
Okay, well, what happens is, they have these guards in Britain that guard the...
Right. Okay, I see. They're taking a picture, yeah.
And they never move, these guards. So
Right.
tourists sometimes like to bug them, right?
Right.
Try to get a rise out of them. And finally, this guy decides he kills them, and he stuffs them in his guard tower.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Stu Schwartzberg did that. I think he worked for National Lampoon too, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So anyway, that's Blast. So you think you'll be hunting those down?
Well, at some point when I have money.
So you want to do some more, or are you a little tired?
Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay. The next one is called Up Your Nose and Out Your Ear.
Okay.
And this is March 1972.
Yeah.
So this magazine, there's a whole background on this. I don't know if it's still on the internet, but it was created by Ross Andru and Mike Esposito. Do you know about those guys?
Yeah, they're Marvel people.
They're pretty famous people, right?
Right.
And they did a comic called Get Lost in the early 50s.
Yeah.
The early 50s. Now, they thought, well, we're going to take another try at humor magazine comics again in the early 70s, and we're going to do this magazine.
And what year is this?
He asked me that right after I said it. He always does this.
Why, 70 what?
1972.
Okay. Because
It's okay. I like it.
They provided stuff for ARG, the Marvel comic.
Right. I encourage you to ask me questions. I like that. It doesn't matter if I just said it. You just go ahead and ask. I want to answer your questions. So I want you to be interested. I want you to ask questions. So keep doing that. Okay. So ARG, that was after this.
Right. A couple of years later.
Yeah. And they did the last issue of ARG. They didn't do the first 4. They did the 5th issue, which was pretty crappy, by the way.
I didn't like their stuff.
No, I didn't either. I don't like their. A lot of people do like their stuff, though. Like Get Lost is supposedly one of the better 50s comics. I haven't read it in a long time, but people say it's good. But I tend to think they're extremely corny sometimes.
Okay. Yeah.
You know? Although in this magazine, they did try to get more contemporary in some of it. So I'd say this is better than, the 50s type stuff they did. And what they did in ARG, I think was left over from the 50s.
Right. That's what I was thinking, because it was like a parody of the Thing.
It wasn't that funny.
Not a current movie in 1974.
Yeah, it wasn't that funny. Sol Brodsky was the publisher of this magazine.
Okay.
Did that blow your mind?
No.
Do you know who Sol Brodsky is?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he was the original editor of Cracked magazine.
Oh, yeah, yeah, okay, right.
And of course, he was one of the big guys at Marvel, one of the big guys.
Right, yeah.
Right? So it's amazing that he published this magazine, this low-budget humor magazine and they were really sincere about trying to make this a go. Ross Andru and Mike Esposito put their heart and soul in this magazine. One of them, is either one of them alive now? I know at least one of them's not.
I can look them up.
Well, I'll tell you that one of them had a website a few years ago, and he had a whole section devoted to this magazine, telling the whole story of this magazine, and it was a fascinating read. So
Ross Andru died in 1993, best known for his work in The Amazing Spider-Man, Wonder Woman, The Flash, and The Metal Men. I love The Metal Men. And
if it's still on the internet anywhere, you should look up the history to this by Mike Esposito, because it was fascinating. If you can find it on the internet, I think he's passed away too now. He
died in 2010. Yeah.
Yeah, very sad. But he wrote a great history of this magazine on the internet.
Okay.
Which may be still around. I don't know. So what happened is this. They wanted to make a contemporary humor magazine. Again, we're seeing that all the time now. They're trying to make magazines more contemporary. They're not like the 50s magazines anymore. They're not like the 60s ones. They're part of the 70s now, So again, they want to appeal to a younger audience. So they hired an actor called Joe Snow. And this is him right here. to star in as like a host of the magazine. So he stars in Fumetti segments
Yeah.
with these two young women, and they serve as the hosts of the magazine that in between the actual articles.
Yeah.
Now they claim Mike Esposito said that his real name was actually Joe Snow, or at least that's the name that he gave them. But the distributors of this magazine thought that that was a reference to cocaine.
Yeah.
And they
think that too.
So and I guess the title "Up Your Nose and Out Your Ear" didn't help either.
No.
Right? That's the back cover, by the way. So this magazine was selling. They say it was selling really well, but when they started opening it up and looking at it, and they think, "Well, this is a drug magazine," they returned it. They returned like all these issues, and it just broke their hearts. Andrew and Esposito's hearts, because they had all these issues returned, and I think they buried them in a desert or something, or they did something with it, like the ET cartridges or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
But it just really hurt them so much because it destroyed the magazine. It destroyed it,
Well, then they shouldn't have put a stupid hippie as the mascot.
There he is. So he's hosting it. Now, the first article is called Thelma of the Apes.
Okay.
And it's about a girl, this exposition. They find a girl in the jungle who's naked, very hot, young, naked girl in the jungle. And they want to bring her back to captivity. And it's her good story. And it's neat because they actually have her pink in the magazine. It's the only color, or some of the only color in the magazine. They made her pink. I thought that was a nice touch. So it goes on and on. Like the feminists get mad, they don't like her, and it's a big. There's a lot of text, as you can see. There's a lot of story here. They make her wear dresses. She doesn't like it. She rips the dresses off. The feminist rips the dress off, and that's what she looks like underneath her clothes. See?
Okay.
So they're making a comment about feminists again.
Yeah, that tends to be done.
Yeah, they always have them as unattractive women. See, there's the feminist fighting Thelma.
Yeah, well, one of the reasons these were probably returned was because there's like, where do you display this magazine? You can't put it next to Mad, and if you put it behind the counter, no one's going to ask for it because it doesn't look like the other magazines behind the counter.
There's the host again. Now this is called the Ace of Spades, right? And
that looks like it's a leftover from the 50s.
No, it's not. It's not. No, it's about a young black child, and it's set in the South, right? So everybody's racist in this. All the white people are racist there, and they were doing this again to appeal to young people and to the black readers there, the same as Something Else. But and Mike Esposito said they were totally sincere in this, but they probably shouldn't have called it the Ace of Spades.
Yeah, that's not smart.
But what happens is he utters these magic words, this black child, and he says Muhammad Ali, and he turns into the Ace of Spades because that's a superhero, you see.
Uh-huh.
And there's a lot of watermelons here. A roadblock of watermelons, yeah. So the white bigots leave all these watermelons because they think that the black guy can't resist them, because they're all bigots. And it's got like the Ku Klux Klan and everything. He takes them on, but he turns the tables on them. He puts like a bomb in with the watermelons, and and he scares the Ku Klux Klan off with the watermelon bomb.
Yeah.
So this was all sincere. They weren't making fun of black people. They were trying to empower them by doing this.
Look at this. They got Walmart's website. They've got
That's what I read.
Paperback, $16.
That's what Mike Esposito said.
Oh, it's weird.
Something along those lines. Yeah, that is weird. That'd be at Walmart.
So, well, what it is, it looks like Walmart's trying to beat Amazon.com.
Oh, so that's not the actual book. That is like those things you get from Ross Banadu or whatever that place is called, Andrugoland or whatever, right?
Oh no, or is it?
That's not the book, right? Is it? Like no, Hermes Press, 2009. So it's a reprint.
Oh, they reprinted this?
I don't think so. So I think it's like a Ross Banadu book or something. Guanjanapro Land, you know?
Mandana Land?
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have a feeling they were doing the same thing, printing on demand kind of thing.
Okay.
So he is a superhero. So he's a black superhero. Okay.
Okay.
And they also had a black cartoonist, a black cartoonist, you see. Daniel Haskell, I think his name is, or Haskett, who worked for the magazine. You see?
Yeah.
So that's good. Then they have this long article called Up Your Nose and Out Your Ear, which is supposed to be about the origin of the title, and it is not funny at all. And then we have the hosts again. Oh, we have a karate article because karate was really popular in the early 70s. Kung Fu.
This is really unappealing. This guy.
You see, you think there was a mistake hiring him, huh?
Yeah, that's just that time period, and people that look like that it's just despicable.
But then we have this Gratu, Count Varicose.
Okay.
And this is the same jerk that was in ARG.
Right.
So I think this is left over from the 50s, this article.
Right, yeah.
And I think it was a mistake to put it in here because it seems really trite and corny compared to the contemporary stuff.
Yeah.
In my opinion. The girls are nice, though, that they got for the...
I guess. I just can't stand looking at hippies. I mean, I just don't like hippies.
Oh, Mort Todd can't stand hippies either, by the way. So he's very vocal about that. So, I mean,
well, yeah, he's more from the punk movement.
Greta Garbo. This is like a parody of like Greta Garbo, like old time movie actresses. It's weird. It's not really funny either, but it goes on for a lot of pages. Their humor is weird, Andrew and Esposito, I don't find them all that funny sometimes, but sometimes they can be funny though. Like I like the Thelma of the Apes one, Yeah. And the superhero one wasn't bad either. There you go. Zombo.
Okay. So it must contain the article that you saw on the internet telling the history.
It's a fascinating article too. It's really funny. And then they had this called The Land of Nerd. And this was a recurring thing. And nerd was the word the magazine used for turds.
Okay.
And they said they couldn't print turd, so they used nerd instead.
They couldn't print turd, but they could show naked women.
Yeah, and this woman here is like the queen of turds, like she's sitting in turds and everything. It's weird. I don't know. Now there's you see the African American cartoonist, and he's doing like the black guy's honking his horn. It says honky at the white guy in the car, and yeah. So it's cartoons. Pretty good.
Yeah.
And then we have another like thing that might be left over. I don't know because it's really corny called Garlic Man. It's a weird magazine because part of it is like kind of juvenile and corny, and the other part's more adult.
Well, what you got are guys in their 40s trying to imitate underground comics, and you might want to reevaluate, you underground comics, because what you're seeing are attempts to be like underground comics from 40, 50-year-old guys.
Yeah.
But, oh well, because I mean, there's the same kind of There's also a lot of EC Comics influence in Underground Comics. A lot of influence from the horror comics and the EC Mad was
Check
very
this out.
influential.
So this is like, joke comments about Up Your Nose magazine. What did you think of it? All right. So I don't know, some of these photos, maybe, I don't know if they're all like family members or what. But this guy here, I know who he is. It says Gary Broad, but that is Gary Brodsky. That is Saul Brodsky's son, Gary Brodsky, when he was a kid. This is the only picture I've ever seen of him as a kid, and I think it's absolutely fascinating. Because if you know anything about Gary Brodsky, he worked for some humor magazines in the 80s, and then he had his own publishing company called Soulson Publications, Soul's son, like Saul Brodsky's son.
Okay.
And they're notorious as being criticized as being one of the worst publishers of all time. But I actually don't think their comics are that bad, to be honest. I collect them and I like them. But they're cheap. They're very cheap. And he flooded the market in the black and white boom with these weird titles, right? And they're fun to me. But anyway, he's notorious for that. And then he was also notorious for selling piranha fish through the mail in his comics, which was illegal.
Wow.
And then later on, do you know what happened later on? He became he tried to become sort of a guru to men.
Wow,
He had a website. It's still there, actually. He still has he's dead now, actually. He passed away a few years ago, sadly. But he has a website, or I don't know if his son or whatever runs it now. I don't know. But he sells things on it. Like he sells pills that'll make you a real man. He sells books on being a man and how to seduce women.
Okay.
And, it's very macho stuff. It's very alpha male stuff. That's what his whole shtick is being an alpha male. And Gary Brodsky became a huge man, like a really muscle-bound, huge man, right, later on. And he had a YouTube channel.
Oh, really?
He would give lectures every Sunday from his webcam in his house. He'd give like an hour-long lecture on how to be an alpha male, how to dominate women, things like this.
Oh, okay.
And how to use the occult to get women. And I was fascinated. I used to watch him because I was fascinated by it. And sometimes I'd write in emails to him because he'd take he'd charge people by the hour. Yeah, this is his website. He'd charge people. You could pay him to give you advice, right? And he'd sell all this merchandise, all these like books and CDs and DVDs of him, giving lectures and whatnot. This is what happened to Gary Brodsky. This is the same guy.
Right.
So I just showed you his picture when he was a little kid. What was that?
I said right, yeah.
So anyway, what he would do is he give these lectures, and you could message him, you could send him an email during his show, and he'd read it on the air, and he'd give you advice for free. So I used to send him, I used to ask for his advice, like sincerely ask for his advice about stuff, right? Because I just wanted to see what he'd say about things. I even asked him how to, when I was having fights with my cousin and stuff, I'd say, how should I deal with this? I'd tell him what was going on. And he'd tell me in his show, and I really actually appreciated his advice. It was fun. And I think sometimes he was right about some things. But it's interesting because the very last show he did, he died 2 days after he did the last show. And I was the very last person that he gave advice to.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's on his channel. If you watch that last show, you'll hear him talking to Tom near the end of the show. And that's me. So, so just a bit of trivia there.
So on YouTube.
Yeah. Now he didn't. He lived to be about 59 years old. He wasn't too old when he died. I think his body was literally too big for him because
Oh, really?
he was so muscle bound. I don't think it was healthy how muscle bound he was.
Let me look him up on this other window.
Sure, you could play a bit of one of his videos. You could put his YouTube channel on. Yeah, put his YouTube channel on. Just show the people.
Okay.
You won't get copyright for that, obviously. So, and he smoked all the time. He smoked constantly, you know. And he had this idea that cigarettes were not bad for you, that it was just something that was manufactured by the media. And he drank sodas all the time too, which isn't good either. You know, he believed that the media was trying to make men into women, to feminize men, and it started with the Beatles with their long hair and that kind of thing. You know? So, fascinating guy.
Welcome to Zombo.
I can hear Zombo in the background here.
Welcome to Zombo.
This is weird.
Welcome.
There he is. There's Gary Brodsky.
That's all there.
Oh, this is great.
So I loved his channel. I loved it. I literally loved his channel. I thought he was. I liked him. A lot of people didn't like Gary Brodsky.
I'm sorry to laugh at him, but this is the guy that's up.
You should watch the video. There's a video on there from one of his DVDs that he was selling where he shows how to pick up women, like with actual women, and he enacts scenes with them, and it's really amazing.
I remember my brother once kicked the crap out of me, broke some ribs. This is how I grew up. He was in the bathroom doing number one. See, let me get rid of right there. The guy was doing number one. And I had a hair blower. This was before the circuit breakers. Plugged in, wires right next to the sink, next to the toilet. He didn't lock the door. I opened the door, ran and slapped him into the toilet. And guess what? The electric went right up his,
Interesting guy.
Yeah, he is a very interesting guy.
Okay.
I mean, he's a very controversial figure, but I think he definitely had attributes as well. I mean, I can understand a lot of people didn't like him because he came on very strong and he was controversial. I didn't agree with everything he said, obviously. But can I give you a link? Show a bit of this video. Like, go to a part where he's showing how to pick up a woman in this video.
No, does he act it out?
Yeah, he's acting it out. He shows you how to walk and everything. And I actually try to walk like this because I think that it's good. Where should I put the link to this, Gratu?
Just put it. Would it work to put it in the? You can't put it in the chat, can you?
Yeah, I could do it.
I don't think it'll work. Will it?
Yeah, I think it will.
Well,
Did it work?
I don't know. I didn't see anything.
You don't see it?
Not yet. I don't think they let you put links in the chat.
Well, can I give it to you in the other chat?
Well, can you just? How hard is it to find it if I just Google this?
Yeah, just put Gary Brodsky how to pick up women.
Was he the guy that put out those books they used to sell in the National Lampoon?
No. That was somebody. He was only a kid when those were out. Because that was like when like that picture I showed you here. He was just a kid.
Okay, hold on.
I know the book you're talking about. That was a best-selling book. It was like advertised in the Lampoon like for years.
Yeah.
It's called How to Pick Up Chicks, I think.
Okay, so what do I click on here?
Oh, it's on YouTube.
Oh, it's on. Oh,
he's got all these books, though. You can buy all these books. So go to a part in the video. Let's watch that where he shows like he acts it out with an actual girl.
Hold on a second.
Because it is great.
I want to check something real quick. See what's just checking to see what's okay. So how to Gary Brodsky.
Yeah. How to pick up women. Okay, there it is. Well, that's just a little part of it. I had a longer one. That's just a 1 minute clip of it. Are you sure you can't see the private chat? Because I gave you a
Oh,
link.
I might be able to see private. Let's see. Oh, okay.
Did
Is
you
this
get it?
showing up? Video unavailable in this country.
Oh, you can't see it in the US. That's why it's not coming up. Well,
Yeah.
just show that 1 minute clip then. We'll watch that 1 minute clip. I can watch it in Canada, but you can't see it, unfortunately, because it's funny.
Okay. Well,
It's a shame.
well, what a tragedy. Let's
Click.
see. Let's watch this one.
Yeah,
This
watch
is-
that one. Let's watch that.
Create the body language you want to get the response from any woman.
It's like a
Go
gangster.
to socialrealitynow.com. If you want someone like me or any woman you want in the world.
Yeah, it's too bad you can't hear what he's saying because
Will they put music over it? Why?
it's a trailer.
Oh, he doesn't want you to hear it because you're supposed to pay for it.
Yeah, but there's a 22 segment that I can watch, but I can't do it because you can't see it. Unfortunately.
Well, for all I know, this music's going to get me a copyright strike. It's terrible music. Well, this
Yeah.
is stuff that's funny to watch. Where does it show how you're supposed to walk?
Well, it's in the video, but you can't see it in your country.
Oh, all right.
There's one. How about that martial arts way to meet women?
Yeah, but see, this is copywritten music.
We'll skip to the there we go.
Okay, now. See the dog goes an outside punch. I stop. I see him coming. He goes straight. I had no time to react. I'm in. My defenses could not come up. Talk about what I say. Too many guys just don't know how to use male language. I talk about posture. Now, if I come in with bad or weak posture, what is going to happen to me? I don't know, but I know I'm not going to like it.
He's teaching us about posture. He's got a hunchback.
At least I have time to try it back up before he traps me. So you want to seduce. You don't want to come in hard. So you come in soft. He's in. Soft. Nothing was hard. The woman surrenders. And a guy who does not control the woman's energy is going to wind up trapped. And this is what pussy looks like in combat. Trying to come in. He's trapped. He's really
Yeah, this isn't as funny as the one where he shows how to pick up women, though.
always fighting. Now, he's dead. So what is the right way
He's
to-
playing Bruce Lee music in the background.
Yeah, it's too bad you couldn't have seen that. Oh, that video.
Oh, well, I guess he wants us to pay for it. So how did all this come up? Because we saw his picture as a
Yeah,
kid.
pictures in the first issue of. And there, I'll show you again the picture
All right.
at the back. So this is the only time I've ever seen a picture of him as a kid.
Boy.
You see?
Yeah.
You can tell it's him, though.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Sol Brodsky published this magazine, so he's quite a character, Gary Brodsky. And someday I can show you like his comics. I have a bunch of his comic books that he published in the 80s, his notorious comics. So here's the second and last issue of Up Your Nose and Out Your Ear.
Okay.
And this one is probably really hard to find because I think a lot of them were destroyed because of what I told you.
Yeah.
So there's another Ace of Spades article in it. There's another Land of Nerd. There's another Count Varicose. It's pretty much the same as the first one, just different installments. There's a Western article. Oh, and they reprint the Cock Robin murder trial, which is from Get Lost comics from the early 50s. This article is supposed to be brilliant. I've heard critics say it's really good, but I didn't think it was all that great, but I don't know. It's a reprint from their Get Lost comics, so it's a classic from the early 50s. Then you have like a Dr. Kildare parody. So Up Your Nose and Out Your Ear is a magazine, like Gratu said. It's older men trying to appeal to a younger crowd, and they seem a little confused about how to do it. But they had high hopes for this magazine, really high hopes. There's Thelma of the Apes again. She's in it again.
Yeah.
It's an interesting magazine. I think these are quite pricey to find these. Because you looked at a reprint, right? And the reprint was like $17 or whatever, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
But the original issues, I don't know. Do you know how much they might be worth?
The original issues?
Yeah.
I haven't looked them up.
Some more pictures of people I can only assume are people that family members of, I don't know. They probably are. It sure looks like it. So there you go. That's the only two issues of Up Your Nose and Out Your Ear. So what do you think about that one, brought to you?
I like the other one better that we were looking at.
Yeah, it was a better magazine for sure. But that's certainly interesting, though.
I don't want to see photos of hippies. Cartoons of hippies are better than actually seeing photos of them. And that one, that guy looked a little too much more like a sleazy 1970s guy, what hippies morphed into.
I don't think I'll show this one. I'll just show the cover of it. But this is this is a best-selling parody of Playboy by Punch magazine.
Okay.
It's from 1971 as well. It was sold so well in Britain that they published it in the U.S. as well.
Was that the Harvard? There was a Harvard Lampoon parody of Playboy.
Yeah, that was an earlier one. That was in the mid-'60s. And that was also a really great parody, too.
I have that somewhere, but yeah.
Oh, I want that. If you don't want that, send it to me, because I haven't been able to get a copy of that.
It's hard to find?
For me, it is, yeah.
Oh,
I'd love to have that.
I'm pretty sure I've got that. I don't know. It seems, yeah, I think I do. It has like a little asterisk or something over one of the letters of Playboy.
Yeah, it's got like a jester, a girl as a jester on the cover.
Yeah, I think I have that somewhere.
I'd love to have that, and I'd also like to have their Time magazine parody to Harvard Lampoon Time one that they did, and the Life magazine one, because it was Doug Kenny and Henry Beard and those guys that did those. Well, those last two. I don't think they did the Playboy one, but those would be great to have those. Do you have all three of them?
No, I've never. Was the Life done in a big format?
Yeah.
No, I've never seen that.
And it was hilarious. Like I said, it was done by Doug Kenny and Henry Beard before the Lampoon, but it didn't sell well though, and they lost a lot of money on it. They made a lot of money. The Playboy one made a lot of money, and then the Time magazine one made a lot of money, and the Life one lost money. But some people said it was the best one. Then they did Board of the Rings to recoup some of the money after that.
Rings is brilliant.
Yeah, and then they did National Lampoon after that.
Yeah.
Okay. You ready for some more, or are you tired?
No, I'm cool. I'm tired and in pain all the time now. So
oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What can we do about this? I don't like that.
I need to go to a chiropractor or something, because
My my friend, the ASMR person, she went to a chiropractor. She told me she was having a lot of pain in her back, and she didn't know why she's having these pains and everything. And a friend suggested going to a chiropractor, which she'd never been to one before. And she told me that, at first she thought that it didn't do anything, but then like a day later or whatever, she just suddenly felt better, and she said it helped a lot. So my grandfather doesn't believe in them, but she said that they could be good. So maybe they can help you. I don't know.
Well, yeah, my wife says I need to get some potassium, like bananas or something. But it's just somehow the small of my back, it doesn't hurt that much, but somehow it's tied to like right under my arm here, and so sometimes I'll lift my arm up or I'll put some weight on it, and it's just really agonizing.
Well, I eat bananas almost every other day, so I would recommend bananas.
Yeah.
too.
So I took a bunch of
Chiropractor.
some kind of Advil or something she handed me last night, because it can be just like absolutely agonizing. And it might also have to do, since it's my right hand, with manipulating the phone,
Yeah.
and this stupid touch screen and this touch mouse, and because it's not my left arm. If it was my left arm, I'd be thinking I'm having a heart attack, but it's
Right.
my right arm. And so it's,
Well, you just sit back and relax.
if I'm grimacing, it's not that I'm disliking the humor or the magazines. It's more just pain that I'm in.
I'm really sorry. I hope that you get this solved, because I don't want you to be.
It'll go away. It's also probably old age.
So you're enjoying the magazines, though? These weird magazines?
Yeah, some more than others. I mean, I'm enjoying all of them. That was horrifying to see, because that type of person that
That hippie guy really spun you.
no, the Brodsky guy.
Oh yeah, he's great.
He realized that Saul Brodsky was probably the same kind of guy, and then
I don't know.
well, he just realized that the whole industry is really founded by gangster scum type people.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I think Gary was just a salesman, and
Yeah,
and he believed in the alpha male. He was a strong proponent. He loved Trump. It's sad because he died just before Trump became president.
well, I saw that, in the 80s, he put out a Reagan's Raiders comic. I
Yes.
remember that. It was very
Yes.
badly drawn.
Oh, I didn't think so. I thought it was pretty good. Rich Buckler did the art. I thought it was pretty good.
I'd have to look at it again, but to me, it looked like all those scratchy attempts at doing comics in the 80s.
I disagree with you on that one, but
I'd have to see it again. Let me look it up.
well,
Rick,
not right.
so
Okay.
let's get on to the next one while I look it up.
Okay. Well, I don't like you to be divided your attention though when I do this.
Yeah, actually, it doesn't look too bad now that I think about it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Well, wait, that one looks pretty shitty.
No.
Yeah, it's borderline shitty, borderline kind of cool.
But I like Gary though. Gary insinuated sometimes in podcasts that his father was maybe murdered.
Hmm.
He didn't get into it.
So reading about, so his father started Cracked and was there through the 64 from what I read, and then went to Marvel.
At least I think that's what he was insinuating. He never actually said that.
And what was Saul Brodsky was like a production designer or something there? Is that what he was?
At what?
At Marvel. What was he doing?
Oh, he was one of the biggest guys there. I don't know what he was, but he was big there in the administration,
And then it looked like he went on to Skywald.
Like I meant, like when he died, Marvel Age had their cover was devoted to Saul.
Well, it looked like from what I was reading, he inked Fantastic Four 3 and 4 over Kirby's art, and
I also thought that Saul was a great guy, from what I've heard too.
he probably was. It's just his son. You can't judge
Well,
his son
he's
necessarily.
controversial. He's controversial. He loved Trump, though. He loved Trump. He wanted him to get elected really badly.
Yeah.
He's an old-fashioned guy, you know. He's an
Yeah, he
old-fashioned-
designed the Amazing Spider-Man logo and a few other logos that look that were so. And I
So the
think
next-
Millie the model.
The next magazine is Grin.
Grin. Okay.
So now we're up to November 1972. The American Funny Book.
Someone could put out a magazine today and make fun of Biden. I mean, what's the chances that could even happen?
The problem is the media controls the liberal media, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's why they don't do it. They could do it like, when Bill Clinton was president, there was a magazine called Slick Times, which ran for pretty much the whole time he was president, and it was devoted to making fun of him.
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
I'll show you when we get to the 90s magazines. I'll show you. I have one copy of it. But anyway, Grin.
Okay.
It won't be today, I don't think, because I have so many magazines. We'll have to continue this another time as well. But
Yeah.
Grin is that's a Jack Sparling cover with Spiro Agnew,
Okay.
and this one isn't as good as
Is that Spiro Agnew or Nixon?
no, that's Spiro Agnew. Oh, I thought it was Spiro Agnew, but actually,
Yeah, it looks halfway Agnew and halfway Nixon.
it does. It looks like it's. I never noticed that until you.
It's Nixon. Oh, you know what it is? It's like the nose up is Nixon, and I think the bottom part of the head is Spiro Agnew. I don't know what they're doing,
Yeah,
but
that
yeah,
cover.
yeah, that's definitely Nixon.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know what they're up to.
So they got some ads, some real ads for things.
Yeah. What are those like ViewMaster reels of the Beatles? What are they selling?
Well,
Looks like something circular.
yeah. I mean,
No, they're it's film. It's like
Yeah.
film of them performing. Yeah.
yeah. And it's not just them. They got
Did people ever make bootleg ViewMaster reels like with I it seems like I heard that somewhere where people made ViewMaster reels that were naughty
Rolling
to put
Stone,
into a ViewMaster, but
Three Dog Night, and Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. I don't know.
oh boy, yeah, 8 tracks, yeah.
So it's funny that the magazine just opens with a bunch of ads in the first issue. That's weird.
That's the first thing you see when you open it up.
Yeah, in the very first issue. Isn't that strange
I
to
don't
do
like
that?
that. I've seen they did that with some issues of Harvey Comics. The Godmother. Okay, so we're into 72 now.
The story is by John Norman, DJ Arison. Oh, Alan Kupperberg is the pencils and inks by Jack Abel.
This looks like later period crazy.
Yeah, it's about the same level of humor too. It's not.
So
Very-
yeah, it's not a yeah. It doesn't look very good.
It's not. It's not. It goes on for like 10 pages. And then they have Peanuts in the Ghetto. Peanuts.
Penis.
What?
That's hilarious.
So it's like a Peanuts in a ghetto neighborhood.
They had to have realized what they were doing with the title.
Well, I didn't realize it till you said it, and I've read this a bunch of times.
You didn't. Okay.
Then another ad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's jarring to see real ads in a humor magazine.
The weird thing is that the ad is right in the middle too of the Peanuts article.
Penis.
And then there's a Kissinger. This is Jack Sparling art again. So he was getting around, the Sick Magazine guy. Kissinger. This is pretty funny, actually. This one is kind of funny. It's
Yeah.
corny as hell. Like all these one-liners, like you get like Borscht Belt comedian humor. And then we get what you see is not what you. Oh, what you see is what you get. This is like a Flip Wilson parody with Geraldine. And Nixon goes to the ghetto to see what it's like, and he meets like Geraldine, you know, the Flip Wilson character.
Right.
And she shows him what the ghetto is really like. So it's a political satire.
Yeah.
Then we have Blandy in the Capitol. So more political satires is like a Blondie. Dagwood is Nixon, I think.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, that's cool.
Martha Mitchell. You got you know, commentary on what was going on at the time. It goes on for. It's funny. It's pretty good, you know. And then we have more Jack Sparling art here. Very Sick magazine type. What are you gonna say?
Yep.
It is tiring holding the magazines up.
I know.
Yeah. Then we have Ball in the Family.
All right.
And this is if Archie Bunker was a hippie.
Okay.
Well, they turn the tables, right? They have like Edith is a hippie too, and in this one, the hippies will be the conservatives. You see, the art is by your favorite artist, Tony Tallarico.
Oh God.
See, there's Edith there. See,
Yeah. Tony Tallarico is like the worst.
and it's pretty funny though. I have to say, the writing's pretty funny. I think DJ Arison is the writer again, whoever that is. I don't know if it's a student, and that goes on for a while. Some of Tallarico's art isn't bad. He does a better job in this one than he does sometimes. It seems like sometimes he's better than other times.
Yeah, like Joe Biden.
Yeah, like you mean some days he's more coherent and whatnot.
Well,
Yeah, that's what happens when you get, if you get senile and stuff. It's sad,
well, it's sad unless you've led an entire life of corruption and stupidity.
There's a lot of caricatures here. I mean, he can draw. The guy could draw when he wants to, It's just all his proportions are off,
Yeah, I like that black background on that top panel. That's real good.
He's better with faces, I think. And then an article, ad, for Circus Magazine. There's a lot of ads in this for a 50-page magazine. So that's Grin number 1. Now, I've talked to you about this before. I have no idea what the joke is on this cover. This is Grin number 2.
So there's a grin happening. It appears to be a chimpanzee on the moon because of the proportions. So is there any caption that explains it? I guess it's just a monkey on the moon. And we're in what, 73 now? 72?
Yeah, this would be out in December of 72 because it's a Christmas issue.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's funny to somebody.
Spirit of Santa present. They are posters in here. See, Spirit of Xmas present. You put a poster up there, and he's riding a motorcycle. You see, I don't want to damage the magazine because it's in pretty good shape. So.
Right.
So then we have a bunch of ads. Again, it opens with 4 pages of ads for some reason. Now this was good. This was actually see, some of the magazine's good, some of it's bad, and some of it's good. Depends who's writing it. A Clockwork Orange. This is a pretty good parody of the movie.
Yeah.
Art by Alan Kupperberg, who worked for National Lampoon, I believe, and Crazy Magazine. John Normant is the writer. So it's a parody of that horrendous movie, Clockwork Orange.
That's a great movie.
Frightening movie.
Yeah, it's disturbing, but
very disturbing. So you might want to track this down for this. It goes on for a while.
Well, it's further down my list than some of the other ones.
But it's more affordable, though, than some of the other ones. Probably. Alan Kupperberg, he always puts this guy in all his parodies, the guy with the mustache and the glasses. And I think that's him.
Oh, yeah, probably.
That's my guess because he puts them in all his articles, like in Crazy Magazine and everything. This goes on for a while. It's like a 10-page parody. Then you have like a news team, Jack Sparling art. So there is good stuff in here. A Sears catalog. Then they have this. This is neat. A parody of a Sears catalog with Tony Tallarico art.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a Sears catalog. Why is there all that white space there?
Gay Liberation Spotter's Guide.
Yeah, Tony Tallarico's the worst. He can't do anything right.
Then we have a Don Quixote article with Tony Tallarico art.
Why? Was there a movie adaptation made about that time?
Well, you remember how Ralph Nader was shown like as Paul Revere and the Raiders and that?
Okay.
Well, in this one, he's Don Quixote. So I guess he was just a hero of the young at the time, you know?
Yeah, of the left, yeah. Of course, he later ran for president a bunch of times.
Did he? I didn't know that.
He tried to, yeah. He didn't get very far.
This is a neat article. Grins Kris Kringle. So different Santa Claus.
Is that Tony Tallarico too?
No, it's Frank Springer.
Oh, okay.
Have you heard of him?
Yeah, he's pretty big.
Fred Wolf is the writer. He wrote a lot for Sick Magazine. His articles got progressively cornier as they went on. He worked for these magazines. Marcus Swelby, this is a particularly corny article that he wrote. That's Tony Tallarico art.
Yeah, I can tell.
And bad writing. Tony did quite a bit of art in this magazine. Now, Tony also did this, Christmas seals. Now, I have read somebody say an opinion that Tony's art is better when it's small like this.
Okay.
And they might be right. Because this is pretty neat. Like it's little like jokes and little panels.
It's better when it's like microscopic. You have to see it with a microscope because then you can't see it with the naked eye.
Yeah, so I mean somebody did say that, and
yeah, well, I don't know if that's a compliment.
Now this is the third issue of Grin. It's the last issue. There are 3 issues of Grin.
Did Tony Tallarico do that cover?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay.
See, again, like the faces are good, but it's like all the proportions are off, right?
Yeah.
You see a lot of the celebrities of the time here.
Yep.
And actually, it's it goes right on the back. There's a whole bunch more.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty neat. Okay. Oh, here you get a poster here, a Bela Lugosi poster. It's a calendar, actually. And then we start with the ads again. And then a parody of Deliverance, which is really funny. This is a good parody. Deliver Rancid. Art by Henry Scarpelli. That's a weird way to spell dawned.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Meyer. He says I can do chiropractic stretching videos right from YouTube. Spinach. Oh, I love spinach.
Spinach is good. Well, I don't think Gratu wants me to do that today.
Well,
I love showing those. Gratu's not as big on them, but I do love showing them. Though.
we can show them after we do these.
Oh, I'm gonna be too tired.
Okay.
So, but we'll do it another day, Movie World. I love showing oddball comics. It's one of my favorite things to do.
Jim Steranko wanted to throw him out.
So just remember, Gratu, that some viewers do like to see that. They do like to see the oddball comics too.
Yeah. Yeah, the reason I wasn't showing these comments, Graphic Man, is I couldn't get to them. They were all frozen.
I'd go and get the Slick Times magazine with Bill Clinton, one, but it's downstairs and it'll take me a little bit to get it out. So I think I'll show it a different day, but I do want to show it to you guys though, because it's easier for me just to get out all the 90s magazines. I have all the 90s ones downstairs, humor magazines, including that one. So it's easier to get them out at once when I get to the 90s. This is kind of funny because Elmer Zilch is there. Ballyhoo's mascot, if you remember from the first humor magazine video we did. Then we have a Woody Allen one. This is when his movie came out, Everything You Want to Know About Sex, But We're Afraid to Ask. So they used that as, to have different words. And like they go through the alphabet with different words and sex and stuff. And it's pretty neat. I think this is Tony Tallarico art, right?
Yeah, that looks like it.
Pollution is a 9-letter word. That's Al Scaduto art. Yeah.
Al Scaduto?
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of this.
Al Scaduto?
I don't know.
You don't know him? He did a lot of art for 70s humor magazines, and he had a syndicated strip, which I think was called like It Happens Every Time or something like that.
I remember that.
I think that was him. He had a strip like that. I don't know if it was that one or not. But he did a lot of art for these low budget humor magazines.
Oh yeah, that looks familiar. Yeah.
In fact, there's a magazine coming up where he does the entire magazine, the art in the entire magazine.
Oh.
Then we have the Teeny Weeny Boppers. So this is parody on how there are all these groups like the Jackson 5 and the Osmonds.
Right.
All these kid groups.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what this is a parody of. It's pretty funny. It's by Fred Wolf too, actually. Then King Richard and Franken Kissinger, the Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger article with Tony Tallarico art.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say this, did I? Gerald Rothberg was the publisher.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know who he is. The editor isn't listed. I'm starting to wonder.
Have one.
I'm starting to wonder if it's Tony Tallarico, though.
Yeah, man, he's the Severin of this magazine, and that's not a good thing.
Then we have more Al Scaduto art.
This is Grin, right?
Grin, yeah. I thought you said this is Grim.
Should change it to Grim. I didn't say Grim, but
This is the worst one. This is a Baddie Shack parody.
yeah.
It's really, really corny.
I don't really quite remember what the original show was called.
It's about a Polish detective.
Yeah, I just can't remember what the original title was.
This thing's it's Kolchak, was it? No, that was the other guy. No, this is it's all like Polish jokes. It's really corny. It's not very funny. Anyway, that's Grin magazine.
Those were real popular around that time period. And then in Texas, Aggie jokes were popular.
Yeah, Polish jokes were big in the 70s, like everywhere. Oops. So do you want to look that one up or no?
Gratu wants to know the title so he can avoid it, is what Zombo says. That's true. What were you talking about, Zombo, about counting? I saw the comment way after whatever happened. Where did you learn to count like that? Sesame Street. I don't know what you're talking about there. And then apparently everyone wanted to see that Bill Clinton thing.
I know, but I got it downstairs.
Yeah, you know? Right. So
I'll show you sometime.
What do you? I'm just curious. What all do you have downstairs? How is it?
I have some. Some I couldn't fit down up here. I have a bunch of Mad magazines. Most of my Mad magazines are downstairs, and I have some of the later Crack magazines. I have some odds and ends magazines. Like I said, I'll show you those sometime as well. Yeah. And I have some of those up here too. And I have a bunch of comic books. Like I have ARG and I have Spoof. Remember the Marvel comic Spoof?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I've got that downstairs. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
And I've got some Howard the Duck ones down there. Mm-hmm. And some 90s humor magazines.
Is that a basement?
Yeah, in the furnace room, yeah.
Well, don't use them for heat.
No. Okay, this is the Sports Illustrated Harvard Lampoon parody.
Okay, I have never seen that.
Okay. They did it before this. They did a Cosmopolitan parody in the early.
I have that one.
That was a big seller, that one. And this was the next one they did in 1974.
Okay.
So I won't bother showing it. It looks like a Sports Illustrated, but it's it's Lampoon style.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's not great, but it's all right.
Wait, what was the magazine that had penis?
That was Grin, the one I just showed you.
That was like one of the only really good things, but they probably didn't even realize that they were making that joke, I think.
You can look it up if you want. I got to go to the bathroom again.
Okay. All right. So.
Before we get to the next magazine.
All right. So. Let's see.
There's a whole bunch of issues of it too, so I'm getting them all ready.
What do you guys know about this? This is let me make it full screen. It's I think I remember seeing Metarog show this or somebody. It's smaller than a regular comic book. I don't know if you can really tell that. I could get a regular comic to put up next to it. So here's a regular comic. It's smaller size and scale. And I think they were given out on military bases. This is in really crummy condition, but it's Avengers 14, not the time period I would normally be interested in. But it's this. It has this little X, meaning exchange. Like the base exchange. The PX. And there's no price on it, so I think it was given away as a freebie, and it says America supports you. It's given out to soldiers or to soldiers' families. So it's just a typical crummy modern Marvel comic, but it's smaller, and this is what it looks like. See, it says America supports you, and I don't know anything about. I think it might have some value, maybe not in this condition, but I was wondering if anyone knew anything about it. Avengers 14, maybe I guess I could research it on the internet, but what else? So entertain you with? I wish I could find those cracked magazines. Oh, well, I'll find them. Where would I have put them, though? I would have put them somewhere where the cats wouldn't get to them. So, anyway, we should be able to get Mort Todd on as a guest next week. And he's quite a Renaissance man. I need to put on some music just so you can hear sound effects here. Let's see. All right.
Hey,
Okay. All
you
right.
ready?
Yeah, I was putting on music so we wouldn't hear the toilet.
You could hear it?
I don't know. I heard I was afraid I was hearing something, so I turned on music. Let's see. Exit solo layout.
Okay, you're a funny man. Okay, here we go.
I'm not joking. I wasn't even joking.
So now in 1974, that's what we're off to now, okay,
Right.
came the first real big budget attempt at imitating the National Lampoon.
Okay.
There was money behind this magazine. Now, it's either this magazine or the one I'm going to show you afterwards that was financed by the heir of the A&P,
Okay.
Huntington Hartford, I think his name was. And yeah, he's the grocery store A&P.
Sure. Yeah.
The heir, the son of whatever, right? The guy who started or whatever, he wanted to create a humor magazine because he thought it would be a good way to meet chicks.
Okay. And
That's what I've read.
What is the confirmation for that?
I've read this, and it was either this magazine or the next one that he put the money behind.
Okay.
Regardless, there was money behind this, and the magazine is called Harpoon.
I remember seeing that at the Stop and Go in fourth grade. Yes.
Now, this magazine, I like this magazine. I like this magazine, okay, because they really went all out in trying to be the National Lampoon.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like it, except the cover's joke isn't funny, and but
and it's called Harpoon, which
yeah, so it looks like it to the average idiot. Yeah,
I like the cover. I think it's good. This is the first issue. I have all the issues. I'm gonna show you. Now, this is published by Adrian Lopez. And he was a big time magazine publisher. He also published Yellow Magazine, if you remember back in the 60s, in that one Laugh Boy, remember, which looked like a men's magazine.
Yeah.
He published those. And he published Laugh, and he published a lot of others as well. So he went back to like the 40s, this guy. So, in the 70s, they saw National Lampoon making all this money, say, we got to do this. We got to get in on this. So he appointed his son, Dennis Lopez, as the editor of this magazine.
Okay.
And he hired Bill Skursky as the art director. Now, do you know who Bill Skursky is or was?
Nope.
He was the head of Cloud Studios.
What's that?
So Cloud Studios was the original art production studio hired by the National Lampoon.
Oh, yeah, for the first few issues, and then they decided they were terrible and got rid of them. They were like hippies.
Yeah. So they got rid of them. But they thought, hey, let's get them to do our magazine. They can make it look like the Lampoon.
When it wasn't good.
So they hired them and their band of misfits to do this magazine, and they dedicated it to W.W. Scott, who apparently was a real person that wrote for Ballyhoo, maybe.
Okay.
and back in the 30s, and a bunch of joke magazines in the 30s and 40s.
Sure.
So what do we have in this magazine? We have an editorial, just like the Lampoon.
Yeah.
We have a letters page, just like the Lampoon, and it's fake letters, right?
Okay.
It's the first issue. So all the letters are fake, just like Lampoon. They're pretty funny, though, I have to say. They did a pretty good job with the letters. I mean, that was the highlight of the Lampoon, was the letters column. That was one of the highlights of the magazine. Because if the people in chat don't know, they wrote their own letters, the writers of the Lampoon. They didn't print real letters, and they're hilarious. And also, Movie World Comics, I got hundreds of oddball comics, so don't worry, I'll be showing more of those in other streams. If Ratu lets me, of course. Ratu?
I'm here.
Okay. The next thing they had was harping on the news. So the same thing as National Lampoon had news on the march at this time. But unfortunately, the news articles weren't as funny. President and farting spree. It's not very funny.
No.
Sonny and Chump. So you can see they're copying the Lampoon's format. What was that? Was it about girl magazines? What was that?
He said.
I don't know what he said. Maybe make girls as a model. I don't know.
Yeah, I would. Think
I don't know what he meant. Yeah. And what was the last comment? Yeah. So it's a whole news section.
Yeah.
So copying the Lampoon format. Now they had this article in the issues called a recurring article Existential Follies. And these are weird jokes, but I like them. I think they're pretty interesting. Like it's strange. It's surreal humor. Oh, I love this section too. It's a book review section of books. Not real books, but parodies of books that might be out. I thought it was really funny. So some things they do really good. I like the text humor like that. Then we have like a McRonald's parody, McDonald's.
Yeah. The problem with that is it doesn't look like a real ad, and National Lampoon was able to make ads look completely real.
Right.
And
well, these guys, the Cloud guys, weren't capable of that, right? I mean, that's why they got rid of them, right?
Right.
But they had an underground look, though. They made it look like stylish. Walk the Roads. It's a hit and miss. Oh, would you like an example? Oh, I'd love to give you an example. Thank you so much. I'm glad you said that. Anybody that ever wants an example, just let me know, because I love reading these things. Okay, so let's read the very first one. It's called Encounter. May I help you across the street? Do I look like I need help? I would be very to help you across. It's green now. Are you colorblind or do you want to kill me? It looks like green. Are you kidding? Perhaps it's red. Do you want me to help you across? Perhaps it's better to stay on this side after all. May I buy you a cup of coffee? Okay. Would you mind going Dutch? Would you like me to buy you a cup of coffee? I don't drink coffee. What do you drink? I'm not thirsty. Oh, well, goodbye, but I'm hungry. There's a Bickford's. This is two people talking. I assume everybody realized that, right? That place depresses me. People who have seen better times. Have you seen better times too? Never. My whole life has been a big drag. Well, pull yourself together. You can't stand here crying in the middle of the street. I'm an adopted child. My parents hated me. You're one of those? How old were you when you were adopted? 10 days. They couldn't have hated you. My parents who adopted me hated me. Are they dead? I don't know. I ran away and they never tried to find me. They hated me. How old were you when you ran away? 15. That's quite a while ago. Goodness, I've got to run away myself now. Nice talking to you. You hate me too. No, I don't. You just don't care. You see me standing here and you just don't care whether I get across or not. this block. You don't know how tired I am of this block. Tired I am of this block. So that's an example of the existential humor.
Okay. And so these are people that completely don't understand the humor of National Lampoon, trying to be well, as a fourth grader, I've seen the National Lampoon. I understood what it was, even though I didn't own any. I'd looked at it on the newsstand, and I remember seeing this magazine, this one, or maybe I'm thinking of Apple Pie, but I
Well,
think I saw both of these, and I flipped through them.
we'll
And
get ahead to that.
I know, but these two magazines were obvious to me as a fourth grader that they were imitations of National Lampoon.
Right.
And I flipped through them and I just thought, well, this isn't funny like that other magazine. And then it was lots of art from like 1900 that they were getting free. And it's just like, I don't know, it just seemed like it was, and I couldn't really figure it out what was going on. It was just like it was a ripoff, but it didn't look funny to me.
I think it's a very surreal humor magazine, like Lampoon, but I think some of it is very funny and some of it is very not funny. It's a very hit and miss magazine.
But Lampoon had things that I could catch on to as a kid, like parodies of comic books that I was familiar with.
Right.
And I could see, okay, I see where they're going and how sick they are and all that.
But this what I'm showing you here, this is like a places that you can see in the U.S. You know, funny things. Thank you, Meyer. Like this is funny. Like it's all different festivals you can go to and places. So look at this. It says in Slime, Mississippi, you can go to the annual Chicken Humping Festival. Participants must have reached age of reason and had previous experience with animals. Usually a good place to see world champions in this down-home activity. So it's all funny. Like, I think this is funny. I don't know.
Well, yeah, but Slime, Mississippi, that part that's not clever enough.
Look at this. Formica, Nevada. The Franklin Institute, nationally renowned for its work in fork design, wind resistance and dog leashes, and gasoline-powered trousers, welcomes plant tours summer. See, I like surreal humor like that.
Yeah. Well, I like it more when Peanuts is called Peanuts. That makes
you really like that one. And then we get, National Lampoon would have these posters that would be surprise posters, they called them, which would be shocking and funny at the same time. In Harpoon, you get unexplained illustrations, which I don't know what the hell it's supposed to mean.
Well, they're trying to be like Doré, whatever. Yeah, well, I much prefer Bernie Wrightson's Bat Day. Did you remember that?
What?
In National
yeah.
I remember opening up a National Lampoon as a kid and seeing this horrifying illustration. Let me see if I can't find that.
What was it? Bat Gay?
Bat Day.
Oh, yeah. You showed that in a video. It's like Bat Day at the park and everybody's getting torn apart by bats and everything.
Well, yeah, usually Bat Day is the day you get little free bats.
Yeah, I remember that. I've seen it.
That you bat with, but they have all these bats attacking and ripping people's flesh off. And it's, as I recall, Bernie Wrightson did it. I'm going to look it up here.
In this article, it's about shoes staging a revolt against people because they're being tired of being tread upon and worn all the time. So that's pretty funny. And then we have the title.
Laughing. Notice you're not laughing, though. You say it's funny, but you're not laughing.
I am. I'd laugh if I read it,
Oh, okay.
Bowls for Women. That's the title article. It's all about giving bowls to women. Because they don't have balls. So what if we gave them balls?
And then that would be funny.
See, this is funny.
We're not laughing. It's the problem.
It's kind of funny.
We have to explain why it's funny, but then we don't laugh.
Do you want the fruit lady? This is the September fruit lady here. I don't know. Do you see this?
No. Because I was pulling up this illustration to show you.
The chat saw it. Yeah, I've seen it, Ratu.
Yeah, but not everyone watching has seen this.
No,
Bernie Wrightson, 1973. And it just... So, yeah, that would be a cool poster for your wall.
Yeah.
I don't know. I prefer this poster to that one they just had.
Yeah, well, that one you know. I
All
don't know.
right, so show me again what you just showed. Was
All
it
right, here's the
something with
fruit lady.
nudity, obviously?
Fruit lady.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sweet
It was
William.
funnier when yeah. Okay, keep going.
This is the art. What were you gonna say? Did I offend you? I didn't mean to.
No, you didn't at all. It
Okay.
just my mind went blank.
Sweet William. This is okay. National Lampoon always had short stories, and often they were written by Chris Miller, and they were very funny. They were very well written. They're very dirty, a lot of them,
Yeah.
and but they were so well written, and the characters engaging that they're actually great to read, and they were very popular in the magazine. Chris Miller's stories.
Yeah, I was listening to an interview with Sherry Flanagan.
Oh, yeah, she did Trotz and Bonnie.
She said that she loved Chris Miller's dirty articles, and
Yeah, they were great. They were so well written. But they tried to do that in Harpoon, and the stories just didn't make any sense. Like
yeah,
that's
like that's
where
what
they
they're
really
trying to
failed.
do is be very surreal.
Yes.
And
Yes.
so that humor didn't resonate with me as a fourth grader.
Well, Lampoon had a lot of that too, to be fair, but theirs was funnier though. Tapa Blanca. This is a parody of Casablanca. It's a Watergate parody, so Tapa Blanca, right?
Okay. Yeah,
it's pretty well done. Then we have Christopher Rush wrote this article. He wrote for Lampoon, I believe.
okay.
And it's Rising Young Starlet, so it's pinup models, but he writes funny captions.
Okay.
If anybody wants me to read anything else, just let me know too, because I'm happy to oblige. Just write it in the chat, and you'll get your wish. And then we had Bill Skursky in the Cloud Studio. They used to like doing these surreal fumettis, and they did them in Lampoon magazine. Even after they were fired, they still had them do some of these in the magazine from time to time. Like Demolition Derby Dames was a famous one in National Lampoon.
Right.
And I always thought they weren't very funny. They're like never very funny. They're just weird, And this is, they did them in Harpoon magazine as well. Some of them are better in Harpoon, I think, than the ones they did in the Lampoon. And then they had, National Lampoon used to have a section at the back of every magazine called the Funny Pages.
Right.
And that was a bunch of cartoon strips, underground cartoons and other stuff like Trotz and Bonnie and Von Baudet's Cheech Wizard, things like
underground artists that,
So Harpoon also had their own section called Harpoon's Cartoons.
Someone was asking me to tell you about Air Pirates earlier. You know about Air Pirates Studio?
No.
They did Air Pirates. It was Bobby London.
Oh yeah, I know Bobby London.
Dirty Duck, and
I remember Dirty Duck.
And Sherry Flanagan and Dan O'Neill. And those three put out some underground comics called Mickey Mouse and the Air Pirates. And Disney tried to really sue them because it had Mickey Mouse. It was drawn in the 1930s Mickey Mouse style. And just at a glance, it looked like an old Mickey Mouse comic, but he was smoking dope and having sex. And so anyway, I don't know. I don't think ultimately they got any money out of them, but they had to stop publishing. And the Air Pirates, Bobby London went over to National Lampoon, and Sherry Flanagan, who was his wife, I think, at the time.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Followed, and so those were all a lot of those people in the funny pages were underground artists that had stepped up to a national, platform magazine.
Yeah, well, Harpoon had its own underground artists and other artists for their own comic section, like Lampoon.
Yeah.
So here they had Neil Adams.
Okay.
He did The Night Grocer.
Okay.
And these are very well drawn, obviously. I mean, these are talented people, right?
Right. Well, Neil Adams could always draw, but he wasn't really a good writer.
Well, Pat Broderick wrote it.
Or not, but
Pat Broderick wrote it.
Oh, okay.
He drew it
because
it's surreal. Let me read it. It's a short one. I like it. Okay, so Night Grocer says, okay, so he sees a girl, says, now there's a chick I wouldn't mind meeting. And then she's looking at the guy and she's thinking, there's a Hulk of a man. This is my chance. But then he's going to talk to her. But then the grocer says, you dropped this orange lady. She says, thanks. And then they just go their separate ways. So it's poignant.
Right.
It's not funny, but it's poignant though.
Okay. Well,
Which I like. The next strip is a parody of what's that dude's name? Who used to eat the wood and the trees and everything in the 70s? Yule Gibbons, right?
oh yeah.
Yeah. There's a parody of him, and it's by Screens, Mary Screens, I think, and Steve Skeets. Art
Okay.
by Starlin and Milgrom. Jim Starlin and what's the other guy? Milgrom?
Al Milgram.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are all big names.
So you see, they did have talent working for this magazine. They had some of the biggies. Then we have Justin Green. You've heard of him. He's an underground guy. Did Rowdy Nudie for Harpoon.
Yeah.
And then we have these. They always did these they're like 50s comics. And they're relettered, so they make them like dirty or something like that. Or you see?
Uh-huh.
See, you like this kind of stuff.
Well, what I prefer is when people redub things.
Well, I think that's what they did.
Yeah. What I used to do with some friends of mine back in the 80s is something I could never put up anywhere, but it was so damn funny. I bought a VHS recorder that allowed you to, it had a flying erase head, and it allowed you to record off of television and then go back and record over the sound. And you could either leave the original sound and then talk over it, or you could completely wipe the original soundtrack and do your own dubbing. And we redubbed Sesame Street, and it was so damn funny. But the humor was so far beyond National Lampoon. Even it would be so politically incorrect by today's standards. It would be real bad, but it was funny.
And then we had Heath. I guess it's Russ Heath, I guess.
Russ Heath is an important guy. There's a lot of Marvel art. Who's the publisher on this magazine?
And Paul Kircher. The publisher is Adrian Lopez.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're getting a lot of big names here.
And then
that's right. We're looking at Harpoon. Yeah, they've got a lot of big artists. They sure do.
And they had Ralph Reese doing Heather and Feather, and Dennis Lopez. Ralph Reese did the 1 Year Affair cartoons in the Lampoon.
This guy is probably paying a pretty good rate to these artists, and he's letting them keep their original art, and that's how he's getting these people in. Because Atlas Seaboard, they let artists keep their art, and they've got some amazing artists in. It's just
the classifieds are hilarious too.
Okay.
Maybe I read some of them.
Sure.
Let's see. It's hard to know what to read, though,
Yeah, Neil Adams did a horrifying story and an issue of Creepy that really disturbed me.
Yeah. Contraceptive collector. Specializes in out-of-circulation models. Jade, Contour, many Trojans. Got an oddball on your hands? Don't use it. It could be worth big money. Right Harry straight. It's pretty funny. Let's see. Foreign exchange student can't return to USA from Burmese School of Navigation until F.A. Aragatas Bowles is released from LA County Prison. Contact American Consulate, Xinjiang, Burma. I don't know what that means. Artists will draw your genitals. Just send photo. 2 weeks allowance. Guaranteed to resemble exactly. Send to Foster Growing Agency. So, ads like that,
Yeah, they sound like possible real ads from back then.
They're not, though.
I know. It's just...
So anyway, That's Harpoon, the first issue anyway.
Yeah, I don't have that first one. I've got a couple of them. I've got
I've got
one.
this one.
That's the one I've got. Yeah, Fish issue. I remember that.
Harpoon number 2.
I didn't buy it then. I bought it later.
So, ladies and gentlemen, here's Harpoon number 2.
Yeah.
It has a fish theme. I guess we have funny letters again, editorial. There's some real ads, the news. You know, it's like Lampoon, so they do all the same stuff, and then they have like a fish section. So we get there's a famous photo. You see?
Yeah.
That was a popular photo. Fish doing funny things, you see.
Yeah. But you know what? That strikes me as humor, like that you'd see like in Bananas or Dynamite or something. It's
Well,
just,
not that first photo with the girl.
well, it just a fish instead of a car. It just
Then they had like a death section. There's a fish section and a death section in this
Yeah.
issue. So they get into like that sort of thing,
yeah.
It's very Lampoon type,
Yeah.
the way that's laid out and everything. How to tell if you're dead. See, that sounds like a Lampoon thing.
Yeah.
There's a poster. They do another poster like Lampoon here. So that's Julie abducted. Bad taste poster. Poor taste poster. So this is, Patty Hearst was abducted by black people, right? Or a liberation group or something.
Yeah.
And so they're saying, what if Julie Nixon was abducted? Nixon's daughter.
Yeah. But does that look like Julie Nixon?
I don't know. It looks good.
Yeah,
Though.
I don't know if that was just something that was taken from a men's magazine or I don't remember what Julie Nixon looks like. Let me look.
I think it was done for this magazine because that guy looks like the guy that was with Patty Hearst, doesn't it?
I don't know.
And it says Julie on her necklace.
Yeah, that does kind of look like Julie Nixon.
Yeah,
I don't really remember Julie Nixon.
She was a nice girl. And then they did something called the Saltines, which is like an ongoing serial about paraplegics. And it's not funny at all, but I guess they knew that it was offensive, Lampoon, so they were trying to go for that,
Right. They don't understand the humor.
White. Yeah, like white air supremacy comics. This isn't funny at all. It's supposed to be funny, like making fun of white supremacists or something, but it just, I don't know. It doesn't work.
Yeah, that's why this magazine didn't make it.
But I appreciate the attempt, and I enjoy a lot of this. Man, here's Great Assassinations. Again, you see that like
Yeah.
in a Lampoon. But it would be funny though.
Yeah, well, if you have a complete collection of National Lampoon and have bought every special and every single issue and every paperback, then I guess you could seek this out.
There's the Cloud Studio guys. They like to star in their own productions. Ozone Holmes. So they have Sherlock Holmes as an occult investigator. I enjoyed that one. So then we have the, mail order babies,
Yeah. Did they, the same art studio did every issue, or did they get rid of them like National Lampoon did?
Well, you'll see. Ned Sontag did Smacky Duck.
What other cartoons did they have in that section?
There's a Rowdy Nudie again by
Okay.
Jessica Green. Another one of these relettered 50s comics. I assume they're relettered and not.
Yeah.
They're kind of funny. This is a weird one. Jerry Lane, Frogman.
Okay.
more surreal. But I felt that way, like a lot of Lampoon's ones. I thought the funny pages was like the weakest part of the Lampoon. I know a lot of people thought it was the highlight, but to me, it wasn't as funny as the rest of the magazine.
Yeah.
Is hit and miss. This has been talked about on the internet. Dope Rider by Kirshner.
Yeah, I don't remember.
It's a tribute to like Westerns in a way.
Yeah.
And then Heather and Feather, the Ralph Reese one again.
Okay.
I think Lampoon at one point said you have to stop working for them, because we don't like that. You working for them and us.
Yeah.
I mean, that would make sense, right?
Yeah.
So that was his second issue. Now, the third issue, the Christmas issue, you've seen this, right?
Yeah, I have that. The cover's awful. It's
really weird. Yeah, it's a really weird cover.
Is that the final issue?
Well, no.
Okay.
Yes and no. The answer is no, but other people will tell you yes, but it's not. I will explain that.
All right.
So this is the third issue. And I'll show you, we got Holiday Humbugs. It's got a lot of Christmas stuff. It's a Christmas issue. And they have the book reviews, like I showed you before. Let's read another Existential Folly. Would you like to do that?
If people want to hear another one,
I'll read. This is a shorter one. It's called First Love. I'm riding with Audrey. She has straight auburn hair, but beautiful buttocks. She has other features too. The car is an old Chevy. I'm trying to read a book on mysticism while Audrey is on the wheel. She's a bad driver, but she has beautiful buttocks. Is there a correlation between the size of noses and the size of penises? She asks. I touch my nose. Why do you touch your nose? Says Audrey. I quickly withdraw my hand from my nose and put it in my lap. Now what are you doing? She said. Audrey's difficult, but she has beautiful buttocks. So, you read that and you wonder, okay, what is the point of this? Yeah. What is the author trying to say,
Yeah.
And I don't know.
But do you want to know?
Now, this looks like Edward Gorey did this.
Is it Edward Gorey?
It sure looks like it. If it isn't, it's a great imitation, I'll tell you that.
Well, it probably is Edward Gorey then.
He worked for Lampoon as well.
Yeah, I mean, you need to make money like all of us.
Yeah, it looks like his art.
If this is a magazine that let you keep your original art, then...
which you're assuming is the case, yeah.
I'm assuming if they're getting artists like Neil Adams, and that, yeah.
They do some religious stuff in here, and this kind of thing. Gifts you can get for Christmas is very Lampoonish,
Yeah.
Captain Crouton, American Nowhere Land.
Okay.
See? Oh, this was a funny one. This was a parody of a newsletter, Paco, Preserve All Children from Obscenity. So it's about wanting to censor everything they see because they think children shouldn't be exposed to anything.
Yeah.
And it's pretty funny. It's a funny parody. So, sometimes they do it right. Sometimes they do it right.
Yeah. What year are we up to here? About 75?
Just starting 75. This is Christmas 74. And then we have a short story called Gersh, which is a dirty short story. And again, it's supposed to be you can tell it's supposed to be like a Chris Miller story, but it's just not very good. So it's hit and miss. I love this. I love this weird stuff, like the history of philosophic and moral apparatus and their inventors. This is one I like a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, and they started reprinting Little Nemo in Slumberland.
Yeah. Was that because it was public domain, I wonder?
Maybe, probably, right? But they said, but it's great though. It's nice to see it. Then we have the underground comics again. It's mostly the same ones as I've shown you before. But there's all different ones here, There's a lot in this issue. I mean, I could show you, but it's pretty much the same thing. This is a real skateboard ad.
Oh, what's going on there?
This is a real ad for skateboards.
Oh,
I mean, only in the 70s would you have a naked girl in a real ad.
yeah, I guess that's partly true.
So what happened is this. Harpoon went for 3 issues, right?
Uh-huh.
And National Lampoon said, you must desist from calling your magazine Harpoon because it sounds
Insanity or something?
no,
International Insanity or something.
you're getting mixed up. That's a different magazine. I'll get to that later. But so they said Harpoon, they said sounds too similar to Lampoon. People are going to think it's a National Lampoon.
Apple pie?
We're going to sue you. So they changed their name. So there's bi-monthly. The next month it came out bi-monthly, it became Apple Pie.
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing that too, and when I was a kid, and I think I have that issue.
So it's the same magazine.
Yeah, because you can tell because it's still not funny, the guy farting.
Some of it's funny.
But that's
not. The guy. Now, I think this is an idiotic idea. They had as the theme of this issue farting.
okay. For the whole issue, it's farting.
It's so stupid. I mean, why would you pick such a narrow theme, a juvenile theme as your theme for your issue? What a dumb idea, right?
Yeah.
But the cover is done by the artist who did the movie poster for Gone with the Wind in 1939.
Okay.
That iconic poster.
Sure. Yeah. Well.
They got him to do the cover. Amazing.
Yeah. I would have made it Rhett Butler and Scarlett O'Hara with farting. That would have been at least that might have been funny.
This is what they said.
Oh, that's because Gone with the Wind. Is that? Nah, maybe not.
Oh, I didn't think of that. It could be. Okay, you ready for this?
I don't know.
What the hell is going on here? Is this the old Harpoon? Just what is the deal? This is in the editorial. We changed our title after 3 issues of this ridiculous magazine.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted a good dessert and something to remind you of Mom. No, that's not quite it. We wanted good, clean fun done in the only way, the American way. Well, we just wanted to have a flag with a big pie on it. No. Would you believe we were offered a deal we couldn't refuse? It seems some uptown nabobs who publish another magazine by the name of the Golden Doubloon. They're talking about the National Lampoon, right? In case that isn't obvious, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're getting terribly worried over confusion between Harpoon and the Golden Doubloon at the newsstand and wanted the confusion cleared up. It was funny how anxious they became over this matter as time went by, but we couldn't agree more. Let it be known here and forever, this ain't the poon, it's the pie. Apple pie, and it's 100% American. But what a great joke, that Harpoon business, eh? So that's what they said in the editorial.
Is this issue 1 or issue 4?
They renumbered it over again, so it's issue 1 of,
Okay.
but it would be issue 4. So they changed the news section to rumors.
Okay.
And I think it was done. It was better now.
Okay.
In a better format. Then we have this weird, like 30s style City Slicker Bob thing, like a Fred Astaire
Yeah.
type comic, which I don't know what the point of it is, but it's Art Deco kind of.
Oh, sorry. I'll give you full screen.
I mean, there was a craze for the 30s in the 70s.
Yeah, a lot of nostalgia.
Existential Follies got a bigger section with pictures now. It's probably better than it was too, but I won't read all that. We have a new comic called Ezekiel Wolf by Ted Richards.
Okay.
And we have Rowdy Nudie again. Rocket Man by Jerry Lane.
Let's see Rocket Man.
Okay.
It's let's move in where we can see Rocket Man a little better. I can't really make out his helmet there. Okay, so he's just he's okay.
Okay, and then we have like a confession magazine, Secret Confession.
Okay, that's probably one of the best things I've seen because that looks almost authentic.
Yeah, this is good. I like that. And it's got like, my husband made me go to one of those Saturday night swingers parties when he knew I had gas.
Oh, so they really are keeping this theme
Yeah.
throughout the whole issue.
Unfortunately, yeah. He took us riding in his bedroom on wheels, a windy ride that would end in tragedy. Yeah, that's the only problem is they kept this stupid farting theme, you know. And then they have Gone with the Wind, so there you go. A Fumetti, and it's about a guy that farts all the time,
Yeah.
And this is Cloud Studio guys, people starring in this.
Yeah.
You see, doing that kind of thing. And then we have The Invasion of the Windsuckers from Beyond the Stars.
Yeah.
Alien invasion, but with farting as a theme. Now this is better. Okay, wait you see this. Okay, this is not about farting. This is called Groupie Doo.
I remember this. So there is some new somebody's new on the staff, and they're doing parodies that look a little more authentic.
Well, this is
And that looks to be Dan DeCarlo, real Dan DeCarlo art.
Here's
I remember this.
like these are good ads here, like the ads you see in the comic books then.
As I remember, it looks good, but it's not as funny as you'd think it would be.
Stan Goldberg is the artist.
Oh, Stan Goldberg. Okay.
So he's doing his Archie. So this is great. This is basically Archie comics, but raunchy. And what it is these girls are groupies, and they're after Mick Jagger of the Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
It's really good. You sound like you don't believe me, but
No, I've read it. I have this issue.
well, you're like, yeah.
No, it's just
What?
I don't know. I mean, there's not a lot of point to it though.
Well, I think it's pretty good. It's like a Lampoon did a similar one where they had Frank Zappa visit a conservative college, and they didn't know how to, react to them. And it was drawn the exact same way as this. I thought that was pretty funny too.
Yeah. I mean, it's just having Betty and Veronica types as groupies. It's not really deeply thought out. Like,
well, it's funny though. I mean, you read it, it's funny. It's more than that, I have to defend it. I think it's a pretty good parody.
Because I'm thinking like of the Archie from EC comics.
Yeah, well, but it's not an Archie parody though, right? It's not like Archie and his gang. It's just using that style.
Right.
But it was good. Oh, this is good. They laughed when I sat down to remove my gallbladder.
Did the fart theme continue in the Mick Jagger story?
No. They dropped it at this point, which is good. I thought this was hilarious. This shows you in depth how to perform surgery on yourself at home.
Okay.
And they really get into it. Like they I don't know if a person studied a medical textbook, but they really tell you how you can remove the parts of your body, and it's really funny, you know. That's definitely a Lampoon type thing too. Then they got back to the fart thing again. And I don't know what that is, but it had this weird, like, there's some lot of color in it. And see?
Is that oh, there's Snappy Sammy Smoot.
Oh, that's your friend,
Yeah.
Skip Williamson. There you go.
Yeah. So
And this is about this guy falls in love with this girl in a magazine, a naked girl. There she is.
okay.
And it's all about his
Yeah.
obsession, I think, with her. And it's really well drawn, and it's an interesting story. Like it goes, I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
But it is interesting. Then we got Bozo Rabibo by
Okay.
Skip Williamson. That's your pal again.
Well, yeah, because he's got personality to his art.
So he worked for them too. See that?
Yeah. There.
See? And then we have Lee Van Cleef in a thing, because the guy was a big fan of Lee Van Cleef, the guy that did this. He talked about it on the internet somewhere. Heather and Feather was taken over by Jerry Lane because, as I said, Ralph Reese had to leave because the Lampoon told him, you better stop working for that magazine.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. Some good stuff here. So there you go. That's a pretty good issue, huh? You got this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have it. You should read that again. Maybe you'll like it more now, you know?
Yeah. If I can find it,
Yeah.
it'll pop
Okay.
up at some point.
So the next issue of Apple Pie was a pornography or smut issue.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't be showing too much of that.
You don't want to see too much of this one?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just because
Well,
you'd like to see it, but
No, well, I don't know. Not necessarily. Maybe show some of the cartoons if they're
yeah.
good
No,
artists.
I've seen the stuff you're into. You're not fooling me.
I just show the art if it's good art, and yeah.
Well, it's like the same. There's a whole bunch of underground comics, just like the same ones that I've shown you already.
But are there good parodies that like that Archie parody or?
There's a history of lust in America is pretty cool. So this is like this is like at Lampoon when they did the sex issues,
Right.
I think I could show this. This is their poster, Smokey the Beaver.
Yeah, you can show that.
Somebody might think that's funny.
Yeah.
How to Tell If You're Horny. That's a pretty good one. This article. Great directors' porn films. This part wasn't that good. But there's some funny stuff, though. There's always like half of it's funny and half of it's not. That's how this magazine goes. This one is this. I guess they got him back because Ralph Reese did this. Ralph Reese and Larry Hama did this. New Meat on the Street, about this innocent kid that goes downtown into like this den of depravity,
Right.
and what happens and everything down there. It's a good story, except they printed 2 of the pages out of order.
Is there more Skip Williamson in this issue?
Well, there's Little Nemo in Slumberland.
Yeah. Which is completely out of place in a magazine like that with that theme.
I know you like this stuff. I know you. You just don't want to get in trouble with YouTube,
Well, I mean, if it's funny, then it has. But is that Zippy the Pinhead?
Yeah, they started printing Zippy the Pinhead comics in
That's
here.
real early appearance from that for that. Yeah, cool. Was that the final issue?
No,
Oh, they kept going.
yeah. Are you hoping it's the final issue?
No, I think you showed once before there were other issues beyond this.
Well, to you, but I haven't shown it to the audience though.
Well, how did you show it to me without showing it to the audience?
We were out together one night, and you were driving your car, and I was showing you stuff.
No, seriously, how did you show me?
I'm serious. I was on your phone, and you had your phone with you, and you were like going out, and I was talking to you privately, and I showed you a bunch of these magazines.
I wasn't driving.
Yeah, you were for some of it.
What are you talking about?
You
man?
went and got some food, and I went with you, and I was showing you magazines while you were driving, and you'd look once in a while, you know.
Oh, okay. I don't remember.
This happened.
All right.
You don't remember any of that?
No, I just remember that there were a bunch of issues. Now that I think about it, of this apple pie, it went on like a Patty Hearst issue or something.
I haven't shown them yet in the chat. Okay, so here's the next issue. This is the violence issue.
Okay, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
There's a lot of good Jerry Lane art.
Who's Jerry Lane again?
I don't know, but he worked for this magazine. And now we have now this looks like, is that from a men's magazine or is it from, for the...
It probably was commissioned for this magazine, but it's someone that probably worked for those real magazines because they still made those magazines in the 70s. Those men's adventure magazines were still on the stands. That's what's that artist again? That's the guy that did the Checkered Demon, isn't it?
It's Clay Wilson.
Yes, Clay Wilson did the Checkered Demon. Yeah, that's he was one of the biggest underground comics artists. If you don't like underground comics and you like that, I mean, that is underground.
I didn't like that much, that one.
Yeah, he had an interesting style. He was famous for the Checkered Demon.
They did a whole thing about the IRA, that all the troubles going on in Ireland.
Yeah.
This being the violence issue is like, and then they do a national star, so like an Inquirer type.
Oh, that's good. That looks pretty real.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that they're using says like that. And there's too much white space on to the left of the word she. It doesn't look it's not it doesn't look like the interior of the star. My mom would buy those tabloids like the Inquirer and the Star and the Tabloid.
I think this looks pretty good. I think it looks pretty good. My mom bought them too, and
that's a little closer to it.
Yeah, you're not mad at me, are you, Gratu?
No. For what?
Oh, okay, good. I'm always worried that I'm going to offend you.
What would I be mad about?
Well, I guess we won't need to talk about it, right? If you're not, right?
Well, what did you do? What are you feeling guilty about?
Oh, because you said, don't show too much of that or whatever.
Well, you didn't show that much.
No, I didn't show much of that one.
It's just probably not a good idea to show a lot of nude stuff on YouTube. I mean,
yeah. It's weird. It's weird because like some videos you see that they say, "Oh, we can't show all the stuff," and then other videos you see it. Like in the video, like you said, heavy metal magazines, like guys going through and reviewing the magazine, they show everything. No. Like I don't get it. Some people, some people don't.
Those aren't photographs.
What was that?
Heavy metal is that's art.
Yeah, but I wasn't showing you a photograph, was I? Oh yeah, a few. There were a few. Yeah, a few. Not a lot, but there's a few. Here's this is good. This is Buster Brown Commits Crime.
Okay.
It looks like a real Buster Brown comic from the early 1900s,
Yeah.
but it's not.
Yeah. But that in the mid 70s, the people that would understand that parody would be
That
ancient.
is brilliant. That is Mike Kaluta art,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
it's
he's
brilliant. I'm
good.
sorry, man.
He's great.
People knew more about the past then, though, than they do now. You gotta remember that.
Well, that's true, but Buster Brown, by that point, people just knew Buster Brown as a shoe store.
Well, I've heard of it. I knew it when I was a kid. I'd seen it because I studied the history of comics from the library. But I guess everybody
Right.
didn't. So here's the next issue: the money issue
Okay.
with Jackie O on the cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's good stuff. There's a lot of good stuff in here. Greed magazine
Okay.
parody. Selling America, like they're selling the monuments like the Statue of Liberty and the Petrified Forest and everything. So yeah, it's like Lampoon. Here's their subscription ad that they had. It took me a while to realize what I was
proud. Okay, Apple. It took you a while to realize what?
looking at there. Do you see what's going on there? It took me a while to realize it.
No, I don't know what's going on. She what?
There's somebody's hand is under her shirt.
What?
It's fondling her. See?
Oh.
You see down there you can see like an arm underneath.
No.
You don't see that?
Point to what you're talking about.
Right down there, right
Oh,
there.
where?
There's an arm right there. A hairy arm.
Oh, no. I
And you
didn't
can
see that.
that's the hand right there. See?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see. Yeah, all right.
Weird.
Okay. Yeah, feel proud. Yeah. All right.
Oh, that's what I didn't get that until you said that.
Yeah.
I didn't get that till you said that.
Yeah, the humor is very deep. Very.
It's weird that I didn't get that though. Now this is in the 30s style. See now.
Yeah. Yeah.
They do
Who's the
this.
artist?
I don't know. I can't read that signature. I can't read the signature. But
Yeah, that's very underground style. Like I say, a lot of the underground stuff was very 30s.
yeah, well, these are underground people that work for
Yeah.
this. Maybe I could find out who the artist is. If I had a million. No, I don't know. It's got a signature, but I can't read it. It's part of a parody of something. This is another ad they had. Only one magazine can show them who's funniest.
Okay.
See, a communist guy is trying to do something to an American woman. So the good American there, he's got an apple pie magazine. He's going to knock out the communist with it.
Yeah, that would have been a good front cover.
Yeah, I think that's good. I like that.
Yeah.
Then we have more of the cartoons. Then we have a Dork Tracy.
Oh, that's cool.
And other ones. Dunsbury. I didn't know it was that old.
Yeah, Doonesbury was around the early 70s. Yeah.
It's a pretty bad comic, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not funny, is what I mean.
Yeah, because liberals aren't very funny usually.
Yeah, it's just leftist humor, and it was supposed to be brilliant because other leftists just laugh at anything that
It started out of Austin. Yeah. And then they really ripped off Hunter S. Thompson wasn't really happy that he was made a character in there, and then a lot of people that aren't too smart think that Hunter S. Thompson is copying this cartoon.
Right. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they had a character called Gonzo or something that was
Yeah, and he did Gonzo journalism.
yeah.
So here's the next issue. It's the education issue.
See, they should have those paintings they're using in the interior should have been used here because that's a lame cover.
Now, I think this is the best issue of Apple Pie.
Is it the last issue?
No.
Okay, I was going to say
It's-
that's the best.
What's that?
No, I was kidding. I was saying that's why it's the best one. It's the last, but it's not.
I think this is the funniest issue.
Oh, okay. Well, that would help for a humor magazine to be funny.
Education makes a good theme.
Yeah. I like the National Lampoon education issue. They had an entire parody of an SAT test that was hilarious.
I guess I can't show you the girl here, but this is the ad you're talking about, how to pick up girls.
The one from Saul Brodsky's son.
No. You said you thought it was.
I was looking at the wrong page. Yeah.
No, this is in the Lampoon. Remember in the Lampoon?
Oh,
they
yeah, of course.
advertised
Yeah.
You're asking me about that book. So.
Yeah, it's a topless girl that's used in every ad. Yeah.
So they advertise it in here too. Now you have Child Prodigy.
Yeah.
This is a parody of, Child Prodigy magazine, which is pretty funny. This is really fun. It's very pretentious. You're right. This parody here, Doonesbury, that is. This is like a little kid that's the new blues artist. And he writes songs about being a baby, but he's got the blues all the time. So he writes them in the blues style that blues musicians would. And it's hilarious. It's really fun.
I can see how that could be funny.
Yeah. And it's all about like child prodigies. And it's really well done.
Mhm.
It could be in the Lampoon. It's good enough to be a Lampoon one. And then they have real world comics about what it's like. All these arts majors go out in the real world and they can't get a job. And that's funny comic too.
Yeah.
Oh, then they have like a textbook parody. Like this is very Lampoon. Our bright forefathers, pilgrims discover fire.
Uh-huh.
This is literally like a Lampoon type of thing. Like it's just they're really hitting all the rockets at this time, all the cylinders in their engine. Back to school supplement. This was great. I love this back to school supplements. This is funny. Shows you how to do everything in school, and they have a sample of a test you could test paper or exam and essay. You could write Marxist existentialism and everything. It's really funny to get ahead in school. Selling a brain dipstick to measure your intelligence. That's really good. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in here. I like this one. Then there's a Thomas Edison parody. A Sunday seminar, like educational program. That's really good. Oh, and they did this is like a Lampoon type thing, like a yearbook type thing. The Eberhard Faber University Alumni Bulletin.
Mm-hmm.
So they do that just like a real alumni bulletin and
Right.
what's going on campus. And man, they have what's happened to the alumni? Like there's so much text here. There's so much reading there. It'd take you like half an hour at least to read that one page. That's pretty cool. Then we have some comics again, which are mostly the same as the other ones. They're advertising your magazine or a magazine you mentioned, Arcade Magazine.
Yeah, that was a magazine. I think it had more distribution than the average underground comic.
Yeah.
Marvel did one. They tried to do a underground type magazine called Comics Book.
Comics International or no Comics Book. Yeah.
It's called Comics Book. Yeah, Comics International was done by Warren.
Warren.
And
Yeah.
that had a lot of Richard Corbin color art and stuff.
So what happened at this point is after how many issues is that counting Harpoon? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So after 8 issues, they I guess they lost their funding. They weren't making enough money. So they didn't want to give up, which is weird to me because this seemed like an idea that just wasn't going to work. But what they decided to do was they lost the funding. They couldn't produce the slick pages anymore. They couldn't afford the underground cartoonists, I guess.
Right.
They got rid of all that. And they relaunched Apple Pie as a parody of People magazine. And it says special all new format.
Okay.
So every issue looks like People magazine. And I don't know how long they thought that could go on for. And it's all photos. There's no cartoons or anything. It's just, the scandal of President Ford's drinking. It's just, news roundups and
why was that funny? Because it was his wife that drank, not him? Is that what
I don't know. No idea.
Because his wife was famous for, founding the Betty Ford Clinic, but
you can meet different personalities. That's right. Meet Miss Plastic Garbage Can, 1975.
Yeah.
It seems like a weird idea, they thought this would work.
Yeah.
Look, false teeth for sharks. Jaws was big. Army experiments where they doing LSD experiments with people. Then they had a whole section about Patty Hearst, with her captives and talk about how horrible it was.
See, that alone would have been a funny story, but trying to keep this people thing going for the entire issue is a little.
Yeah, there's a naked picture of her in the middle, so I won't show you that.
Yeah.
Frank Sinatra. It's just like it's okay, but it's stretched thin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially when you're doing this every issue now. So this was their new idea, and so that
how long did they?
Well, I've got every issue, so I'll show them all to you. That was the first one of those. This is the next one. This one was the hardest one for me to get. January 1976. See, Brian Jones rejoins the Rolling Stones. Now, he was dead, right, at this point.
Right.
So they say, well, he came back from the dead and he joined them.
That's funny.
Gerald Ford humor. Santa Claus dies in freak accident. I was a CIA assassin. And they just use like stock photos and stuff. Tomorrow's Africa. Politics. Whoa. Julie Nixon was very attractive. Look at this.
Yeah.
That's after she was married to David Eisenhower. So she's Julie.
Yeah, the press made fun of them mercilessly for being this nerdy couple. Yeah. It was
Lampoon. National Lampoon was horrible to David Eisenhower.
Yeah.
They really made him look like a schmuck. They really went after him all the time. The National Lampoon.
Do you know Laura Eisenhower?
No.
She's on YouTube. She's like a new age UFO type person. She's really interesting. She kind of looks. She's I don't know if she's the great granddaughter of Eisenhower, but let me look her up.
Loch Ness Monster. He's been seen on the Florida coast.
Okay.
This is probably somebody they got to pose for the magazine. I can't show you that. Oh, wow. Whoa. If anybody wants to see what I'm wooing at, they'll have to buy this if they can find it. So that's the next issue. They got dirtier as they went on, so.
Well, they're desperate to sell magazines.
Yeah, I think they were getting desperate. You can tell. Okay, so this is the next one.
Oh,
Now-
brother.
Now, notice that they started putting things on the cover like this. This is a funny magazine. We parody all the news. So it's like they're getting so desperate.
Yeah, that's really ridiculous.
And this is Jack Ford. This is, what's his name? Gerald Ford's son, right? And they say he's like a marijuana addict in this issue. Maybe there was a scandal at the time. They said he was smoking pot. I don't know. But they have a whole article about this, about him being a possible pothead or whatever.
Yeah.
Then they have some burlesque artists. Oh, frick. And they have a huge woman here who's naked. A lesbian electrocution. She's in the electric chair. Inside Mayo's New China. That's very weird. This one. Animals think, have feelings, say science bigwigs. This is a guy, I imagine this was a guy that actually did profiles on in the 50s or something. He didn't have any arms, and he did everything with his legs. So they must have just taken the photos of him and said, well, we'll just put like a funny, supposedly funny, article to go along with it. These aren't as good as the earlier apple pies, Harpoos. Now that looks like something right from the 50s, right? Like, doesn't it look like a Martian thing you would like?
Yeah, those are. I've seen those pictures.
You have seen these before?
Well, those are taken in the 50s. They found them somewhere.
Okay.
I've seen them in other contexts, just people posting them online.
This is what you do in your stream sometimes, right?
Oh, with the glasses?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Kind of like that. And they got Barbara Walters. Okay.
Yeah.
Howard Cosell's salami suit.
Oh boy.
New Hope for the Hopelessly Insane. Okay, so that's that issue.
Yeah.
All right. Are you surprised it keeps going?
No, I remember the 70s were a horrible time.
Oh, these were fun magazines, well, some of them. This is their politics issue. This is the next issue. There's not a whole lot to show you. I mean, they're putting more naked ladies in it as it goes on.
So what? Yeah, is that the last issue?
No. And then the last issue, I guess okay, you don't want me to show you, but so
What?
they go all out on the last issue. I'll cover this up.
Okay.
And they have like a naked girl right on the cover of it.
Okay, but it didn't work. All
And
right.
it's look at this, a smut issue. Look at that.
I like how they have to tell you it's gross and funny at the top.
Yeah. And this one's really like, you can see it's getting really dirty at this point.
Yeah, okay. So, wow.
I really, yeah. Yeah, I can't show this.
Okay.
But and they have a centerfold of a dog crapping. Which
Show
is
that.
that reminded me of your video.
Yeah.
When you showed that in a video, it reminded me of this right here.
Oh, well, yeah.
I don't want to show that because I don't like looking at that personally.
Okay.
So I'm not going to subject the viewers to
I
that.
bet you haven't seen Pink Flamingos.
No, I have. I don't want to see that. I know about that. I know about it. And of course, they have David Eisenhower.
Right.
But Julie Nixon was a very attractive lady, a very nice lady. Yeah. And he looks a little nerdy, but there's nothing wrong with that.
Well.
Hello, my name is Laura Magdalene Eisenhower, and I'm here to talk about the importance of understanding who the goddess Sophia is, because.
So are you saying this is their daughter? Is that what you're saying to me?
Am I saying what?
Is this their daughter or
granddaughter? No, I don't know who this is. Let me look her up on Wikipedia. I just know that I've seen her on YouTube. My wife's been watching these videos, and
yeah, Cleo likes likes to watch crazy people.
Yeah, well, I like to watch crazy people too. I don't think she has a Wikipedia entry.
Did you watch any of the videos of that Plato guy that thinks Ed Sullivan is Richard Nixon?
Yeah. I've been watching a lot of crazy people lately.
What did you think of his videos? What do you think of them?
They're pretty cool. They're cool. Yeah, and that other lady we were looking at was out of her mind too.
So that was the last issue. That's it for Harpoon Apple Pie.
This is her Cosmic Gaia with Laura Eisenhower.
Maybe she's not related.
She's supposed to be. Let's see where it tells us about.
What's chat saying? Let's see.
It says Laura Eisenhower is a global alchemist, researcher, and medical and intuitive astrologist. She is an internationally acclaimed speaker who has presented her work worldwide. Laura is the great-granddaughter of President Dwight David Eisenhower, and she reveals exopolitical information about his administration that has been largely held in secrecy. Well, yeah, because when Eisenhower left, he warned about the military-industrial complex and how we have to watch out for them because they'll start wars and they'll fuck things up. And of course,
there's a perfect. I got a screenshot of us on the screen right now from this stream.
Yeah,
and it's beautiful. You should use this as your profile picture or something, like the two of us. We both have these great looks on our faces.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I could tell you where it's when Meyer Greenblatt said Tom has deep, obscure, fascinating comic knowledge, and you put it on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
And our reaction is amazing to it. We have this. We look great in this. I wish I could show it to you.
Well, you could send it to me somehow through or post it on Facebook or something. I wanted to show you this thing that really disturbed me.
Yeah, Howard Cosell was all right.
Okay, Creepy Magazine. Shit, I think it's Creepy Magazine number 74. Has this Neil Adams illustrated story. I don't know who wrote this. Let's see. Anyway, it's about this assassin.
Yeah.
You know, it's about a sniper. And I remember seeing this as a kid. Oh. And it's just it's called Thrill Kill. Let's see who wrote it. Jim Strinson. Let's see. He's keeping score. But it's just there's one panel that really bothered me.
Yeah, realistic horror is the scariest type.
Yeah, but there's one panel that goes beyond just really perverted. It's like it really made me question what the hell's going on. It's this here. This woman gets shot like that, and then it looks like she's peeing, but it's blood, and it's
yeah,
this guy getting shot, and it's just
that is bad.
And this is
I don't like that.
You know,
it's disturbing,
creepy. 75 from November 1975. I mean, there's nothing EC like about that. There's no clever little twist to it. It's just
weird.
That's just sick.
It's exploitative.
And that just because creepy is in that little gray zone where between. It's not really considered an adult magazine. It was always down on the lower shelf where kids could get to it, and they would sell it to kids because they didn't unless it was a really extreme cover.
Yeah.
And so I just, and then what, things like that bothered me. And then when they went totally ape shit and Warren put out the magazine 1984, which later became 1994, then there was good art, but he was trying to do a heavy metal type magazine, and it was so extreme that it was really bad taste.
I had no idea. I know about the magazine. I didn't know that's what it was like.
Oh yeah, it's everything in it is completely perverse.
Mr. Greenblatt, thank you for saying I have obscure comic knowledge, and I appreciate that. And everybody that's enjoying all these things.
Oh, people are talking about. Oh, okay. Hold on, I'm missing all kinds of stuff.
Because I showed a Howard Cosell and apple pie, so they're talking.
Okay, let me go back to let's see. Good Lord, you've been on for 4 hours already. What did I miss? Schickstig. Okay, Howard Cosell. Never heard of apple pie. Can see why. Yeah, it was mid 70s to. Let's see. I miss Howard Cosell. His legend has lasted longer than his career. I do miss his calling boxing though. Miss good boxing. I enjoy watching old MNF from the 70s. Complete games with commercials are the best. Monday Night Football. Okay, I had to think about that. And Howard's halftime highlights. Creepy, look cheap doing that story. Yeah. Those Warren books are normally displayed with the adult stuff, at least where I'm from.
Is Lead Paint a new subscriber?
I don't know if he's a new subscriber, but he's a new commenter. I don't know when people subscribe. Sometimes it gives me a notice that I have a new subscriber and tells me their name, but usually it doesn't. It depends, I guess, on people's settings somehow.
Should I keep going through the 70s?
Yeah. What's next?
The next magazine is called The National Crumb.
Okay.
From 1975.
Was there a lawsuit?
Well, Robert Crumb was not happy about this because he thought they were using his name, and they just tried to say, no, we're just using the word crumb. It doesn't mean you.
Bullshit.
Which is ridiculous. Yeah, ridiculous. I mean, who would come up with the National Crumb, right?
No, they're definitely trying to make people think Crumb was involved in it.
So Jerry Grandinetti did the cover here.
Okay.
And the
I
editor.
don't remember why I know that name.
Well, he worked for a lot of these magazines, a lot of these 70s magazines.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you know who owns the rights to this?
No.
Who do you think published this? Who do you think was responsible for this magazine? And they tried to say, oh, no, we didn't mean Robert Crumb,
It looks kind of Charlton-like.
Yeah, it's cheap. It does. Actually, the paper's really cheap in this
Did
magazine.
someone write a price on there, or is that printed?
No, they wrote it on there.
What does it say? 42 cents?
That's what it looks like.
You get an 8-cent discount.
But you ready for this?
Well, yeah, I guess.
The editor is Jim Simon.
Okay. So he's back.
Joe Simon's son. He tried again.
Yeah.
He tried again.
And failed again.
The Simon Studios own the rights to the National Crumb for what it's worth. I don't think it's worth anything, but they own it today. They still own it.
Yeah, so you can't you can't put out a magazine called the National Crumb.
So Jerry Grandinetti is the art director.
Yeah.
I said Robert Crumb wasn't happy about this,
Yeah, well, of course he isn't.
And it looks like it was printed on Charlton paper because it's really bad printing. Like, it's dark. This is Jack Sparling art again.
Okay.
So it's the same people. It's the Sick Magazine people, something else people again. They're trying again, basically. Something else.
It looks like 74, 75 with those disaster movie parodies.
Yeah. something else didn't work. So, but this is a few years later, and they thought, well, let's try again.
Yeah, I never saw that on the stands. Well, actually, I might have. I take that back, but I would have immediately put it back down because even in fourth grade, I can see how shitty it is.
It's just really cheap, and it's just like everything's dark, like everything's printed like on dark paper or something. I got a lot of them from eBay and from Mile High in my comic shop. eBay, a lot of them, and a lot from Doug's Comic World in Canada, which is an enormous warehouse of comics and magazines and records and everything. It's one of the biggest secrets in comic done. It's like it's like as big as my comic shop. This guy's stock basically. And
are there videos online of Doug's shop?
Yeah, Doug's Comic World. That's what you look up. But Doug was an Overstreet advisor going back to 1970. I think he's still an advisor. And his website looks like those old mail order things you'd see when they sent out forms back before the days of the internet,
Okay.
You know
So,
what I'm talking about?
Yeah, so he's probably in the 70s or 80s.
Maybe. So his website is all text. There's no shopping carts or anything. And it looks like it's just a gigantic catalog you get in the 70s or something. And it still looks like this. And you have to send him an email to order from him. You have to talk to him to order from him. But he's really nice, though.
What's it called?
Tons of Doug's Comic World.
Because I'm getting all this Doug.
Doug Sulipa. Doug Sulipa. You're on YouTube right now.
Yeah. Are you not seeing it?
Yeah, but you're on YouTube.
Yeah. Why is that bad?
It's on Google. It's a website on.
Right. I could do that, but I was wanting to see inside his store.
Yeah, you have to go to the Google though. You're on YouTube right now.
Yeah, I was hoping someone had gone into his store and put.
Oh, I get it. I understand now. I don't know if that's a case. Well, look up his name on. I think there are YouTube videos, but he lives. I don't know. He lives. That's him there. That's an old picture though. He's in a warehouse. Like this guy has an enormous warehouse in Canada, and he's got all this. To see everything here, that's a different category. And if you click on each category of what he's got just hundreds, thousands, millions of listings of things, everything you can imagine. I think he's even got like 8 tracks and stuff. This guy's got everything there,
Yeah.
His prices are high though. That's the only thing I have to say.
So his name is Doug Sulipa.
Mm-hmm. But I did buy a lot of the obscure humor magazines from him because I couldn't get them anywhere else.
Did I show you? Did you see that?
Oh, it's a U. It's a U. Yeah, you got to change that.
Where? Here?
Well, it says showing results there. Just click that.
Oh, Sulipa.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Here?
Well, this is some guy. I don't know.
It's some guy that hopefully went and filmed it. No, he's just showing stuff he got in the mail from him.
Okay.
That must be him here.
That's Doug there. Yeah, sitting on the couch there.
Atlas, before it became Marvel, had a distributor.
This guy was an advisor back in 1970. He looks pretty young.
Well, that's what he says on his website.
I don't doubt it. Let's see what this is.
Yeah, he does look young. Well, that's just showing all the stuff he's got. He's got look, there you go. See that? Look at
Is
all
that
the
what it looks like if you go in a store? You go down rails like that?
Yeah. I don't know if you can go, I think you have to make an appointment or something to go there.
Oh, have you been there? Or you just
I've never been there, no. But I've ordered from him lots of times. Like, look at this place.
Okay.
Unbelievable the stuff the guy's got, eh?
Yeah. What I was going to show, I showed it at the beginning of that last episode, but this one YouTube channel called FT Depot has all kinds of cool movie theater films that play, you know, before like this is.
As soon as we can, let's flick our Bix.
I don't know about you, but I'm hungry.
Now that you mention it, some burgers and fries.
You know, this kind of stuff. Stuff like this. You can hear them turning the pages. Oh, it's silent. But the one they just put up like 2 days ago is this cool comic book store from Oklahoma. It's an ad that they used in the local movie theater. And it's neat.
Cosmic Quest has one of America's largest supplies of Doctor Who, the longest-running science fiction show in history. Plus, Tulsa's largest inventory of Star Trek material and paperbacks. Also, baseball and science fiction gum cards. And role-playing games, including Champions and Starfleet battles. We carry a huge inventory of comic books, new and rare, including direct sales titles, such as Red Star, Vigilante, and Infinity Incorporated. Come in and see that comic books are a great investment for collectors, not just for kids anymore. We also carry original movie posters and can special order older posters. Come to Cosmic Quest, next to the Bowman Twin Theater. Bring your ticket stub for 20% off of all movie posters.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So that was National Crumb. Like, I can show you more, but it's a cheap looking magazine, and it didn't work. You know, it lasted for one issue.
Yeah. Okay.
And so there's another attempt by Simon.
I do think I remember seeing that on the newsstands.
So I gotta go to the bathroom again.
Yep. So,
Okay.
That's cool. So let me get the music playing.
The next magazine is really good.
It's not trash, is it?
No,
That's another one I remember from back then.
that one's coming up, but it's not that one.
Anyway. So, Doug Salipa, never heard of him. This is what Tom was referring to earlier.
Continental flight, London, Paris, New York.
We're taking down the CCP here on Radio Gratu, Stereo Radio, Gratuville.
Hello?
Oh,
Okay, we're back.
Yes.
There's a countdown on my screen.
yeah, there was a countdown to your return.
Oh, thanks. It's really nice of you. The next magazine is International Insanity.
Okay, I remember that one too.
Now, some people on the internet confuse this with Harpoon and Apple Pie, and they say it's the same magazine as those, but it's not the same magazine. So there's some misinformation on the internet. I don't know if this is the one the A&P Air gave his money to, or, you know, Harpoon Apple Pie. But this had money behind it too. Very slick magazine. And I have to say, this one is a lot funnier than Harpoon Apple Pie.
But I could see the confusion because it looks very similar at the
Well,
quality level.
the art people they hired, guess who they hired as the art direction
Those
studio?
the same hippies.
The same guys, Cloud
That's
Studio.
why everyone thinks it's that.
Yeah. But this is funny. This magazine is a lot funnier. Like it hits its targets better. And it's more like what Cracked would be if it was a little more adult. It's a weird thing. You know, it's not really like Lampoon, unless Lampoon was done by the Cracked staff.
Okay.
You know, and I like that. I think that's pretty neat. So first we start off with, in the first issue, some Patty Hearst bubblegum cards,
Okay.
which are pretty kind of interesting. The letters, they have fake letters again. The staff, they have a good looking staff, you know. They have, their news section is a lot funnier than the Harpoons. It's called Uninformed Sources. And it's pretty good. Oh, they had this feature called Facts About the Unknown. Regular column with this forecaster makes predictions, and they're pretty funny about celebrities and stuff. Then we have art. We have a story about this guy that's in love with a chicken. He's got this beautiful girl, but he falls in love with a chicken instead, and it's all about their romance. So it's like one of those romance comics in the 50s, but it's, you know, it's funny. It's really funny. And its art is Dick Giordano. Story is by Mary Screens. And that goes on for a while. So it's pretty good. Yeah, it's really good art. And it's funny. So this is the one I recommend that you find. If you're not sure if you should get the other one, I recommend this one, International Insanity. They do a parody of that book, you know, how to pick up chicks that you're talking about, called Where to Find Chicks. So it's a parody of that book they're always selling all the time. Psychokinetic cooking. Because occult stuff, like we said earlier, was really popular in the 70s. So they're doing a parody of how to cook with your mind. And it's pretty funny. The author of this is Betsy Burr, who is a very attractive writer for this magazine. And she's a funny female writer, too. You don't see a lot of female writers in humor magazines, but she's good, though. Now, we have an article written by Joe Kane and drawn by Carl Potts here. This kind of neat thing about nightmares, like a trucker's nightmare here, and jealous husband's nightmare, policeman's nightmare. You see all crime going on. It's pretty neat. This Fumetti was interesting. It's called Trailer Camp Confidential. I think it looks better too. You know, the color is good and everything. About some going-ons in a trailer camp, and it continues over a few issues. This here, oh yeah, Revenge for 17 Billion Sold. Alien cows and UFOs attack burger eaters. That girl right there is Betsy Burr. She's the writer that I was telling you about, who writes for this magazine. She's one of the staff members. So that's a picture of her. Sometimes she shows up in the magazine. Fast Food Slowly is a parody of fast foods and fast food restaurants. So that goes on for a while, like the Big Mick instead of the Big Mac, and that's pretty funny. The Shooting of Movies Blue by Fred Wolf is pretty good. Then we have, this is a good Fred Wolf one. It's a parody of all the private eyes that were on television in the 70s. So you can see them all there. And the artwork is by Terry Austin, did the pencils. Inks are by Russ Heath, Neil Adams, Carl Potts, Terry Austin, Jack Abel, and Milgrom. Isn't that weird?
Hello?
Did you hear that, Gratu?
What's weird?
Well, you didn't hear what I said?
That the inks are by someone?
Yeah, but did you hear who they're by?
Who were they again?
Listen to this. The pencils are by Terry Austin.
Sure.
And the inks of this one article are by Russ Heath, Neil Adams, Carl Potts, Terry Austin, Abel, and Milgrom.
Oh, they're done by a lot of people.
How can all those legends do the inks for one article?
Sounds like they were sitting around drinking beers one night and just all did it together communally.
What a jam session. I mean, this should be worth $1 million just for that.
Okay.
And look at it. It's beautiful.
$2.
It's beautiful. It's got all these detectives. Look at this. This is great. All these legends.
Maybe each artist did a different character.
Maybe. That makes sense, you know.
Do they each look like they're done in a different style?
Well, not really, but they're great. They look great. Then we have like some about movie monsters and stuff. So you got Blackula and Godzilla and
Right.
King Kong. And this is a good magazine. You should buy this one, Gratu.
What's it called again?
International Insanity.
I don't know if I don't think I have that issue.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the best humor magazines of the 70s, the best obscure magazines. Then we have 200 years of sex in the presidency. So they go through every president and they talk about their sex lives, and it's pretty funny. It's not real, obviously. They're joking. But Phil Hirsch, I forgot to say this. Phil Hirsch is the publisher of International Insanity. If you don't know who Phil Hirsch was, he published Sick Magazine for 5 years in the early 70s. And he published a whole bunch of those 101 joke books you'd see in stores.
Yeah, those aren't very good credits, though.
No, but this is a good magazine, though. This is like he had money behind this. Like, I don't know, maybe the AMP era gave him money, but this is good. This is a good magazine. I highly recommend this. It got great artwork, funny articles, good, writing. Bicentennial joke books. Either advertising one. Oh, I don't know if I could show this or not, but Dick and Jane in Bondage.
So we're up to 1976 now, huh?
Yeah, I won't show that for too long, but that's pretty bad. This part, I don't recommend that part here, the bondage with Dick and Jane. I don't.
Yeah, that's a little. That's pushing it kind of far. These people.
Yeah, that part's too far. But the rest of the magazine was really good, though. It was really funny.
Okay. Yeah, that is weird that it had a mad, cracked-looking illustrated story. That one I've got. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I've got that one. And I remember the swine flu. It was like this big deal, as I recall. And then people were panicked about it, and then it never happened. But I think a bunch of people got a roll up your sleever for it. You're not supposed to say the V word on YouTube.
Then they have like the Howard Hughes designing new bras for people.
Yeah, that's kind of clever. The colors.
Yeah.
He designed the bullet bra. I guess you guys all like that.
Right. This is a funny magazine, I'm telling you. Oh, yeah. Then they had this continuing feature called Single Woman. And she's what it is okay, so it's written by Judy Brown, and the artwork is illustrated by Mike Nassar and Joseph Rubenstein, who I've never heard of, but the artwork's really great. And what it is this girl, she's a liberated woman.
Yeah.
And she fights this chauvinist pig guy. That's her arch enemy, is the chauvinist pig dude. And she fights him with rhetoric and sexiness. And she has like a husband who's like, I guess you said I could show that. I guess you said, because it's not a real picture, it's illustration. And it's really neat. It's written by a woman, so and it's actually the chauvinist pig though is her father, but she doesn't know that. It's like that's his secret identity.
Is that ad real or fake?
Oh, that's a real ad. They have a lot of real ads in here too.
Those are really sleazy ads. Those aren't big time advertisers. National Lampoon would have like liquor and stereo ads, high-end stereo ads.
Hitler's kitten. So this is an article about Hitler and his kitten.
Oh boy.
The bar of Avon instead of the Bard of Avon. So this is like what a bar would be like in Shakespeare's time.
Yeah.
Pretty clever. A singles bar. I'll show this. They have a parody of, they have all these really sleazy novels out, like smutty novels that you get in dime stores or whatever. Yeah. And so they did a parody of it called Horny Hippie Housewives, right?
Yeah. And
it's hilarious because when they write it with all these spelling errors and grammatical errors because they're trying to, make it look really cheap. And it's funny. It's so funny, this parody. And it just goes on as a text thing mostly, but it's really funny, like hilarious how it's so funny. And then Richard Nixon, of course, the final days, they have to do a Nixon thing, right? Of course.
Yeah.
And then they do a parody about, Gerald Ford was always falling down, or at least they used to make jokes that he was all the time on, Saturday night and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So Neil Adams did this story about Gerald Ford being like the $6 million man. So they have to repair him every time he falls down, and there's other stuff going on, But this is Neil Adams' art.
Yeah, I can see.
He's a pauper fellow.
And he was doing the $6 Million Man comics in reality.
Well, I didn't know that. Here's another real ad. I'll teach you to master transcendental meditation a single evening.
Yeah, he was doing $6 Million Man for Charlton.
Then they have like the saga of this baseball player called Six Finger Pike, who was playing baseball around the time that your grandfather was. And it's about his whole career, told through newspaper clippings. It's a pretty clever article. Really clever, actually. Lampoon type article. Then they have some fashion things and I like this, Alice in ESP Land. I like it when they do these funny occult type things and in here. So it's like Alice in Wonderland, but 70s style. Fun. Yeah, this is like I keep saying, it's a lot better than Harpoon, I think. And then they make fun of gurus, like the cults that were going on at the time in the 70s, a lot of those. Now we have Carl Potts illustrate a parody of Space 1959. So the show Space 1999.
Of course, yeah.
This is if it was set in the 50s, so it's got the cast of Happy Days in it.
Is it possible this magazine was put out by Charlton?
Oh, no. This is not a cheap magazine. This is Phil Hirsch did this.
It's just because the reason I say that is Space 1999 and $6 Million Man were both done in comics by Charlton.
Well, they were popular, though, back in the 70s.
And they're what?
They were popular in the 70s.
Who was popular?
Those things that you mentioned there.
Oh, they were popular, but they were put out by Charlton.
This is not this is it's got slick pages in here. Charlton could never do slick pages.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Attack of the Pet Rocks. Pet Rocks were a big thing. So this is a lot of fun, this magazine.
Well, it's Pet Rocks. Yeah, so we're about 76 now.
Mm-hmm. You're right. And back covers that have ads like Arthur Creature's Fish and Chips.
Oh, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The meal you cannot make at home. This is a great magazine. I love it. I thought this was a real ad at first, but this was the first issue cover. You remember this ad that used to look like this?
Yeah.
It's a great parody of it. Okay. Now, third issue, Famous Monsters of Washington issue.
Oh.
Beautiful magazine.
They're getting a lot of mileage out of that creature from the Black Lagoon costume someone has.
Oh. This is a beautiful magazine. Sesame Boulevard. So what if Sesame Street was merged with Sunset Boulevard?
Okay.
That's just what you get. So it's Big Bird is in it, and Oscar the Grouch, but it follows the story of Sunset Boulevard.
Wow.
So that's pretty neat.
And who was playing the silent actress?
I assume it's Big Bird. Yeah.
Oh, Big Bird is okay.
Mm-hmm.
Norma Desmond, whatever.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's pretty inventive. Now you have an article, Famous Monsters of Washington, where they do like politicians as monsters. Where is it? Disco disease. Of course, disco, this is when it became really popular, so making fun of disco.
Yeah.
The Curse of the Lemon Jello. Oh, yeah, this was a good one, too. This is a beautifully illustrated article. It's what happens is these aliens, they want to invade Earth, so they create like Tom Jones and Engelbert Humperdinck to seduce the women. And it's all part of a ploy by the aliens, you know. Beautiful color. And then some more cult parodies. And then you get CB Radio. This is real 70s stuff here, I tell you.
Yeah. That was all right around 76, the CB craze.
My pal Carl, the other Marx brother. So this is a parody of Karl Marx. Forgotten Fads. This is funny. Gorilla baiting. Locomotive trading. This is really funny.
Yeah.
Then Creative Surgeon, you know, another comic strip thing here. And they have this weird thing, like about the Kennedy assassination. Like notice all the things in this photo, and you'll see that this is a fake Kennedy, that was killed, not the real Kennedy and stuff. And they go through all of that. Umbrellas of the Gods. Not the real Kennedy. Frisbee Pizza. That's Peter Bramley, who worked for Cloud Studios.
Okay. So we're still dealing with that same hippie group.
Yeah. But this is a good magazine. 4th issue. It's a Christmas Thanksgiving issue. They have a John Denver parody in this one. Preparing for 1977. It's pretty cool. Now we have Single Woman in Color. No, I haven't heard of Joe Rubenstein. He was in the magazine I had there. I hadn't heard of him. Oh, he's a great artist. I just see Single Woman's in Color now, so that's really cool. It's drawn by Frank Kuroko and Bob McLeod, or Bob McLeod.
Yeah.
Really good stuff. Journal of a Sex Therapist. That was pretty good. Exorcist exercises. How you can The Exorcist. This is the Betsy Burr again. Writer. I did find her on Facebook. Eventually, I didn't, write to her or anything, but sometimes I look up people, like people that did these magazines. I look up the staff people to see if I could find what happened to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. That's that. And there's lots of good stuff there. I won't show you everything, but this is the 5th issue, The Americanization of Red China.
Okay.
Valentine cards, but they're like violent Valentines or Violentines. And of course, you get the fawns with Preparation A.
Okay.
Fonz was in all the humor magazines back in the 70s, especially craft magazines.
I don't think National Lampoon.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I don't think he was. Yeah, to get more neat stuff in here. Lots of fun reading in here. If you want to buy it, viewers, I recommend you do. Oh, The Exorcism of Seymour Feingold. I never forgot this article, this short story. It's about this young guy who's Jewish, but he doesn't want to accept being Jewish. So he doesn't do anything like stereotypically that Jewish people would do. He doesn't want to make money. He's not interested in doing anything in his life. He doesn't like kosher foods, all that kind of stuff. So they have to exorcise him. That was Blast. That was Blast, Mr. White. So they exorcise him. They bring in this big-breasted Jewish girl, and that's supposed to be how filling the whole room, her things, and that brings him out of it. And that's a really good article. I like that. The Case of the Arch Criminals, in which Buster Brown, Teague, and Dr. Souls meet the Flat Feet. This one, like Buster Brown and Dr. Souls are foot fetishes people, and they kidnap people. That was pretty good. Then there's the Missing Bedroom Tapes. This is a George Wallace parody. This one.
Who's the artist on that?
The artist is colors by Bill Dubay, who's an artist by Sandy Plunkett. Then we get the Americanization of Red China by Peter Bramley art. He did a lot of art in National Lampoon as well. And then they have this weird Russian life parody. Or maybe, no, that's Polish. It's supposed to be Polish life. Yeah. No, that wasn't the best part. But there's a lot of funny stuff. Surviving the Recession. Of course, you get Farrah Fawcett, right? Because she was really popular in the 70s. Oh, this was hilarious. This is a date with Kong. Man, this is so funny. Okay, so this girl, it's like a romance comic from the 50s. Except that this girl's dating King Kong. Right? So there's King Kong looking in her window. She wants to take King Kong to the prom. It's like all the adventures with King Kong and, you know, at high school and everything. And yeah, she takes him to the prom, but he ends up like on the top of the building. He falls off the building and, you know, all that kind of thing. That's pretty good. Here's King Kong nude.
Okay.
Because King Kong was, you remember the big movie in 76. We've talked about that a lot, right?
Yeah, everyone thought it was going to be huge.
There's The Secret Life of Pants. Not my cousin, but there's Betsy Burr again, the writer there. Oh, I'm trying to get a good shot of this. There you go. Very attractive. You know, she's a writer for a humor magazine, but wow. You know, you wouldn't think you'd see that in a humor magazine. I mean, a writer. You wouldn't think a writer would be, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, the battery that lasts longer than you will. Yeah, ever ready super duper batteries. Okay. Now, the last issue, the 6th issue, they got a new singer that was just starting to get popular to pose for the cover before she was really famous. And it's Debbie Harry. It's Deborah Harry from Blondie.
Yep.
So she really posed for this cover. This is real. So this should be worth $1 million to Blondie fans. She said it was very uncomfortable wearing that chocolate bunny suit. Now, Jimmy Carter, the ultimate funny bunny. He's the new president. And then they have Jimmy Carter falling already, just like Gerald Ford. He's slipping on some ice there. You know, it's funny how Jimmy Carter seems like such a good president now that you have Biden, you know?
Well, he was intelligent and he wasn't evil.
Right.
He wasn't a good president, but he wasn't corrupt.
Right.
He hadn't been taking money from enemy countries for decades. He was a good Christian. He just wasn't a good president, and he ran our economy into really down. I'm sure what's happening now.
That's what all
but now we've got a corrupt president who's never been intelligent. Jimmy Carter was the top of his class at the Naval Academy. He was a good guy, just a terrible president.
Yeah, Manic Depressive magazine.
Yeah, Biden is a terrible human being and a bad president. Actually, worse than a bad president.
There's Betsy Burr again, the writer. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Howard the Duck and Alfred Newman were running against Carter.
Yeah, I remember that. And Jimmy Carter, you know, so they got parodies of him here. The new president.
Hey, Tom, you were born 2 years into Carter's administration, weren't you?
Right, 1978.
Yeah, I was born during the LBJ administration. Another horrible president.
Yeah.
That did great damage to the country.
Oh, tremendous damage.
Funny how they're all Democrats.
He's a lot worse than Jimmy Carter, you know.
As far as the damage he did, yes.
Because of the Vietnam War, that's why, you know, I mean.
Yeah, that and welfare. But yeah, that's a long discussion to get into. Okay, that's cool. Debbie Harry.
So there you go. That's International Insanity. That was a good magazine. I liked it. That's one of my favorite ones from the 70s. Okay. And you notice there's a lot of magazines in the 70s. You notice that, eh?
Yeah.
There aren't as many in the 80s.
When was Trash? About 1980?
Oh, no. We're getting to it. It'll be in pretty soon.
See, I should be remembering all of these that you're showing now because this is when I was very aware of things. And I never saw that thing.
This one?
No, I never saw that.
This is parody. It's from 1977.
Someone trying to copy Jack Davis's art.
Yeah, I think it's well, yeah, Mort Drucker, you know, that kind of thing. That's what they're going for. But this magazine the staff is not listed. They don't have any staff listed, so I think it's probably a Paul Lycan magazine. It's just a cheap humor magazine. Like it's basically like Crazy was at the time in the late 70s, and a lot of these other magazines. It's got some good artwork, like Bob Taylor always has good artwork here.
So would Crazy be given its own episode, or how would you want to handle Crazy?
Yeah, I think we'd have to do that.
Because Crazy
separately
was both good and bad, and to me, it was the biggest new humor magazine of the 70s. I mean, National Lampoon wasn't a mad imitation.
They do a parody of People called Peephole, and this is Walter Brogan art. This is the first humor magazine to feature Walter Brogan art. And
refresh my memory who Walter Brogan is.
Well, he worked for, I guess he worked for Crazy in the 70s when Paul Lycan was the editor, and he worked for this magazine. And then he worked for Trash. And then he worked for Wacko, I think.
I have an issue. I think I have an issue with Wacko. That sounds real familiar.
And then, I'll get to it. And then he worked for Cracked in the mid 80s when Paul Lycan was the editor. He went to work for Cracked. And when Mort Todd became the editor, he kept him. He was the only artist, I believe, that he kept.
So Mort Todd replaced Paul Lycan.
Right.
And Paul Lycan was doing some weird kickback scheme with his artist.
Yeah.
You understand exactly how that worked?
Well, no, but from what I heard from Mort Todd is he just get a certain cut of the pay. I don't know how that works. I don't really
understand. The artists were paid, but because they got the job from Paul Lycan, they had to give him a little bit of the money back.
I assume so.
So it's almost like a commission because I allowed you to get this job. Yeah, that's really scummy.
So Brogan, if that's what happened, that's what he talks about that. But you can ask him more about that when you interview him. But Walter Brogan, he kept him at Crack Magazine, and then he just stayed there, like after Mort left as well. And he started working more and more. Like the next editors, Lou Silverstone, Jerry DeFuccio, Andy Simmons, they started using Walter Brogan more and more in Crack Magazine in the 90s, and they started overusing him. And he started rushing his artwork a lot. And he's ubiquitous in Crack Magazine in the 90s. He does so much of the artwork in Cracked in the 90s. But there are other artists too. But yeah, so this is when he started though. This was when he was starting.
Okay.
So that's who he is. But yeah, you see him a lot in 90s Cracked. Bill Burke artwork. Bill Burke always worked with Paul Lycan. Paul Lycan always had the same artist that with his kickback system or whatever it was, and they'd always follow him to every shitty magazine that he did, you know. And this is one of them probably. Like I said, there's no names. Paul Lycan didn't put his name on if he did this magazine. We just assume, you know, me and others assume that he did the magazine. There is a bright spot in it. The Blandy parody is pretty good. The Blondie parody.
Oh, okay.
It's the one really good part of the magazine. And I don't know who did the artwork, because they didn't credit any of the artists or writers. Like I said, there's no names on this thing. And then you get back to like Mary Hartman and that kind of thing. So, you know, it's a cheaply produced thing. If you've seen Crazy in the late 70s, you've seen Parody. It's very, very similar. Hoppy Days and King Dung. You see?
Wow.
It's everything that all the magazines were doing at the time. Parody interviews a television repairman. So they started doing interviews like Crack Magazine, you know, like they did with Nanny Dickering. They did some interviews. King Dunn. I'm not even going to bother showing it. It's just, you know, like I said, if you've seen, it's like, it looks like so many humor magazines. Parody number 3, Charlie's Angels and Rocky. I mean, I guess it's okay for what it is, but it's not really that good. I think this is the bottom of the barrel kind of stuff in humor magazines, just like I think Crazy was in the late 70s.
It's a really like shitty generic title for the magazine.
It is. I mean, this is kind of artwork you're dealing with. I mean, look, Shirley's Angels. I mean, look, it's just they're trying to be Mort Drucker and
yeah.
I don't like that. I wish people wouldn't imitate Mort Drucker all the time. It doesn't work. They should. Mort Todd, he told Walter Brogan, he said, you should have your own style, develop your own style, you know. But he didn't, you know. And I don't want to get into that because I've had some, you know, Walter Brogan's. I think he's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Yeah, Captain Strangelove is at the beginning of the stream, but his comment's going to appear here. He said he's back in the beginning, and he says Stan Goldberg was colorist for Marvel Comics and accidentally created the Green Hulk. So that's interesting.
Nice. Welcome, Hans. I'm glad that you're watching this.
Well, you won't hear this you say welcome for hours, though.
Yeah.
But
no, Gratu.
When were we talking about Stan Goldberg? Back about 4 hours ago.
Yeah, that was a while ago. Hey, Stan, Gratu, I missed a magazine. So quickly, I got to show you another one. I missed one.
Oh,
Goose Magazine.
Okay.
This is basically, there are no names on this either, so I assume it's another Paul Lycan cheapo magazine. But this one's a little different because pretty much almost all the artwork is by, well, no, not all of it. I'm wrong. Some of the artwork's by Al Scaduto, who I showed you earlier.
Yeah.
A lot of it is. He did the cover, I believe. And this is basically what Cracked Crazy would be if it was written by a bunch of, well, it's by the same guys, right? Is Crazy and those, like, I think it's a Paul Lycan one, just like Parody was. So it's like one of these typical humor magazines, except it's different because it's as if all these guys are really horny and they're writing, horny stuff, but they're writing it on the level like of kids or teenagers. It's a strange thing.
Okay.
Because it's adult, but it's not adult at all.
Okay.
And I actually really like it because it's so weird. And I think it's better because it's more unique than the other magazines are. So I'll show you some of the stuff you get. Okay. So you get Hugger the Horny.
Okay. Okay.
And then you have X-Rated remakes of classic films. So Frankenstein. Okay. Moby's Dick. The Wolfman's Night to Howl. Robin Hood in Behind the Green Forest, which is a parody of the Behind the Green Door. Dr. Jekyll and Mrs. Hyde. Yeah, so he's half man, half woman, but the woman half is naked, of course. But the man half is not. Robinson Crusoe and Beach Blanket Bang Bang. The Hunchback of Notre Dame and Let Me Ring Your Chimes.
That picture at the bottom left is hilarious. What? I never heard of this magazine. This is the first one that I've actually made me laugh today.
Yeah, I mean, this is if these same guys were horny and they're making their own magazine.
Well, who are the people behind this?
Well, like I said, there's no names on it.
Oh, there's no names on it.
It just says published, edited, written, and pictured by a bunch of horny people. But
I'm going to look this up at mycomicshop.com.
They're the same people that did Parody and Trash and all those magazines, right? You can tell it's the same people. You could tell.
Oh.
But it's funnier, though, just because it's so ridiculous. And so over the top. Then you have like a Mother to Goose, nursery rhymes for today's new morality.
They don't have anything in stock, and they don't have anything picture, nothing, no description. 1976 by Cousins Publications, and they don't have issue 3 picture. Do you have a picture? Do you have issue 3?
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you all. I got all of them.
I'm going to click on Cousins Publications.
By the way, have you noticed, Gratu in chat, have you noticed that I have complete collections of all of these magazines?
Yes, that makes you a celebrity.
Thank you so much.
Hold on, let me. Yeah, I have. Yeah, hold that page. I want to show something real quick that I found. Yeah, because I like this magazine.
I'm glad. I didn't think you would. I was going to like gloss by it.
No, it's funny. Okay, so
I like it.
What I did is I clicked on Cousins Publications, and these are. And I have almost all of these but Goose. I have this Future Fantasy came out in 78, and it I know I have that issue. They did like it was cheap paper. It kind of felt like a Charlton magazine, but they were cashing in on the Star Wars Close Encounters stuff. So that was Future Fantasy. It was trying to be like a Starlog.
I didn't know they published anything besides Goose, so this is interesting.
Galactic Journal, they don't have any pictures. I don't think I have that. But King of the Monsters, I got this. This is the year before you were born. But I remember buying this because there were so many magazines that came out when people thought King Kong was going to be a big movie. And this is really more about the real King Kong and other movies. And because they didn't know much about the new King Kong. And anyway, it was called King of the Monsters. I remember buying that. So they have some of that in stock. But Goose, they only show the first two, and there's no description. They do say it's an infinity cover, because people collect those, and so
Yeah, it is.
But they don't have. It says Red Hot Collector's Issue.
Yeah.
My second Goose. Okay, you're going to show us this. I'm getting.
Yeah, I'll show you.
So anyway, 1976. Yeah, I remember. I was in 6th grade. So
I'm glad when you love it. Okay, so this is an alphabet for horny alphabet, right? So A is for arse. B is for booby. And it says it says in old England a policeman was called a booby. They were very pleasant and went about in pairs, hence the expression a nice pair of boobs.
Okay. That's not as funny as just the initial.
C is for cans. Milk was traditionally delivered by milkmaids driving wagons loaded with milk cans. Young boys would sit for hours watching for the customary cry of "Look at the cans on that one." I think this is pretty funny. D is for dong. E is for ear. F is for farthing. G is for goose. H is for horse. You can imagine what these say. H is, higher, Jersey. Sorry. L is for L. See?
Boy, they couldn't think of one on that one.
O is for or. See, there's an or, right?
Yeah.
P is for private school. Q is for queen. R is for Rodney. Sex. T is for tit. A small-breasted bird, usually seen in pairs. If they are too small, you don't see them at all. Okay. U is for V is for vice, W is for wicket, X is for X-ray, Y is for Yankee Doodle, Z is for zebra.
Okay.
Okay. Then they have a horoscope for swingers, so you can imagine what that might be like.
Yeah.
Goose goes to a party, so they do these center spreads like you see in Crack Magazine.
Yeah.
But it's naughty, of course. Everything's naughty in this. This was interesting. It's like masseuse and masseuses, masseusing and masseusing each other, and it gets very, very, like, more and more is happening, as you can see, which is interesting. You're a dirty old man, and then they have that, That goes on for a while. Famous moments in mooning. Insecurity is. So everything's dirty, though. 51 ways to leave your lover, brother. There's Paul Simon nude.
Yeah. Yeah.
First the answer, then the question. Look at the way that girl's drawn. Look at this.
Yeah.
Do you see something out of place there?
So what else? So what else is in this issue?
I don't know how they could get that wrong like that. And then there's a parody of Mary Hartman called Mary Hopman, Mary Hopman.
Yeah. I remember that.
You remember this? How do you remember this?
I remember Mary Hartman.
Oh.
Yeah.
But they make it dirtier than...
Yeah, just doing a parody of a parody isn't really that funny, it's better to do a parody of something that takes itself very, very seriously.
In the back cover, Goose supports the bicentennial.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
Okay, so that's the first issue. The second issue, there's the Fonz.
Okay.
You have a door knocker you can put on, or do not disturb, dirty old man at play. Dear Flabby instead of Dear Abby.
What's the thing on the left?
Oh, that's a subscription ad. They're claiming that it's unanimous. Their first issue was a big hit.
Oh.
I somehow doubt that that's the case. The Lone Ranger.
Okay.
A Lone Ranger parody. It looked like it's out of place, but then it's not anymore. Version of it. And they have a report on personal vibrators with Ralph Nuder. Goose Me Out to the Bald game. All the players are having an orgy, it looks like, or something. This is kind of weird, like how to deliver an effective wedge, which would be a wedgie. They show how to give a wedgie. It's kind of weird. Oh, yeah. Then we have like a little orphan ninny. She gets pregnant. So they have to kick her out of the comic strip. Goose Poetry. Slap Happy Days. So you got to have a Happy Days parody. As you can see. So yeah, it's like a dirty crack magazine or crazy or something. The 70s was a wild time. I think I might wait for Groucho to get back. Oh, you're back?
I heard Cleo waking up, so I wanted to ask her if she wanted to get any food, and she's not hungry quite yet. But
what do you think?
I do grab something to eat, you can keep going. I can just, and then I'll come back. But anyway, yeah, I'm still here.
What's your reaction to this?
Okay, that's the inside back cover.
Yeah, Pet House.
Huh. Yeah, that's good.
16-page full color section of Lassie in the nude.
See, I mean, if you wanted to damage your magazine, you could fold it backwards and make it look like it's the front cover.
So you said you might have to go soon?
Well, if I went, it would just be to run and get something at a fast food place and come back and eat it while I'm watching the show, and then I would come back.
Okay.
You know, unless you wanted to end it.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see. Do you want to do it now or?
No, she's not hungry yet.
Okay, so. All right. Well, you let me know.
I just heard her waking up, so I wanted to, I haven't, the third issue is apparently something mycomicshop.com doesn't even have access to. So.
I think this one's very rare.
What does it say at the top there?
Yeah, you get the world's longest dong in this issue.
Oh, boy. That would be embarrassing to take that up to the cashier to buy something like that.
Now, do you remember that infamous Disney thing, center
Yeah,
spread with like
the
the
Wally
naked-
Wood poster. I have one.
Well, this seems like it was inspired by that.
It was definitely inspired by that.
And it goes through both sides of the magazine.
Oh,
It's like it's a poster you can put up.
well, it's inspired by it, but it's a little tamer. Yeah, wow.
It's pretty cool. That's their Goosney World pull-out poster. Okay, so we have the first female astronaut,
Okay.
and then we have Kong Dong. It's
Okay.
a parody of the King Kong movie, but
Yeah.
you know.
I can't imagine how many kids got into trouble buying this. I mean, this probably created a lot of trauma.
Yeah, I've heard this is rare. Doug Sulipa says this is a rare issue.
What did you pay for it?
I can't remember, to be honest with you. I don't even remember where I got it. I probably got it from Doug, but I'm not sure. Oh, beat it badly.
Okay.
And Sex and Sports. So would you be looking for this magazine?
Yeah, but if I had money, this looks like it's a little too wordy.
Howard Cosell. Here's the world's longest dong.
Oh, okay. I figured it was going to be something like that.
Yeah, that's Tony Tallarico.
Oh,
I could tell
yeah.
just that is. I could tell his letter.
Yeah, his shading. Yeah.
Wonder Broad. So it's like a Wonder Woman parody. Yeah, this is neat. Wonder Woman, see? It's pretty cool. See that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. Hans, you're absolutely correct. Al Scaduto did a lot of the artwork in Goose Magazine. Absolutely right, Hans. I'm glad you like it. Look, there's Wonder Woman, as a lot of guys might have wanted to see her. Linda Carter, you know.
I didn't know there was a WKRP comic book. I love WKRP.
I had no idea there's a comic book of it either. That's crazy. I can't believe I don't know that. Yeah. And then they have that's what it is, the Kids Playboy. Here's a Goose Cruise bowling brochure. What was that last one? I didn't see it.
Goose is now on my list.
Who said that? Meyer?
Meyer did. Hold on, I'll go back.
Yeah, Meyer. Good job, Meyer. Times have changed, so they show you what beachwear used to look like, and this is what it looks like in the 70s. Not quite, but 50s engagements. This is pretty neat. So I guess maybe the guys from Cracked and Crazy and Sick were blowing off steam by doing this magazine, you know?
I wonder if Guadalajara would do a.
I doubt it. Presidential sexploits.
Did you ever talk to Mort Todd about this magazine?
No, I've never mentioned it to him. I don't know. I haven't met. Most people don't know this magazine exists.
No, I'd never heard of it either.
Bowling balls? I don't think so. You know, you really got it made when You marry a girl who's a nymphomaniac and who owns a liquor store.
Okay, that's an old joke.
You find out the cute little babysitter your wife hired is named Lolita. Your car breaks down the road in the farmhouse you come to, and the farmer has a daughter. So you see that kind of thing. It goes on for a while. And then we have the kinky sex in Mother Goose. Now, I know that Paul Eichen used to do a lot of these Mother Goose type articles, but tamer than this. But he'd say Mother Goose is a bad influence on our children. He'd analyze the rhymes. So he probably wrote this because it's very much in the same style, except dirtier. Believe it or goose it. The $69 million couple. I tell you, only in the 70s would you get something like this. It was a wonderful decade. Lots of freedom back then. People could
You don't think we have more freedom today? It seems like such a free country now.
People could print almost anything they wanted back then, and people had a sense of humor about it, and you know.
Yeah, there's no sense of humor today, and there's no freedom today.
Right, that's right. So that's Goose. So you guys enjoyed Goose, huh? That was fun. I enjoyed showing that.
Is your Spider-Man uniform in that closet there on the right?
Oh, you see it?
I'm always kidding Tom that I think he's like Peter, the way Peter Parker was depicted by Steve Ditko.
And does that look like a Spider-Man uniform?
Well, I don't know. It looks like there's a Superman suit and maybe a Spider-Man suit in there.
Now, the next magazine, I'm really tired, but I still got a bunch of magazines to go through, though. I think we should just finish this pile, and then we'll call it a stream.
Okay.
This has all been one pile, this entire stream.
Wow.
And we're still got a ways to go, but we're getting there, though. Okay. I love this magazine. I'm going to have a hard time selling people on it, I think, because it's mostly text.
Okay.
Photos, but I think it's one of the funniest magazines I've ever read in my life. And I don't know anybody that collects it besides me. It's called Newswreck.
I think you told me about this, but I'd never heard of it before then.
Yeah, it's from 1977. And I don't know how to explain this to you. You'd think it's a parody of Newsweek. It sort of is, but it doesn't fit. It doesn't stick to that format, though. It is a free form magazine. It's weird. It's unique. There's nothing like this magazine. I don't even know how to explain it, but it's funny as hell. I think the whole thing was written by one guy. And it doesn't have any of the people that work for any of the other humor magazines at all. It's published by Fawcett Publications.
Okay.
Which is a big publisher. So you see, it says Carter's legacy. Exxon claims the sun. All right, so I have to tell you. So they have this theme in this issue where they predict what's going to happen after Jimmy Carter is president, because he's the new president, right? So they say, okay, what's going to happen to the U.S. with him as what is this about bowling balls all the time? Okay, so they're saying what would happen if Jimmy Carter's president. So they go through this entire timeline going right up into the 80s of what it would be like. And it's funny. It's so funny. Like things like, hey, so Exxon claims the sun. The gas corporation Exxon, they claim ownership to the sun, and they start charging people tax for using sunlight. Right?
That sounds like real headlines today.
Yeah.
They want to charge people tax on breathing, because it's carbon.
Right. And black people say it's unfair to black people because they have to pay more because they're more tanned. Right?
That's what this magazine says, huh?
Yeah, that's one of the predictions in the magazine. Yeah.
Okay.
So the black people protest against this tax more than other people, English language declared dead. because they say under Carter, the English language is going to disappear. People won't know how to speak or write properly anymore. I know it sounds like what's happening now. It's crazy, right? Ohio sold to England. So they sell Ohio because the U.S. is going bankrupt under Carter. So they have to sell Ohio to England. So England buys it, and it's hilarious. It's so funny what happens. You have to read it, you know. And it's so in depth. It goes on and on with these predictions, and they're just so funny. I wish you guys could read it, you know. There's an interview with the Invisible Man. I mean, that's a cheap joke, but, you know, he's invisible. And there's this weird editorial to the magazine. The staff, like, they have this whole lore that they create around this magazine. And it's so funny. What sort of man reads Newsrec? The English language is dead and gone. All teachers are fired. Yeah, they fire all the English teachers. And you just read it. So funny. So they have predictions right until 1985. Okay. They renamed parts of the country, the big wets and everything. Like, you'd have to read it to get it. It's just Rockefellers. There's riots and everything. And then they have a whole thing about the Kennedy assassination. And they said that it was a bunch of lone gunmen that killed him.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is funny in itself, because how can you be a bunch of lone gunmen, right?
Yeah.
So, and it goes on with that. Then they have like a do-it-yourself suicide article, suicide do's and don'ts, and it's just hilarious, the writing in this. Human sewage recycling plant turns out gold, because they have so much crap, they don't know what to do with it, so they find a way to turn crap into gold. Then they have trouble getting enough producers of crap, so they get all these skinny guys like me that crap really fast and everything, you know, to turn out faster.
Yeah, this does just seem like regular headlines today.
Then they have this Fumetti with Bubbles Fuman, Bubbles Fuman. This guy's basically, he's dating a blow-up doll, and he meets her family. And they're all like people, but they look kind of like blow-up dolls. And he's this really sleazy guy trying to seduce the blow-up doll and having a relationship with her, and it's just really funny. Sister Flabby, they have, instead of Dear Abby. Newsrec County, like Marlborough County, but it's just a hard to describe magazine. Then they have these hilarious personal ads. The Boy Meet Girl Meat Market. That's what this guy says. As an ad says, New York pervert, prefer someone out of state. There are too many of us here. Oh, man. That's funny. Then they have like a TV Guide parody. Millard Fillmore and his dog. It was a big production.
Crazy did a really good TV Guide parody that really looked like it.
Yeah, they did. They do the rock beat, you know. Lawrence Welk and Guy Lombardo are become rockers. Doris Day turns down role as Linda Lovelace unless Rock Hudson plays Linda's sister. Predictions for 1977. And there's so much stuff. There's this travel thing where this guy's supposed to go to a foreign country, but he lives with his mom and he has trouble, you know, getting there. They have a debate that's really funny. Oh, man. What a good magazine this is. You know what's funny is that this, okay, the guy that did this magazine, I think he wrote the whole magazine. He also wrote a conspiracy magazine about like the Kennedy conspiracy, about cancer, if the drug companies are keeping back medicines to help people, like a serious magazine. And it came out at the same time as Newsrec. And I think it was called Newsreel. So it was really weird. So he had one humor magazine and one serious magazine dealing with the issues going on and conspiracy stuff. Very strange.
Huh.
Here's the next issue. The theme is the fruits of technology. So you can get that joke there. So they have all these things. Pretension magazine. These lost scrolls found in search of ancient Altunians. They had this congressional report by Bobby Joe Crittner on how Jimmy Carter's doing it. It's really funny.
So mycomicshop.com has $25 copies of the first issue in 5.5, 5.0 condition.
Wow.
Second issue is $25 in 4.0 condition. And
they never used to be worth that much. I wonder what happened. Did some people discover this magazine, or?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Because I bought the first issue at my comic shop, and it was about $1 when I bought it, and this was like 20 years ago.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it would be this valuable. That's interesting.
It is, because I didn't know anybody knew about this magazine. It's really neat. I love this magazine. I've read it several times, these issues, because I just think it's so funny. So if you got some money to spare, Meyer Greenblatt, you could buy some of those issues on my comic shop. They're a bit pricey, but so yeah, it goes on. There's more than that. There's so much stuff. There's just acres of great reading in it. So what happened is, Gratu, can you focus?
Yeah, I'm paying attention.
Okay, you're going to distract the viewers with all those backgrounds here. Okay, all right. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm not giving them enough credit. I mean, they're smart viewers. So this is what happened is Newsweek threatened to sue them. And they had to take the news off of their name. And so they didn't know what to call it, I guess. So they just called it Rec. And they had a blank space, which I think that's what ruined the magazine, you know? I mean, it didn't ruin it. It was still a great magazine. But, I mean, Blank Rec is a weird title for a magazine, right?
Yeah. They probably realized it was the final issue if they were doing that.
Now, there's the staff. Well, I guess there's more than one person. Well, those are some of the actors, like in the Fumetti, though. The guy that did the magazine is this guy here. Tom Lutz, I think his name is. Funny guy. And they say, we can't afford this color. You know, you got to switch back to black and white. So they do. Like, it's really funny. They got a whole section on why Howard Hughes never gave a crap. You know, which is really interesting. Like, they say Howard Hughes was involved in all these scandals. Like, they make up all these conspiracies. It's funny because this guy was doing a real conspiracy magazine, and then he was doing, like, fake conspiracies in here. And
what was the real conspiracy magazine? Do you know what it was called?
Yeah, Newsreel, I think. But it was
Newsreel.
But it's news and then REAL instead of REEL. It's REAL.
Okay. I'll look that up.
I don't know if you'll be able to find it. It's hard to find. I don't have any copies of it. I wish I did. And then this magazine, Newsrec, it turns into a TV parody. So it's like the editor's running a TV station. And so they have like different shows on and stuff like that. And they take you through the show. It's such a weird magazine, but it's really neat. This guy's saying, I found it, you know? He found it in there. So, yeah. WKRAP TV. You see? And
Yeah.
it's pretty funny. They start using more photos like that, but it's good. So that's the third issue. Now, Gratu Orloff, you misled the viewers.
With what?
Because there's another issue, see?
Oh, well, I was just going by what
I know.
comicshop.com.
They don't know about this one. This is the fourth and last issue. It's a special getting even issue. So the big chicken is eating a human arm, like a Kentucky Fried Chicken thing, you know, but the chicken's eating the humans. So they're still just blank wreck. Oh, there it is.
This
Yeah,
is
that's it.
the other magazine this guy did.
Mm-hmm.
Newsreel series is what it's called. Tracking down Kennedy's killers. Seems like I might have remembered seeing this on the newsstand.
It's apparently a fascinating magazine.
$24.95. Buy it now.
That's the third issue. I don't know how many issues there are, but I think there's it's like 6 or something. It lasted a bit longer than Newsrec did.
I remember stuff like that on the newsstand in the 70s. Yeah.
But that was a well-researched one, though. It wasn't one of those cheap ones like put out by Myron Fass or somebody like that.
Yeah.
From what I've heard, it's well-researched. So that's the guy again, the editor guy. He stars in the book, which is pretty neat. And as I said, I have a feeling he wrote the whole book. I don't know that, and yeah, it goes on, and it's more like TV parodies, but not like actual TV shows, but you know, like talk shows and stuff like that in the later issues. There's not as much text as in the first two. They're still funny, but I think the first 2 issues are the funniest ones. That first one's a masterpiece. It's just so funny.
Yeah, it is kind of the end times. We're here looking at humor magazines, but bad stuff is going on in the world.
There you go. The end of another finger-licking good show. So that's Newsrec magazine, also known as Rec magazine.
But we have to remember that God always wins in the end. And
that's right.
And what else? That there's more of us than there are of them. They don't want us to know that, which is why they censor everybody.
Let me just take this is the last part of the pile, you see?
Oh, okay. So you keep everything sorted by chronologically, right?
Right.
That's an interesting way to do it. Of course, that's interesting. So if only collect one type of magazine, then that makes sense to do that because it gives you a sense. So,
and they make the same references and satire targets and everything, you know.
Yeah. So you would have like big long runs of magazines separate, like Mad, Crack, Sick, or National Lampoon, but then these runs all chronologically. So when you finally get it sorted out in boxes or whatever, you would have them instead of by letter alphabetically, you would have it by year.
Right.
Yeah, because it's really an interesting historical record, these humor magazines, like we talked about before.
Yeah, so we started in the 50s, in the 30s, actually, in these videos. I mean, look at how long these videos are showing my collections. We started in the 30s, like weeks ago, and we went, and now we're up to 1978. So today we're going to go up to about 1990, I guess. There aren't as many in the 80s. So I have the rest of the 90s in a different, like downstairs. I'll get them out for another video. And then I have the 2000s up there. And I'll do those, and we'll do those like together. We'll do the 90s and the 2000s in another video. Okay? Does that sound good, Gratu?
Sure, yeah.
And that's where you'll see the Bill Clinton humor magazine when we do the 90s. Like next time we do these obscure magazines. Okay, so the next one is Trash.
Okay, and I have that one.
March 1978. I've heard that this is worth a lot of money, this first issue. I'm serious.
Is that the one that has the Star Wars poster in it?
Yeah, Star Wars.
Okay, Star Wars, but show the bottom part of it. I think it's actually well drawn. So Luke Skywalker has accidentally fried her hair. And in the background, you've got Mr. Spock and the Tin Man, and then paper airplanes. You got King Kong in the background. It's actually, I think, if if this magazine wasn't worth anything, if you got a second copy and detached that cover, I think it would look cool. Yeah.
So this magazine's not very funny. It's another one of these Paul Lycan. It's probably Paul Lycan again, but I don't know. It says H.D. Burns is the associate publisher. Tony Tallarico is the editor.
Ugh. Yeah,
So,
I remember buying that at the Jackson's Grocery, which is about 2 blocks from here.
it's
What
got
is it,
this
77?
78. This is the year I was born. And your Gratu wife, Cleo.
Sure,
Um,
2 wife.
Yeah. And
Yeah. Okay, keep going.
Tony Tallarico is the editor. This is his humor magazine. The mascot.
Rico is my arch nemesis. I hate his art,
The,
but he
the
is famous for that comic book Lobo, not the DC villain thing with a white face. The Lobo was a Western African American hero in the mid '60s, which is so I don't know if that's the first African American comic hero or not, but and he also did the Dracula and Frankenstein Dell comics that sound great until you actually see them.
Hans did a video about those, and it was really funny.
About Dracula and Frankenstein.
Yeah, he did a video about those.
Oh, yeah, they're
And I know
some disaster going on up there in Canada. It sounds like.
Yeah, a lot of sirens go by here. So this magazine is the same people as like Parody magazine and the Crazy and all that. It's the same people again. And it's the writing's pretty bad. The jokes are really corny.
Yeah.
It's not a very good magazine.
Well, see, this little convenience store that I bought it at had a different distributor. So that's the place that I would see Sick, and they carried Trash. And I never saw these magazines really anywhere else here locally, but that particular store.
The artwork's pretty good here, but
and then I think I got a Trash summer special where they're on.
Yeah, well, I'll show it.
I know, but I think I got that at the PX. So Trash may have been distributed to our armed forces as well.
So this is Tony Tallarico's humor magazine, like I said, and it's very derivative.
$50.
There you go. I've heard that this is worth a lot of money.
You know why is the Star Wars stuff.
That must be it.
And that poster really legitimately would be funny if it was detached and hung up and framed.
So this magazine comes off as an imitation of Cracked magazine.
Okay.
Not Mad, Cracked.
Right.
So think about that.
So it's a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy.
Yeah, and I'll prove it. I'll prove it. Now,
so like John Carter is copied by Flash Gordon, which is copied by Star Wars, which is copied by Battlestar Galactica, and then it's so many generations down that you don't really recognize the original source.
Their mascot is that guy, and his name is. Are you ready for this? His name is Norman Nebish.
Yeah.
So they take Crazy Magazine's mascot. They took the same name. They had no imagination, this magazine, at all.
Yeah.
They call him Norman Nebish.
They may not have known what Crazy's mascot was named.
Well, they did, because the same people worked for both magazines.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Gee, did you live in a high-crime neighborhood or near a fire station or what?
Yeah, there is a fire station like right over there, actually.
Oh, okay.
And there's a hospital right up there. So there's always a lot of sirens going by, you know.
Okay.
School busing for the whites, you know. And then the blacks, you know. And it's people would be offended.
I remember it has a Mad parody in it, yeah.
Oh, you know what I like in Canada? The best thing in Canada is Willie and Floyd, the Willie and Floyd show. But you guys don't know about that because they didn't have it in the U.S. And also SCTV. Absolutely love SCTV. So good.
It was the Marvel Superheroes cartoon, Grand Prix Lawrence Animation. It's sad that you have to think on one hand, what's good? There's other stuff.
Mud in Your Eyes. Yeah, there's a few other things. Paul Anka. I like Paul Anka. Bobby Curtola, you know.
Is Anne Murray from Canada?
Yeah. So you see this? You remember Mud Magazine had these ads for why kill yourself?
Yeah.
So they had why not kill yourself. See, they're doing a mud parody, a mad parody, which is interesting. This is the most interesting part of the magazine.
Yeah, I remember it. I think that's why I bought it. The inside, that contents page looks pretty authentic.
Yeah, this part is good. The lighter side of publishing Mud Magazine.
Yeah. That's why I bought the thing. But I can't account for why I bought a second copy of, that summer special.
One Day in the Life of Dong Martin.
It's such bad imitation of his style.
Then a fold-in.
My brother could do a better Don Martin than that. It's so obvious what the fold-in's going to be. You ought to just say you're broadcasting from Detroit, Tom.
Oh, no. Don't. I never want to be there.
Michael J. Fox is from Canada, too.
Oh, yeah. Michael J. Fox. Yeah, he's great. William Shatner's pretty cool. There's a lot of cool people. Now, look at this. Look at this. So Trash did celebrity interviews, and they used a sexy interviewer named Dottie.
Oh, where did they get that idea?
Yeah, where did they get that idea, right? And it's exactly the same as Cracked, except it's not as funny.
The thing about this, isn't it a pretty thick magazine? Or am I thinking of that special?
Yeah, the special is, but these are normal size.
Okay.
And then we see Walter Brogan again doing the Gunk Show.
Yeah, that's weird to do a parody of the Gong Show.
Yeah. Of course, they have to have, Paul Lycan magazine, they have Richard Nixon as the punchline in the magazine. I live in Ontario, Canada, and I counted them like 15 years ago. I have more now, but I had over 1,000 magazines, though. And that's not counting Mad at all. Mad is not in that count. So I have over 1,000 humor magazines.
Pretty much like a complete run of Cracked and Sick, right?
Yeah. Close to it with Cracked. It is complete with Sick.
Who's the artist on that Star Wars painting?
Oh, but I got to tell you, then they did Trash Cannets, which are exactly the same as Shut Ups.
Is that a nudist colony joke in the middle?
Yeah, you're cheap, Harry. Cheap. I keep telling you I have nothing to wear. Can it? We're in a nudist camp, remember? So, I mean, you could just have Shut Up there. It'd be the same thing.
Yeah.
Cannets. Yeah. I don't know who the artist is, but on that poster.
Yeah, I have a feeling that the Star Wars is why it's Tony Tallarico.
And this is Tony Tallarico's art on the back where he does the smaller stuff, and it's pretty good.
Yeah, but I can instantly recognize his style because it's like a caveman, on a cave wall.
Thank you so much, Hans. Thank you so much.
I never saw that issue.
This is the second issue. It's got Gross Encounters of the Worst Kind in it.
Okay.
And they have a
great title. I mean, I do like the fact, calling your magazine trash.
There's Bruce Jenner by Tony Tallarico. That's when he was a He-Man.
That is kind of surreal.
It is, isn't it?
He was a huge. They were a huge celebrity at one time.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Well,
whatever, dude.
They were huge back in the 70s.
I can't believe you're saying that. Yeah.
They was huge.
I don't give into that pronoun nonsense. But
you're just not being inclusive enough.
Thanks, Grasu. I know that you love it when you get lectured on it. So well, I'm not going to go into that, but I think that was so rude of that guy to do that. Yeah, okay, we won't talk about it.
Let's
But
see what we got.
I just want you to know I sympathize with you completely.
No, I like it.
You like the pronouns?
Yeah, my pronoun is it.
They had a oh God thing. George Burns, do you remember?
Yeah, I remember that was a shitty time in popular culture.
Okay.
Oh, Z. Yes, I forgot about Z.
I don't know why I'm showing you all this because it's not that great. But again, there's
people want to know, you know, they
celebrity interviews. There's their Nanny Dickering there. You see.
Yeah.
Battle of the Network Stars. Yeah, did I show that?
I don't know.
I might have.
Must have, or why would he say that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so it goes on. I'm not going to show everybody. That's what trash looks like there. So that's the second issue. And here's the third issue.
Yeah, that's definitely Tony Tallarico's shitty art.
Inside
what's going on in the brain. He's got Batman. What else is going on in his brain? That he's a jerk. Drinking 6-Up. Lead Paint mentioned it because of Jenner. That I guess he was on Battle.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
I thought it was all just celebrities on there, like Linda
Look at
Carter.
He was a celebrity. Elephant Jokes.
To me, he was like a legitimate real athlete.
Well, he was, but he's also a celebrity. I mean, athletes are celebrities, you know.
I think he was the star of that Village People movie too.
Was he? I didn't know that. Yeah. I know the movie you're talking about, but I didn't know he starred in it.
Can't beat the music or can't stop.
Yeah. Valerie Perrine was the woman in it, maybe.
Yeah, that would have been his love interest, or love interest.
She was a very attractive woman, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you don't want to see her lately.
No, well, you know that's what happens sometimes.
Well, I know, but it's like shocking.
Sad.
Hopefully she doesn't watch this.
Yeah, right. Trash Guide to California here is a big guide to California here. So, wacky TV weddings, $6 million marriage to the bionic woman, bionic man and woman get married. Fonzie and Laverne get hitched. Kojak and policewoman. Was Angie Dickinson. A look at UFOs. I'm so glad that Hans is here because he's a lot of times I don't get to see him like in these streams, and I've always wanted to like talk to him and everything. So I'm glad he's loving these magazines. I'm glad everybody else, Meyer Greenblatt, Movie World Comics, everybody. Outdoor rock concert thing. Oh my God. That's sad. I don't want to say it. I don't want to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean at all.
No.
People age, and what can you do? You know,
nothing.
Everybody goes through this. You know, it's a difficult thing to do. This part is good. This is weird. There's something really good in this issue. I don't know how it got in here. It's called The Habit, and it's a parody of The Hobbit. By Now You Are Talking.
That's funny.
And it's actually really good. It's funny.
Is it a parody of it's a parody of the cartoon. That was
right.
The word cartoon back then.
Right. Yeah, I know.
Rankin Bass.
Rankin Bass. So they do a whole parody of it.
Yeah, I was thinking, why were they doing that? But I forgot it was animated.
Here's an interesting one. If the Beatles decide to try a comeback. So this is Tony Tallarico drawing the Beatles here.
Okay, I'm glad they told us it's the Beatles.
Well, this is them in the 70s, in 1978, though, right?
I understand that, but they're not very good characterization.
I think they're pretty good, to be honest. I don't know. Well, I don't know. That's John Lennon and Yoko Ono there. I don't know. He kind of looks like and Doug Kenny or something.
Yeah.
And then more Canets
Oh boy.
by Tony Tallarico.
Yeah, he's just the worst.
And apparently they were sent in by readers. Then he did the Saturday Night Fear poster on the back.
Oh. That's real bad. Really bad.
I think it's pretty good. I don't know. I don't think it's that bad.
No.
Okay, then the fourth issue is the one. This is the last issue, which you've got as well.
Yeah, I've got it. I don't know
Now
why
there-
I bought it. So I need to let me look at this and I'll figure out why I bought it.
Okay, so all of this issue is reprints from Parody.
Oh,
So wrap your head around that.
oh, so it's the same people.
It's the same people. So I'm not saying all of it, most of it is. And Trash, King Size Trash, Cracked had a special edition called King Size Cracked. So, you know, again, it even looks like a Cracked special edition. Now, I'm not going to show you like they're not bad. Like this makes Parody look like a better magazine, actually. Sappy Days. Maybe that's why you bought it, because
I remember seeing that and thinking that looks like a lot better quality than what Trash had that I'd seen before.
and it's because it's actually Parody.
And so it's several years back.
Well, it's actually just the previous year. Parody was in 77. This is 78.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I mean, this is all Parody stuff here. So I'm, you know, and you get Bungling Bumstead.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. That is probably why I bought it, because I like comic strip parodies.
I think this was the one that was called Blandy before, and they changed the title to Bumbling Bumstud. So yeah, that's good. Now they got all these things you can get for. They have these stupid sticker things like they did in Cracked and stuff. Just these,
Yeah.
they're not stickers. You cut them out, and they don't stick to anything. You know, just like Cracked used to do that. They say they were stickers, and they're just pieces of paper you cut out. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know how you stick them to something. I have glue, I guess. You know, then they become
You
stickers.
sound like you tried.
Things you can get for free. Right here. You're right, actually, Hans. You're right. This is a list of a whole bunch of stuff you can send away for and get for free. A lot of it is government pamphlets you can get.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get pamphlets like on if plastic surgery is for you, or a cookbook for dogs, inviting birds to your house. So I guess they thought the kids will get excited because it's free stuff. It doesn't matter what it is. Like if it's a book about recycling, kids are going to get excited, right? Because they can send away for it. I guess that's the idea. I don't know, right?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of funny. Then they have 200 of the world's worst jokes. And there's actually 200 jokes in this section. You guys want to hear any bad jokes? I'll read a few. Why did Humpty Dumpty have a great fall? To make up for a rotten summer. What has 4 legs, swings, and goes ding-dong? 2 very liberated Avon ladies. Are famous men born in your town? No, only babies. And it's 200 jokes like that. See?
You're waiting for laughs and you're forgetting that, well, I guess I'm the only one that could laugh.
What's a good growth
Waiting for the
stock?
people in the chat to laugh. Huh? What?
Hey, Gratu, what's a good growth stock?
Huh?
What's a good growth stock?
Growth stock. Whatever Biden owns.
Fungus Incorporated.
Okay.
What did the big
Okay.
firecracker say to the little firecracker?
What is that?
My pop's bigger than your pop.
Ooh.
So yeah, you like the jokes?
Yeah. So,
What do you think of bathing beauties? I don't know. I've never bathed any. So they're all jokes, you know.
yeah.
Then they have these are all the bonuses you see advertised on the cover here. Look,
Sure,
free
those aren't sirens coming for you to take you to the funny farm.
free greeting cards, free super large poster, free stuff to send for, 200 jokes.
Oh, wow.
They give you everything.
Yeah.
These are greeting cards by Tony Tallarico. That's what you want.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, that's Trash Magazine. Aptly named, right?
Yeah.
4
There's
issues.
good things in it.
4 issues. Okay. So the next shitty magazine is even worse, in my opinion, than Trash.
Does anyone ever, a magazine ever just call themselves shit?
No.
What?
That's pretty much what that is. That's pretty much, you know.
Could you do that today?
Man, I got in trouble in the Crack Magazine group for criticizing Trash Magazine because I said it was a shitty. And Walter Brogan is in the group, and he did the artwork for some of the magazine.
Oh, it's because a lot of the alumni of these magazines are in that group. So
and I didn't want to upset. I didn't want him to see what I wrote, to be honest. And he said, "Oh, you know, we were all just." Trying to do what we could, I was starting out and at least we had an opportunity to do these things. And you're mean, Tom. Like you said, I was mean and everything. And I said, I'm sorry, but this magazine is shit. I said, you want me to scan it and show it to everybody in the group? And I did. And then I apologized to him after because he's a good guy and I shouldn't have done that. But I'm very opinionated about these magazines, It's probably not as bad. I couldn't do it. I mean, it's better than I could do, right? Tony Tallarico, whatever, All right. But this one I think is worse. This is the same people again. This is their last attempt.
Okay.
Thankfully, at an obscure humor magazine. It's called Wacko.
I don't know that I remember this one.
Now it's from 1980. Okay. And their mascot is this fat fuck. This fat guy on the cover, right? Sorry.
They don't call him fat fuck? I thought you don't like that word.
I got carried away. I'm getting carried away. I got calmed down.
You lectured me for using
Yeah,
that
I know.
word.
I'm sorry. You're right. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, viewers. Okay. Fat Freddy is the mascot's name, I think. All right. Yeah, I see it. But I like the cover because it's by Moore Gurman, right? And it's got the mask. It's got Nebbish on it. It's got Alfred E. Newman, Sylvester P. Smythe, and Huckleberry Fink. Huckleberry hadn't looked like this since 1975. I guess they didn't get the memo on that.
Are you sure it's Sylvester P. Smythe and not Smith?
Yeah, it's Smythe. I'm sure.
Have you confirmed that with Mort Todd?
No, but I know how to read, I can.
Well, hold on.
Smythe is spelled
Mort
Smythe.
Todd will know
Smith
how to
is
pronounce
spelled
it
Smith.
because he spent hours and hours with John Severin.
Well, you ask him. Ask him.
We'll
I'm
have
sure
to-
he'll say Smythe. Okay. It's
Okay.
spelled Smythe. I used to call him Smith when I was a kid, and my dad would always say it's Smythe. It's Smythe, and he was right. I was wrong.
Well, hold on. Let me look this up on the internet. Keep showing the magazine.
Okay, so this magazine, they pulled out all the stops because, they did Parody Magazine, they did Goose Magazine, they did Trash Magazine, and none of them were successful. They just got kicked off of Crazy Magazine. This is when Paul Eichen left Crazy and Larry Hammond took over. It became good again, and they were left with no magazine. These people. I shouldn't keep saying that. These people were left with no magazine. They're all right. Okay. The artists are better than the writers. Okay. So what did they do? They had one last attempt at a big humor magazine. So they put out Wacko, and they pulled out all the stops. So they said this is going to be 80 pages. Every issue is going to be 80 pages of new material. So they're saying, well, we got more pages than the other humor magazines, so everybody should buy it. And they thought, well, all these other humor magazines do a parody. They do a TV parody and a movie parody every issue. Let's do them one better. Let's combine all the TV shows in one parody. And they did this every issue. So they go, Mork and Mindy meet Laverne and Shirley for Happy Days at Archie's place.
Smythe. Smythe.
See, I told you.
Yeah.
It's Smythe, see? So yeah, so they have all the characters from these, well, 4 sitcoms meeting each other. So they're doing parodies of all 4 sitcoms at the same time. Because they thought, well,
Smythe.
we're doing better than the other magazines.
Smythe.
And it's more artwork, Washington Teen magazine. And more Tony Tallarico art for Gratu to enjoy. We have, this is just a low effort humor magazine. This is Paul Lycan's son. Paul Lycan's son, Aaron Lycan, did this artwork of Jimmy Carter and his wife. Let's see. And the writing is terrible. Like, the jokes were used so many times before by Paul Lycan in his other humor magazines. And by this time, he was really running out of steam. The artwork's all right, though. I mean, the artwork's decent. Well, some of it. And, but the writing is just awful. So they do interviews, but now they're using Woody Allen as their interviewer.
Oh, lame.
I like Woody. I love Woody Allen. I think he's hilarious. His movies are genius, but I mean, using him in the magazine is just stupid. When women are drafted into the army, it's just tired gimmicks. What is that? What are you doing? Hey, Grout, I think you should take a Pepto-Bismol or something. Then we have, now maybe you like this, I don't know, because Muppet stuff. Miss Piggy is the pinup of the month. America's new sex goddess, see?
That's good.
Yeah, I think that's, Murray Grumman art. He's a good artist. He worked for Crack, too. Then you have all these stupid bonuses. They do to fill out the pages. So you get all these dumb awards and diplomas, which Paul Lycan was doing in all these other magazines. I mean, they've done these things so often. These lame things. And it fills up pages. So that's how they can be 80 pages, Name that goon contest. You're supposed to name the mascot. Oh, here are some of the names. Listen to this. Okay, got you? Can you turn that off? Hey, there you. Okay, so here's some of the names they have for the mascot. They said these are some of the choices. Are you ready for this? For names for this mascot? Ready for this, Grout?
Yeah.
Okay. You ready? Alfred F. Newman.
Oh, wow.
Nerdy but nice. The Incredible Bulk.
Okay.
Jimmy Carter Jr. Alan Lard. Frankenstein. Sylvester Q. Smythe. Fat Freddy Fard. Tubby. The Ayatollah Khamenei. Trash Gordon. Draculad. You want more bad jokes? Huckleberry Finkenstein. Waldo T. Culpepper. Esther. Robert Redford. Little Orphan Arnie. Boy 10 Derek. So those are some of the names they're coming up for their mascot. And yeah, so that's what this magazine is. Then they have a Crummy versus Crummy parody. Kramer versus Kramer, right? Okay. Then I'll read you some more jokes if you want, Hans. I'll do that in a sec, but I'll finish this magazine first.
Okay.
Wacko number 2.
Okay.
Comedians on the cover. I find it hard to read this magazine. Like I read a lot of magazines.
That's a good one.
Okay. I read a lot of magazines, and but this one is hard to get through because it's just so bad, you know. The Dukes of Hazzard leave Dallas on the Love Boat to Fantasy Island. So again, they want to parody everything.
Oh yeah, that's pathetic.
Now here's some. You might like this as a movie monster coloring book. As a bonus in this issue. You want to see? Look. This is Tony Tallarico coloring book. Here's Frankenstein there. There's Dracula and Miss Piggy. So this is the great bonus you get here. Godzilla.
Yeah.
So Dr. Jekyll.
What is he, pregnant? What is that supposed to be?
It says it's castor oil, so I guess it's just his stomach doesn't like it, but it's gotten big. It doesn't explain why, you know.
Constipated.
There's Jaws by Tony Tallarico. Do you see this?
Yeah.
You like that?
Well, what? I don't get it. Why is she got the clothes?
Because his breath smells, probably. I'm just sort of my guess.
I get it now.
Yeah, that's what it is. I knew it. I knew it had to be something stupid. Well, we'll go back to that. But there's a fan of the opera. Is that Hans asking that question?
What? Which one?
The one you just said?
No,
it's Lead Point. Yeah, I'll ask. Lead
Point. Paint.
I'll address that. But here's the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Why does he have that weird nose? That's so strange.
There's the Wolfman. Well, this is Tony Tallarico art. You know, right?
But I thought we were all saying he's really good.
There's a Hunchback in Notre Dame.
Yeah.
There's King Schlong.
Is that what they're calling him there?
No, I just said that.
Oh, okay.
A abominable snowman and a witch, you know. This is how they fill the pages to make it 80 pages, you know. Big artwork here. Tony Tallarico extravaganza. Yeah, you like that. Oh, then we have People magazine. Miss Piggy. And, you know, Ronald Reagan. There's Walter Brogan art. That's the guy I was talking to in the crack group. There's Ronald Reagan. Do you like this artwork? I'm just curious.
It's all right. It's better than Tony Tallarico.
Oh, okay. There you are then. I guess it's just me then.
You hate it.
I thought he was the worst artist in any humor magazine in existence.
What's his name?
But I don't like to. I don't want to be mean because he's a nice guy, and I didn't want to upset him.
What's his name?
His name's
the guy that you upset?
Yeah, Walter Brogan.
Oh.
And I'm sorry. It's not my type of art, but I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have said
That's
that.
all right. So what is he got really upset, huh?
Yeah. He said a lot of stuff. I mean, he ranted at me for a while, and
what? Really?
Yeah, well, in a good way though. Like, I mean, he wasn't mean about it. He just said I was mean, and he tried to defend himself. It wasn't like when I had that fight with that other guy, the author guy. That was nasty, that one. But on both sides. But anyway, I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah.
But Walter Brogan, when I had to fight with him, it was different. I just felt really bad, you know. And he's defending it. And then I also had a fight with the publisher of Cracked, Barry Rosenblum, as well.
Why?
Because well, it's a long story, but he hates Mort Todd. He's got a vendetta against him, and he was saying things about him. And I supported Mort Todd's coloring. Not color. I was supporting Mort Todd's Cracked issues as the best issues of Cracked. Barry Rosenblum didn't like that. He thought I wasn't giving him enough credit for his issues. I said his issues were great, but they're just not as good as Mort's. He hated that. I criticized some aspects. He didn't like that. He couldn't take it. And it was a huge fight. Him and Mort Todd had an enormous fight in the group that went on for like an hour one night in the group, and people were just sitting there watching them fighting. I was in the middle of it.
Is that still there where you can read it?
It is somewhere in the group, somewhere in the archives in the group. Yeah. People, like I had friends saying to me, oh, I want to see you in a steel cage match with Mark Arnold and Barry Rosenblum, you know, and Mort Todd would be on my tag team, you know, and, you know, because Mort was they were fighting with each other, calling each other names, Mort Todd and Barry Rosenblum, and saying, oh, he said to Mort, said, you only got the job because your dad owned the publishing business and you have no talent or creativity or anything. And then Barry would say to him, well, you got fired because you're drunk all the time and they fired your ass. And he said, I did not. That's a lie. You know, it was brutal. It just went on and on. It was brutal. And I was in the middle of it. And Barry hates me. He unfriended me on Facebook. And I side with Mort because I love Mort's work. I think he's brilliant, and Barry didn't like that, and you know, and it was a big mess. So there's a lot of drama in the Cracked group on Facebook. I don't really read it anymore. But anyway, I'm not proud of, you know, some of the stuff that happened there. Maybe anyway, but these comedians. I thought it was Tiny Tim at first. No, it's Tony Tallarico. Yeah.
I like Tiny Tim.
You wanted to know? Oh, I love him too. I love Tiny Tim. So who's alive? Okay, let's see. We have Dan Aykroyd. He's alive. Jim Belushi is not alive. Woody Allen is alive. Steve Martin is alive. Mark Arnold is not alive. Mark Arnold.
John Belushi is not alive. That's not Jim Belushi.
Did I say Jim?
I thought you said Jim Belushi is alive.
I meant to say John Belushi is not alive.
Oh, God, maybe I heard it wrong. I probably did.
I know he died a long time ago, but maybe I misspoke. He died in like 1981 or 82.
Yeah.
I keep calling him Mark Arnold. What's his name? Robin Williams. That's what I'm trying to say. Because Mork, you know. Robin Williams isn't alive. Cheech and Chong are alive. Lily Tomlin's alive. Mel Brooks is alive. He's like 95 or something like that. And Richard Pryor is not alive. So those are the comedians on the cover. Now, the third issue of Wacko is this. It's got a fried Miss Piggy on the cover. Do you see it? Do you see it, Grotto?
Yeah.
I liked it when Harold the Bookseller was on here and he called you Grotto.
Yeah, everyone says that.
Real people. Because a grotto is a real thing, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Here's a Weight Watchers magazine here. Weighty Watchers. Field and Scream. True Confusions. Stuff like that. I'm not going to show, like, it's just, there's pages and pages of this. And it's not funny. You know, it's not very funny in my opinion, but hey, to each his own. You guys like Tony Tallarico, and you know, some people might like Walter Brogan's art a lot. I guess it's, you know, we got to realize to each his own, right? So I guess I shouldn't I should try to be more tolerant. Okay, so Grot.
Yeah.
Hans wants a few more jokes. How many more jokes would you like, Hans? From Trash. I know he wants a few more jokes before we go on to the next magazine. Let me know how many jokes you'd like, Hans. Nowhere close to what? What does he mean? I was nowhere close. Ratu?
Yes.
What does he mean by that?
Shazam boy said you're a troublemaker, and then he says, not me. Well, you were nowhere close, Tom.
What does he mean? What is that? Can you shut that off, Gratu? Because that's really kind of annoying.
He's kidding about the jokes, I think.
Oh, you don't? Oh, I just got out the magazine for you, Hans. Oh. Okay. All right. Well, hey, let's make a deal here. Can you get all the sound effects out of your system?
Yeah.
I'll go to the bathroom, and you can play a bunch of sound effects while I'm gone.
Okay.
And then you can get them out of your system, so we can go on this scholarly look at. So we're into the 80s now. We got to finish these magazines here.
Okay.
And man, I hope I can have enough energy to finish these.
Rasmussen University has the lowest cost master's.
Getting tired here, but I got to finish these magazines. Okay, so we'll finish that when I get back.
All right, cool. All right, so I'll put on some music. Anyway, it's about 3:09 p.m. here in Central Time, and let's see what's going on in the news. So a U.S. gymnast is positive for whatever that stuff's called that's going around. The Dow went down 724 points because everyone's afraid about about that stuff. Let's see what else. Oh, let's see. AOC is making a push into political merchandise. Let's see.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
What did Gene Jones mean when he said I was nowhere close? That's really bugging me now.
Nowhere close to the United States, maybe?
No, he said, wow, you were nowhere close, Tom. Like, what was he talking about?
D. Jones, what did you mean by nowhere close?
I think he's upset with me. I'm not sure.
No one's upset with you. Or they wouldn't be watching 6 hours and 19 minutes.
You ready?
Yeah.
Stop Magazine.
Oh, okay. We're getting into the punk rock era here.
Yeah, this is done by John Holstrom. this magazine. Who
Oh.
did the?
You were nowhere close. You said
Oh, Robin Williams.
said
Yeah, I
Robin
kept saying
Williams instead of the guy that wrote the book about crack. You called,
yeah, yeah.
that's what.
Oh, okay. I feel really good now. So this is done by the same guy that did the Punk magazine or whatever. I don't know what it was called. John Holstrom.
Yeah, that's a magazine I'd really like. I think there are collections of it, but yeah, Punk magazine had
Well, this is
many comic strips with Joey Ramone and Debbie Harry, and it's a real high dollar magazine to collect, though.
He's got like things out on VHS that you can buy by Lou Brooks.
Yeah, this looks like a magazine I'd be interested in.
Spare parts. It's got like this magazine's a lot like the Sophisticate or something like that.
Yeah,
which is Groucho Orloff's magazine when he was.
There's a magazine called Kicks that's real good. That's kind of like this. Ugly Art, yeah.
And they have a parody of All My Children called All My Dead Children.
What?
This is the same guy that did art for Bananas magazine as well as Punk magazines.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it goes on for a while, this All My Children parody. Let's see. Pardon me if I'm going a little faster because I'm trying to get through these magazines. So
that's cool.
Because I'm just getting tired, you know. I love showing them, but okay. Then we have a parody of a Scandal magazine, like a 50s Scandal magazine.
Uh-huh.
Now, there's some naked girls here. Should I not show that, or should I just show it really quickly?
Is it 1950s kind of stuff?
Yeah, like the ones you have all around your room there, in the top of the walls. The pictures.
I don't know.
Well, we see them in your videos. Like when you have the camera shot by, you can see all of them in your
videos. I'll try to correct that.
Oh, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining.
If something's horrible, I'll censor it.
It's not horrible. It's great. I'm not complaining at all.
No, just show. Go ahead and show what you got there.
Okay, so you see, it's like that sort of thing. You see?
Okay. Yeah. All right.
And it's like those magazines. It's a parody of those.
Right.
Lurid, and it looks like them, like the way it's done. You see, A Star Is Born.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah.
They got the ads. It's really well done. You almost think it's a real magazine. Soviet Sex Plot.
Yeah, that's cool.
Very cool. That's the Bonus Scandal magazine. You see them reading on the cover there.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and they have like, I don't know if they're real ads or if they're.
That Stag Stories is real, yeah.
Okay.
How many issues came out of this magazine?
8 issues. This is the last issue. I think this is the last issue. This is the 8th issue.
You don't have a complete run of this.
No, this one's really hard to get. I wish I did. I only have this one issue. I had 2 copies of this, but I sold one. There's like a Nazi thing there. I don't know the scandal. Savage World of Manhattan's Nazi Nightclubs. So you got that. Women eat dog biscuits. You know, scary. Zarno the Ghoul in Grave Matters. I think this is J.D. King artwork. He's a really neat artist too.
Yeah, yeah.
He also worked for Cracked a little bit under Mort Todd. He's a cool guy.
I'm surprised you didn't get into Weirdo magazine.
Yeah, I've never read one.
So have you never seen one? Or
no, I've never opened one up or anything. No, I've just read about them, but I've never. Mail ordered. Do you mean, what does he mean by that? Like from the publishers?
Like maybe were any of these magazines not on newsstands, or you had to mail order them?
Well, I mean, I bought them from eBay, a lot of them, and from Mile High Comics, Doug Sulipa's comic.
The one you're showing, is it a fanzine that you had to order, or was it on newsstands?
I think this was,
like my magazine, The Sophisticated.
Well, I got it from my comics shop. I got this at my comic shop, but it's not on newsstands because there's no UPC code.
Yeah, it still could have been on newsstands, like limited ones, but that was probably sold through. If it was in stores, there was like record stores. Just a few select places that carried this kind of stuff.
They have a transcript of Tor meeting Groucho on You Bet Your Life. This really happens. You can look it up on YouTube and watch the video of it. And that's Dean Friedman art.
Drew Friedman?
Drew Friedman, thank you.
Yeah.
High School Hijinks. Great stuff. And then there's an article on the I'm guessing this was direct. Maybe it was on some newsstands in New York or somewhere. It's probably like a local thing. But there's lots of cartoons here, as you can see, by some famous artists.
It was probably in like punk rock or alternative record stores or places.
Yeah. I think you're right, Gratu Orloff, the fifth. But Nick and Perwinkle.
The thing on the right I've seen, that's
this?
Yeah, that's what's the artist on that? Is that Greening? Is that Matt Greening?
You mean this?
Yeah.
Well, this is like a top 40 they had of cool things.
Right, but who did the top 40?
They also did this in Maniac magazine, which was after Bananas magazine, was Scholastic's humor magazine. Which
right.
You probably haven't. Have you heard of Maniac?
No, but I'm just wondering who did that page.
I know.
Because I've seen that before somewhere.
David Carlson? I think it says David Carlson. I don't know who that is.
Kind of zero in where we can see the things that are listed.
I assume that it's neat stuff. Like they list neat stuff here.
Tex Avery, John Carradine, Animal House,
SCT.
Larry Bud Millman, Daffy Duck. Yeah.
Stan Freberg.
Yeah, Burger King, Pogo, Eddie Haskell.
So these are cool things, they're saying.
Yeah, it's just I like that. I've seen other ones like this where people list things they're into at the time.
Yeah.
And do the little logos.
It might be John Holstrom, the guy who did the magazine, because he did it in Maniac magazine too, just like that.
Yeah, and I've seen it done elsewhere too. And
yeah, you can order the other issues here in Comical Funnies. That's another one they published.
Weirdo magazine was a lot like this. It was R. Crumb trying to get the new underground artists of the late 70s and early 80s published.
Can you look this up on My Comic Shop?
Yeah. It's kind of like when Harvey Kurtzman was trying to get all the young people published in Help.
Yeah.
Crumb was doing the same thing with the new young artist and Weirdo.
Right.
Okay, what is the thing called again?
Stop magazine.
I don't know why I'm looking on eBay. I need to look on mycomicshop.com. I'll get the screen shared here in a second.
It's going to be a pricey magazine, I'm sure. Like the punk one.
Well, if it's even on here, it's not.
I think that's where I bought it.
Okay, I found it. Apparently, there's only 2 issues, issues 7 and 8, so it must have started as some other magazine.
No, it was Stop. They just don't have them listed. Because they had pictures of the other issues in that back issue ad, and they're all called Stop.
Oh, maybe the early issues were done like on photocopy machines.
Oh, it's cheap. It's cheap too.
Yeah.
I like to have that one. I like to have all of them.
The Chesterfield Kings are a great 60s style garage band. Yeah, well, the people watching this are probably going to get them.
Well, that's okay. I mean, if I don't have them, then people watching, go ahead and buy these on I have the one, obviously. I don't have the other one there, but
Yeah.
yeah, I'd buy it. If you're watching this and you're interested, you should go buy it. That's a good deal there.
Let's see what else came out from Stop Publications.
Probably nothing.
Nothing.
Okay, you ready for the next one? I'm not trying to rush you. It's just that I'm just getting tired, you know.
Yeah.
I'd like to go slower, but I'm just getting tired. Okay, you ready?
I understand. You holding up books gets old.
Yeah. I'm just tired too. It's way past my eating time, and you know I haven't eaten in a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, here we have a magazine called Laugh Factory.
Okay.
Have you heard of this?
No, but as soon as I see that UPC code, it just looks. Ugh.
It's from so 1985. We're here up to 1985.
Yeah.
And it is distributed by Warner Brothers.
Okay, so it's got all kinds of money behind it.
Yeah, it's a very slick magazine. It's got ads and everything.
And
have you heard of the Laugh Factory in California?
I've heard of it, yeah.
The comedy club?
Yeah.
Well, that's what this is. It's their magazine. So Jamie Masada, who started the club, he was the editor of this magazine. And it was their attempt at having a big deal humor magazine. Oh, yeah. I have most of the issues of Help magazine, Movie World. I could show them in another video. We'll have to do that separately because there's a lot of issues of Help. But I have most of them. We could do that. Yeah, I like Rodney Dangerfield. He's one of those comedians that I don't like a lot of stand-up comedians, to be honest. But Rodney is always funny. I always like Rodney Dangerfield. And I like John Biner. I love John Biner. And some others as well.
I don't know if I remember John. The name sounds familiar. I'd have to see his face.
Oh, he was in tons of stuff. You'd remember him if you saw him. And he was the host of Bizarre, which I told him you should watch that show. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Comedian sketch comedy show, but he's American. But he was on all the variety shows. He's on Ed Sullivan and everything in the 60s and 70s. He was in like Odd Couple and Soap. He had a role in Soap for a while.
Oh, I know who you're talking. I know who that is. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love that guy. He's hilarious, especially when he did Bizarre. That's a great show. You're missing out by not seeing Bizarre. So here we have the National Exploiter. So it's a humor magazine, and it's pretty good. It's hit and miss. They have a chat with Rodney Dangerfield, an interview with him. I don't know if it's a real interview or not, but they have an Ann Beats short story. She used to work for National Lampoon.
Right.
Andy Looney. You remember Andy Rooney on 60 Minutes?
Yeah.
And look at this. The Secret Life of Michael Jackson's Glove.
Okay.
That's Emmanuel Lewis from Webster TV show. So they could interview comedians because Jamie Masada runs the Laugh Factory Club. So, he'd know these comedians. The story of Goldilocks and the Three Bears is told by D.H. Lawrence.
Right.
So there's some funny stuff in it. And then they have like little one-liners from comedians of the time. Rowan Martin, Don Rickles, Phyllis Diller, George Carlin, Fred Willard, Norm Crosby, Elaine Boozler, Charlie Callis. It's very slick. Here's a nice ad. That's an ad. That's a pretty cool ad for what is this soft drink? Sarz.
I've never heard of it.
Is this a real ad or a fake ad?
I don't know. It looks like a real ad.
It does. That's a great ad. They should have ads like that now.
Do
you like the ad? I like it. Then they have all these jokes. Now, this is what I think is interesting. Do you remember the most infamous thing that happened at the Laugh Factory?
Something involving Eddie Kaufman.
No, it was with Michael Richards.
Oh yeah, he went crazy and started shouting racial words.
Yeah, and it ruined his career basically, right?
Yeah.
That was the first time I think that happened. That was the beginning of all of that, right? So it's weird because the guy that ran the Laugh Factory Club, Jamie Masada, he was condemning Michael Richards for this. But in the magazine, they had a regular section called Boycott These Jokes. And this is his magazine. And it's all racial, ethnic jokes. You know?
Oh.
Like, you want me to read some?
No.
You don't want me to read any of them?
We move on to the next page.
Okay, but they're all ethnic jokes. Okay, so I'm just letting you know. You can imagine what that humor is. A joke's about every minority, you know. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Then we have like new wave. I just think it was maybe a little hypocritical for him to, you know, condemn Richard, to ban him from the club like that when they published these jokes in the magazine.
Yeah, but Michael Richards wasn't telling jokes. He was shouting at an individual in the audience, calling them that word.
For what I understand,
completely different from like Richard Pryor humor.
What I understand, though, is that the guys in the audience were obnoxious. They were really heckling.
Yeah, but you can't take it. You can't lose your temper and take it to that level.
I've heard some people say, defending Richard, saying it was a part of his routine. He was playing a character doing that. I don't know if that's true or not.
Maybe, I don't know, but
I don't know Richards well enough to know.
Well, Richards was funny on Fridays and Seinfeld. I mean,
you've seen Fridays.
I've
watched Fridays. I've watched all the available episodes of Fridays.
Yeah.
It is a show that it's really bad at times.
Yeah.
And it can be really funny at times too, you know.
It was the Sick to it was like Sick. What Sick is to Mad, it was to Saturday Night Live. Maybe more, kind of like Sick to Mad.
Michael Richards was funny on there, though. He was really funny. They had that really hot news anchor woman, too. I can't remember her name.
They had a lot of bands that were, that Saturday Night Live never would have touched. And,
they had Chubby Checker.
But they had a lot of like real out there bands, and it had some, it
had some good points.
And
I remember that one, the Army.
The Army Men. Yeah, I remember that guy that did the weird little words that he invented.
You know what I really hated though was, you remember that one guy he did like a Jamaican cooking show?
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
And the whole joke was that he was high.
Yeah.
That was awful. Like, people think that's so funny, you know?
Well, that's like Saturday Night Live.
Some of some of their jokes are their recurring characters are awful too. You know, like that. You know, that cheerleader sketch that Will Ferrell used to do all the time in the 90s.
Yeah, that's one of them that I was thinking of.
That was awful.
Yeah,
it's just awful. But people thought it was funny. You know, women really like Will Ferrell's type of humor. I've noticed that, and I don't. I don't like his. I don't think he's that funny. But you know, to each his own, right? Men find things different, funnier. Like, women find certain things funny. Men find certain things funny. It's different humor, you know.
Like Goose Magazine.
Like John Belushi, some people are condemning him because they say, "Oh, he's a sexist jerk," and he's all that. But and then when he does the funny, they don't take it funny. They take it seriously. And I think he's funny, though. He's funny. John Belushi was hilarious, you know? Yeah, Melanie Charkoff. Thank you. That was her name. That was the hot news anchor woman. I liked her. She was nice.
I think that was ABC Television that had that show. Anyway.
Life in Suburbia. I missed some of those comments. You were showing them so fast, but they look like they were really interesting comments, though. So this is Laugh Factory. It's an interesting magazine. And then you get like people that were pauper at the time, they're comedians.
Yeah.
And, well, Linda Ronstadt, she's not really a comedian, you know. Is that Farrah Fawcett? Who is that's not Farrah Fawcett.
Where?
Who's
I
that?
don't know what that is.
That's maybe Susan Anton or somebody like that. And,
I don't know. Maybe.
is that Lou Rawls? No. Is it?
I don't know. I hear
can't
Bill
think of it.
Cosby is going to go out on tour.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You got doing what?
Probably jokes and probably trying to redeem what happened. You know.
It might work for him, you know, because you know why. I don't want to say it, but you know why he might get away with it.
I don't know. I don't know what really happened.
I mean, certain people can't redeem themselves because of who they are, and other people can. And
Well,
that's all I'm saying. I'm
Bill
not gonna,
Cosby's hated by the media and liberals
well, he
because
should be, you know,
I
stuff that he did.
I don't know that that's proven.
You don't think he's guilty?
I don't know
There were a lot of women that came out against him.
that they're like decades later.
Yeah, well, he had a lot of money and power, you know.
Yeah. So yeah, probably he is.
But I've heard stories. I don't know. It seems like some people you think, well, maybe they're not really guilty, you know, and other people you think, well, there's a lot of evidence stacked against them. Just like that dude, Beretta guy. What's his name? Robert Blake.
Yeah.
Like it looked like he murdered his wife, you know, but he got away with it, right?
I guess he did. I remember that. Yeah.
O.J. Simpson. I mean, that he got away with it, right?
Yeah. But he was
But then he went to
they
jail.
got him on something else soon
Yeah.
after.
Like Al Capone, they got him on something else, like the tax evasion thing, you know, or whatever.
Right.
Here's the next issue. Oh, by the way, this was a local magazine before it was a national magazine. It did well locally, so they decided to, try it nationally. Warner Brothers published it, and this next issue, Joan Rivers cover, and they do it's the same type of stuff. You know, I'm not going to show everything, but if there's anything really interesting, I'll show it. But
yeah.
I mean, that's just my opinion anyway, but there's a Boy George, be all that you can be, join today's army.
Hmm.
And then they have more of those jokes that you don't want me to read. The saga of the
in every issue?
Yep, every issue.
They put racial humor in every issue.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Okay, so that's that issue. So we'll go a little bit faster. Then we got Eddie Murphy on the next cover.
Okay.
Third national. Sorry?
Early 80s, right?
Not 85.
Okay.
Eddie Murphy's great. He's a comedian I've always thought is really funny.
Yeah. He stopped making good movies at a certain point.
Oh yeah, right. I shouldn't have said that because I forgot. Yeah, that's right. At one point, like Steve Martin, he started making all these crappy, family comedies and stuff.
He made a good movie about Rudy Ray Moore that went straight to streaming about a year or so ago.
I like to see Trivial Pursuit parodies because that was such a big fad in the mid 80s. And when I was a kid, my family was into that, so we play it all the time. So it's very nostalgic to me. The 80s is a very nostalgic decade for me because I grew up. I was a child in the 80s. I was a child of the 80s. So I love 80s type stuff. I know that's a little after Gratu's time.
Yeah, 80s
little.
is when I stopped paying attention to a lot of popular culture and tried to retreat back to the 60s.
But you know what? I think it was 1989, I think after 89, that's when the popular culture really started to go downhill. I think in the 80s it was good, but after 89,
sort of in the mid 80s that the art wasn't as good at Marvel, and
you talk about comics. I was just talking.
And DC had Crisis on Infinite Earths and destroyed all the fun that DC used to have with all these alternate,
Paul Lycan wrote this under his name, Paul Lamont.
Oh boy,
one of his pen names. I'm not into superheroes, so I wouldn't talk about that. But my favorite comics are from the 80s and 90s and early 2000s.
Oh, that black and white boom was.
Yeah, I love black and white independent comics. So that's my favorite time. Like, oh, I'm so sorry, Hans. I hope you can watch the rest of this later because it was amazing having you here. I hope you could join us again and watch the rest of this. Make comments on the video and maybe Gratu will let me know. I'm sure he'll let me know. And we see you later, Captain Strangelife, Hans. How gay are you? So there's a quiz you could take to find out how gay you are.
It's interesting how much the world has changed since then.
Yeah.
Because this is just a regular magazine. That
and they said, let's find Paul Schaefer a new name. They had a contest to give a new name. I always thought he was kind of a annoying guy, Paul Schaefer, like an ass kisser guy,
Well,
but a lot of people like him, though, I know. But with Letterman, he's always like ass kissing, and it's like, I mean, that's what you do if you're a co-host, but and when he'd do those segues into Letterman's, like after the commercial breaks, he'd be like, like he'd be getting into music like in this lame ass way. He's always trying to look so cool, like he wasn't bald and stuff, and he'd have these shades on and everything. He's like a poser, this guy, like, I don't know.
Well, I think, wasn't he the Saturday Night Live band leader?
He might have been. In the 70s, you mean?
Yeah, the only Saturday Night Live was the original, yeah.
Well, that's your opinion. I don't share it, but yeah. Doc Einstein and Me, this is an interesting article about like a boy working with Einstein, what the diary might be like that he writes. It's pretty good. And they have an interview with Gary Shandling. Do you remember Gary Shandling?
Yeah.
I don't know him actually. I never watched his show, but a lot of people say
I don't know what his show was. I remember him existing.
It was called It's Barry Shandling Show.
Oh, that. Yeah, I remember that.
Then they have 3 pages of ethnic jokes.
Yeah.
Phyllis Diller.
It's almost impossible to be a stand-up comedian today.
Yeah.
There's a stand-up comedian that has a show we were watching on YouTube where he pushes everything to the limit, and he seems to be popular right now with younger audience. He had Alex Jones on the other week.
Oh, is he a Bill Burr?
I can't remember the guy.
My cousin likes him.
That's not Bill. I don't think that's his name. He's kind of a thin guy. He's got kind of a mustache. He always laughs after he insults people in the audience. He kind of laughs at his own jokes to try to diffuse any possible anger.
There's like a Phyllis Diller, Cyndi Lauper. So are you saying he's like Don Rickles? Is that what you're saying?
He can be.
Don Rickles was funny, though.
Yeah, no, this guy is funny. We laugh pretty hard at him.
Okay. I thought you were saying he wasn't funny. I thought that's what your point was, but okay.
No, this guy is actually funny. There aren't many stand-up comedians because you really can't do that today because people are so easily offended.
He can't do humor magazines either,
This guy gets away with it. Well, that's mainly because people don't read.
Right. Phyllis Diller versus Cyndi Lauper. Yeah, but they wouldn't be allowed to publish it. If they published something like National Lampoon, they say it was hate speech, Yeah. They wouldn't understand the satire. Then there's a parody of Indiana Jones, Idaho Jones.
Oh, yeah.
So you
Hey,
know,
are you? Hold on one second, Tom. Are you hungry? Okay. Okay. Well, let me know when you do. But I was wanting to ask you, what's the name of that comedian we've been watching that pushes it real far? Andrew Schultz is his name.
no, I've never heard of him.
He's pretty popular, I think, with a younger crowd. We're talking about comedians today because he's got some magazine he's showing that shows it's from the 80s and it's like a mainstream magazine about comedians. And it has like pages and pages of ethnic jokes and all this stuff that you could never do today. It's just,
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. Like if he was not playing a character, he's just doing that.
oh,
then,
and
yeah,
then
it was-
Eric Andre is another guy that's really funny. And
yeah,
he
I don't
pushes
think
it
he's
far.
funny. I don't like him.
His fake talk show is hilarious.
Well, okay, to be granted, I only saw him on Two Broke Girls, and that show is awful. So you know, in my opinion, but
Yeah, he was. What was he? Did he date one of them?
yeah, he was dating Max, I think. Yeah,
Who's Max? Is which one
that's
is that?
Kat Dennings.
Oh, okay. Well, if you see him in concert or as the host of his fake Letterman type show, he's really hilarious. I'm sure he had to restrain himself on network TV.
Yeah, they had bad writers on Two Broke Girls. They had really awful leftist writers. Laugh Factory. This is the last. Like they didn't publish many issues, so even though they had all this money behind it.
All right, like, all right. I was just talking to Cleo on the phone.
Okay.
She watched every episode of that show. She liked it. She didn't mention that.
Well, I've watched every episode too of Two Broke Girls. I saw every awful episode, and it was only because of Kat Dennings, though. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I watched some of it. Whether it wasn't as horribly obnoxious as I thought it was going to be.
I think it's one of the worst sitcoms ever.
Oh, there have been far worse. How about the Munsters Today?
I've never seen that. Okay.
When
I'll say the worst hit sitcoms.
What?
The worst hit sitcoms. Let's say that.
Oh shit! I don't know. I don't know. There've been a lot of bad ones.
But I haven't watched these other things. You know, Big Bang Theory, How I Met Your Mother. I don't watch any of that stuff. I don't know. You know.
I don't even know what How I Met Your Mother is. But
it's a show with the gay guy who was Doogie Howser.
But I've seen some Big Bang Theory, and it's I don't know.
Neil
seem to like
Patrick
it,
Harris.
but it's not my thing.
Neil Patrick Harris. He's supposed to be great. I don't know. I never liked Doogie Howser much. I don't know.
I don't watch that shit.
I think he's a women's comedian again. Women like that sort of comedy. Deadly don'ts when hitting on chicks. Men and women laugh at different things. I mean, that's just a fact. You know,
to a certain degree, yeah.
Yeah. Although both men and women did like Andrew Dice Clay, not feminists, but
I wasn't that fond of him.
I think he's pretty good, but he did go too far though. Sometimes.
I didn't really think he was that funny.
So this magazine had all the. He could be. It depends. In movies, he was really funny when he played characters in movies. Well, he's playing himself, but he was good in movies. His stand-up was a little over the top, but sometimes it was funny. Steve Allen, I love Steve Allen. He's a real classy guy. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a talk show host like Steve Allen today, like a classy comedian like that?
Yeah,
that's what we need today. He was a brilliant man, Steve Allen, an intellectual, brilliant, funny. He did all the stuff Letterman did before Letterman did it, you know. But yeah, we got George Burns here. We got, it's a pretty interesting magazine. It's not the greatest, but it's okay. So that's Laugh Factory. They published one more issue in the 90s. They tried to relaunch it. It had Tim Allen on the cover doing the pregnant Demi Moore pose type thing. He was like naked on the cover, So anyway, that's Laugh Factory. Oh man, I'm running out of energy. We gotta get through this. We gotta do it. Are you ready?
Are you sure okay? What else you got?
We got to do it. Oh, okay.
Show how much is left in the stack.
This is how much. Oh,
Are you sure?
I'm
Okay.
trying.
Well, maybe don't spend quite as much time on each issue.
I'm trying not to. It's just I have things to say, though.
Yeah.
This is called Not Quite TV Guide.
Oh, that's interesting.
And it is a small paperback thing. It's just like a real TV guide from the time.
Yeah.
And the guy who did this is Gerald Sussman, who was a National Lampoon writer.
Okay.
So it's just like the Lampoon stuff. It's it's just like a TV guide of the time.
Yeah. Okay. Looks pretty
it's
close.
really good. And it's a little book, you should look this up, and it's got all the TV listings. See?
Well, what are some of the shows they list?
Yeah, tell me to read them all, right?
No, I just is it the same sick humor that National Lampoon does?
No, it's not as over the top as Lampoon. But Lampoon was sort of toning it down by this time. So you have stuff like movie, Vampire Dogs, standard fare, but dogs wear black capes. Starring Rory Calhoun and Nancy Kwan. These are the morning shows. Cartoons from Africa. Bedbugs. Danny Dummy Show. Danny and his friends visit a glue factory and meet some old horses. Jehovah and Son. Religious cartoon. Pedro Fumar Show. Let's Dig for Worms. Ask Dr. Plant. So these are the kind of shows they have on Saturday mornings really early,
Okay.
Goy Crazy. Young man from Orthodox Jewish family is crazy about Gentile girls. Starring Barry Manilow, Ralph Richardson, Albert Finney, and Cloris Leachman.
All right.
Yeah, so it's pretty funny. Movie Bushwoman, 1978. Woman explorer is lost in Borneo and grows her pubic hair. Starring Jane Russell and Gene Krupa. This is go. Nova Cream Cheese and Bagels. Jewish scientists eat a late breakfast and boast of their accomplishments. Gerald Sussman was Jewish, and he wrote this entire parody. He was one of the only Jewish writers they had at the National Lampoon. Usually, humor magazines had a lot of Jewish writers, like Mad Magazine, and
Right.
it was mostly Jewish humor. But he was sort of like a token Jewish guy at the National Lampoon, because most of them were these white bread, Harvard students,
Right.
from well-off families and everything.
That's why the humor was very different.
But this is funny. This is good. He's a brilliant writer. Gerald Sussman wrote tons of articles for National Lampoon. He started writing for them in 1971, and he wrote until he died. He had a heart attack, unfortunately, when he was in 1989, and he wrote for the whole length of the magazine. He was even the editor of the National Lampoon in the early 80s. So he's a brilliant writer.
That Harvard kind of Ivy League humor, college humor is directed outwards. Like Michael O'Donoghue was real.
Mm-hmm.
It's like someone once explained that Jewish comedians or Jewish humor is more you're okay, but there's something wrong with me, or I'm an asshole, or something, or it's all it's directed towards themselves.
Right.
And that Ivy League humor is more like, I'm okay, you're an asshole.
Right.
It's more directed. All the insults are towards you, and it's not like tearing yourself apart like Woody Allen would do. It's like, what's wrong?
Right. Right. Here's a children's cartoon. The Little Sperm Who Could.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
You should seek this out. Most people don't know this exists. Not quite TV guide.
It just kind of looks like a TV guide. Meyer Greenblatt says, okay, not bad.
It goes through every TV, like the whole thing. This is like a whole TV guide,
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
So I recommend that. I recommend
I
that.
remember those fishing shows like in the early morning.
From 1983, that was.
83, okay.
Now, there was a company. Let me look at the publisher
But there
here.
was nothing on the front cover of that really made me like immediately recognize that as humor. It almost just looked like a regular TV guide.
Yeah.
What's funny about that? What's the humor there?
Well, it's supposed to be the cast of Dynasty.
Yeah. And what are they doing?
Doing a new show called Supermarket, you know?
Oh, he's like pushing a shopping cart.
Yeah.
I thought he looked like David Icke at first, but I think that's a little cap he's wearing.
Now, this, if you don't know about this, oh man, okay.
What?
Do we still have an audience?
We have 5 people.
Okay, should we keep going? What's that?
You can keep going. I mean, people can come back later.
Or should I just do these 80s, the rest of them in another stream? What do you say?
I don't know. We've gone through the 70s. We're in the 80s, right?
Yeah, I wanted to finish this pile here.
That's fine.
Okay, well, I hope people see it because I don't want to do this for nothing, you know? Right?
If they don't want to come back and see it, well, I don't know.
They need to. They need to. Tell them to come back and see it. Do another show. Do a 5-minute show later on tomorrow or something and say, watch this show. Watch the rest of this show.
Oh, yeah.
You know? Okay, so if you don't know about this, then I want to open your eyes towards something. Okay?
Yeah.
You like the National Lampoon. Okay? Anybody that likes National Lampoon should like this. Now, what it is a publishing company called TSM Publishing Corporation. And the people who did these magazines were a lot of them were National Lampoon people that worked for the Lampoon like in the 70s and 80s. And they left. This is after the Lampoon kind of like dissolved in the mid 80s and they went other places. So they did this. So what it is that they did is they did single magazine parodies of famous magazines on the market, like the Harvard Lampoon had been doing back in the 60s and 70s, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But these are really good. So the first one is a Playboy parody. And it's called Playboy the Parody, and I don't have it. I've never been able to get a copy of it, so I can't show it to you.
I think I have it.
Oh, really?
Or I think, there was a parody or something. Or I remember having a Cosmopolitan one somewhere.
Well, here it is. This it?
Yeah, it's that.
So this is their Cosmopolitan parody, and
I remember it.
It's brilliant. It's just like a real Cosmopolitan magazine.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know, you know, I could show it to you, but it looks like a Cosmopolitan magazine, but it's funny. It's hilarious. And, you know, people who work for Lampoon did this. So,
well,
you should buy it if you're interested in that type of humor. I recommend this. I'm not going to bother showing all the pages, but there you go. I recommend this.
Well, you want me to go get something to eat right now? No, it's fine. Yeah, we could do that. Oh, what's that? Yeah. No. Okay, so they're not open. 1 second, Tom.
Sure. Viewers, we're letting Gratu have a phone call right now.
So okay, so they're closed. So who's open? What's that? Yeah. Right. Okay, yeah, that's good. No, I like it. Let's get 2 of those. Okay, and are you going to get Mexican Cokes with it, or can we afford that? Okay, well, whatever. I could just drink a Topo Chico from the refrigerator. Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, so let me know when you order it. Yeah, I'm not sure they're open Monday. Is today Monday? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it is.
All right, cool. All right, cool. All right. Just call me back. All right. So what are we looking at now?
So yeah, these are the TSM parodies done by Lampoon guys. So first they did Playboy, then they did Cosmo Parody, and these are hilarious. They look just like the real magazines. Like I said, I'm not going to show all the pages. You could just take my word for it that these are really, really good. The next one was Penthouse.
Oh yeah, I have that one.
You do?
Yeah.
Did you see the 2-page spread that's just a close-up of a girl's breasts?
Probably, because I own it.
It's
but I don't remember.
You probably don't want me to show it, right?
No.
No, it's pretty neat though. So people,
we believe you. It's just not a good thing to show on YouTube.
This is Penthouse. They have there was a famous Caligula movie, which was like a porno type because it was made by Larry Flint or something, but he had real
Bob Guccione.
Who?
Bob Guccione financed an Italian movie called Caligula.
Right.
And he got a big director and he got all these movie stars to be in it.
Right.
And then when it was finished, Bob Guccione went back and filmed hardcore scenes that he inserted into the movie that weren't directed by the original director, and kind of embarrassed some of these big, giant British film stars that were playing some of the characters.
Yeah,
but
like Sir Ralph Richardson.
The movie is a lot of fun. It's an effed up movie.
So they have Abbott and Costello meet Caligula.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. It used to be on YouTube. So I'm not going to show you the inside. There's a lot of naked stuff, but it's hilarious. It's a parody of Penthouse. You should buy it if you like these parodies.
Okay.
Then they did Rolling Stone, and I have it, but it's big like Rolling Stone magazine is.
Okay. Yeah.
So I have it over there at the bottom of a drawer because it fits at the bottom of the drawer. So I'm not going to dig that out.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's got Bob Dylan on the cover, and it's really good. It's a hilarious, in-depth Rolling Stone parody.
Cool.
And then the last one they did was People magazine.
I don't think I have. I don't have that.
This one's not as good as the other ones.
Okay.
They were going to do a VHS parody after that, but I don't think it ever got made.
Okay.
So that's that one. So should we continue to the next one, Draw 2?
I don't know. It's up to you.
I can do it. Can you do it?
Well, I might have to go run and get some food here in a second, but I can, I can let the stream keep going.
Okay. I guess I might as well. I don't know. We could just do these another time. The last ones. This is how much is left.
Could you give a preview, like kind of a few of the covers?
Yeah, the next one is. I have a long story about this one too, so it might take a while to tell it. But it's anything but Monday.
Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Sure.
I know the two guys that did this magazine. And
cool.
I got a whole long story about it. So we'll say that maybe for another stream then.
Okay. Hello?
I tried texting you to interrupt
And so I won't tell the story now, any of it. I'll just show you.
So
those
did you order it?
Oh, I got it from my comic shop, but yeah. Oh, you're talking to your wife, sorry.
Oh. If it has more than we have, then what are we going to do about that? What's that? $1 only? Okay, all right. I'll look and see what I got. Okay, all right. Well, let me go run and do that. Goodbye. Okay, so anyway, I'm still here. So
Okay.
you're showing a few things that they'll see next time.
Yeah.
Barf magazine.
Barf. Yeah.
Warped.
This is Gary Brodsky's humor magazine.
Oh, that muscle guy. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah. Oh, it's great. I'll show it to you next
It's
time.
great in a bad way. Like it's the art is just awful.
Well, we'll talk about next time. We'll talk about next time.
Okay.
Scandal sheet.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not giving you information because this is a preview of the.
Yeah, I see.
And this is a Christian humor magazine, which is pretty good
Oh
too.
yeah, I know that one.
Really?
Yeah. My friend. I think there's that. And there's another one called the Wittenberg Door. That one's another Christian humor magazine.
I didn't think anybody knew about this magazine.
I think so. Or
That's
maybe
great.
I'm getting mixed up with the Door.
Well, we'll talk about it when I show it.
Yeah.
It's a good magazine. So that's the rest of that pile. And then I've got another pile downstairs and I got another pile up there, and that'll finish all the obscure humor magazines.
Okay.
So we still got to do, we got up to 1988. We're up to 1988, so we got to do 88 to 2000 and whatever.
Okay. Yeah. So
this was fun. This is fun.
yeah, it is, and so we'll do that soon.
So you adding this to your playlist, History of Humor
It's
magazine?
already in the playlist. So yeah,
Which number was this? This one?
I don't know. You have to look at the playlist.
Okay.
But
so that was great. We got through a lot of magazines today.
Well, that's cool. So,
And I got a lot more interesting ones to show. And then we've got more Crack magazine streams. We've got a Crazy magazine stream we got to do. I'm going to let your Lampoon stream speak for the magazine, except you didn't show the later ones because you don't have them. I would kind of like to show the later ones.
That's cool.
Because I think they're worthwhile. And then Oddball Comics. We got lots of we got hundreds of Oddball Comics to look through. And we have a music stream. We got so much stuff to do,
Okay, sounds
and
cool.
then sometimes I just come on.
I think we're getting some kind of, I don't know, Cuban sandwich or something. So I'm gonna go run and get the food.
What's that comedy you have playing, that laugh track?
It's 10 hours of crowds laughing.
Oh, I see.
It's like we have a laugh track. So
Yeah.
so when people are laughing at the magazines.
Right. Well, brought to you, I love coming on here, even when I'm just chatting with you and the other guests.
You like coming on here even when what?
Well, sometimes I just come and chat with the other guests, and that's a lot of fun too. Thank you so much, Zombo. I'm going to have to sleep for a long time again, so I might not be up tomorrow. I might sleep through tomorrow.
All right. Well, sounds cool. I'm gonna go run and get the food, and
I just want to thank again everybody for being here. I love you guys, Zombo, Meyer Greenblatt, Movie World Comics, Hans Strange Life, Zombo the Judge, Dean Jones, that's D Jones, Lead Paint. Was that everybody? Was there anybody else?
there were a lot of. I don't remember. Movie World, whatever.
I said Movie World. I said, yeah.
Right. So
you're beautiful people.
Yeah.
Did I say Meyer Greenblatt? I hope I did.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, good. Greta.
All right, cool, Zombo. We're gonna head it on out and see you guys real soon. Take care, everybody.
Okay, thanks, Kenny.